I think, are through those doors up there. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the first speaker of the program who will kick off things. It's Richard Milne. He's the Deputy Director of the Kavli Center for Ethics, Science and the Public. It's a center that I've just heard about 18 months ago here in Cambridge. And Richard will talk about the role for the public in center ethics. So very warm welcome to Richard, and thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Clemens, for the invitation. And it's great to be here, and congratulations on 10 years of the Census CDT. We've, in the Kavli Centre, been having conversations with the CDT over the last 18 months, ever since we started, and it's great to see it going from strength to strength. And I'm going to talk a bit about some of the work that we do in the Kavli Centre for Ethics, Science and the Public, and particularly, I suppose, about the people who are missing from an event like this, the conversations around censor ethics, and often from policy and wider decision-making around censor ethics. So that's the public. And so what the question that I've set for this talk is, what's the role for the public in the in censor ethics, in the ethics of machine learning, and in the broader conversations around the ethics of AI? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a bit of background to why we as a centre exist, give a very brief, very kind of sketchy overview of some of the kind of what we might think about when we're talking about censor ethics and ethics of AI and machine learning, and then get into this kind of question of why we might involve the public, and if we were going to engage and involve the public in these conversations, how might we do that? And then at the end, I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to ask you to stay and listen to the next talks. But after that, when you do go for coffee, I'm going to suggest that you might want to go and talk to my colleagues, Catherine and Mariam, who are set up right next to the coffee, who are going to offer opportunities to actually get involved in some of our work, trying to start and build conversations between researchers in universities, researchers in industry, and the wider public about what our hopes and fears are for the future of the technologies and the science that we're developing. So, Steve, I'm moving your slides on this laptop, which is, So I've got one clicker there.
It was a big clicker somewhere. It's not this one. No, it's not. It's disappeared. Where's it gone? That was a big clicker. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I could do a kind of talking to your notes for your slides whilst showing my slides, but it's going to. It might be entertaining for a minute or so, after which I'll just collapse in a few. I mean, essentially, oh, there we go. Yeah. So this is a bit of background to who we are and why we exist. So we were funded by the Kavli Foundation, which primarily funds research in nanoscience, brilliant, thank you, in astronomy, in neuroscience, and they became concerned that a lot of the work that they were funding and work peripheral to the work they were funding was raising significant questions about what are the implications of this work. So, for example, one of the real spurs was the kind of experiment that demonstrated that you could bring a pig's brain back to life, or you could reanimate a pig's brain within a period after death. That then kind of prompted the questions that weren't scientific questions, but they were very much about what are the implications of this? What are the ethical implications of implementing this, of being able to do this kind of thing? And so they decided to fund 2 centres, one here in Cambridge and one at UC Berkeley. And that these centres are explicitly interdisciplinary. I'm a social scientist by background. My colleagues come from media, they come from ethics, and they come from sciences. And so what we're aiming to do is to bring together scientists and the public at early stages of scientific discovery. So before things kind of hit like the real world, to kind of get in there early, anticipate and reflect and engage in the EPSRC's kind of responsible innovation framework to explore these future social and ethical implications of research. And with really two sets of goals. So we're here to both help researchers who are working in discovery science, who maybe don't have the opportunity to talk to the public about where this is all going, or to listen to the public about where their research might go in the future, and to support them to kind of build capacity there. To encourage two-way conversations, and also to build public awareness of the futures associated with science and their ethical implications. So as we implement wide sensor nets in cities, for example, that may not necessarily be things that people are aware of, how do we bring the public into conversations before they become kind of heated, before they become heated and it becomes and you're in a point where it becomes very difficult to change or reverse decisions that you've made. And also to increase confidence that actually having these conversations will make some kind of change, that actually sitting down as a society can help us make better science and technology. So I mentioned the case of the pig brain, but also, I mean, this is a conversation that's been going on for quite a long time. So over the course of my career, for example, we've had conversations about the ethical and wider societal implications of things like cloning, more recently of gene editing, brain organoids, brain implants, and so that the science that we do in Cambridge and elsewhere is kind of constantly raising these questions about where are we going, why is this something that we want, and if we do want it, how do we ensure that it's available as widely as possible, and in ways that we might want to support. AI and machine learning has obviously become the latest of these things. So I don't often put up pictures from the sun on my slides, but they did perhaps the best job of being kind of total outright menace as in these kind of conversations around the existential risks associated with AI. And whilst the existential risk conversations have become to kind of dominate over the last few months, there are also a series of other environmental and everyday sets of risks that are part of the conversation around sensor ethics and around machine learning more generally. So things, for example, like privacy. So the use of the kind of widespread use of at-home sensors, at-home devices. Those of you who were here last year would have heard me talk at length about digital tools for the detection of Alzheimer's disease, and the use of everyday devices to make inferences about our health, and then the kind of questions of what we do with that information. When do we want that information to be collected, analysed, and used? Or in some of the work that we do in genomics around, say, the sampling of environmental DNA, the kind of collection of DNA from, in this case, the New York subway, that provides information about what's going on in any kind of particular environment, but also may accidentally give you information about people, or about, in the case of the New York subway, a kind of series of newspaper reports about how anthrax had been detected on the New York subway, and kind of creating the potential for these kind of public health concerns, which are a byproduct, an anticipatable byproduct, I would say, of that kind of wide-scale sampling. As well as the collection of data, you then have the kind of issues around the use of data and, say, for example, misclassification. So the picture at the top right of the characters from the US show The Office, the US version of The Office, is taken from an app called ImageNet Roulette, which was around about 5 or 6 years ago, which was aiming to show some of the biases in the way that one of the kind of fundamental classification systems for image recognition, ImageNet, the way that then kind of perpetuated forms of bias. So, for example, whilst you may, at the end of a CDT program, and may hope to look like that and be identified by a kind of image recognition system as a postdoc, you may also just be kind of generally generically classified as woman, adult, female. Or potentially, the idea that there's the possibility that these kind of misclassifications could have consequences. So, for example, it probably doesn't have a huge impact on Steve Carell, but being classified as being a traitor or treasonous on the basis of an image recognition system would seem to be the kind of thing that you might not be desirable. And you see that then in things like, so this is an image from a paper which was kind of exploring the possibility of video capture systems for detecting poachers in kind of wildlife conservation contexts. And so the ability to classify people and then to potentially be able to flag poachers. And obviously, if you are somebody who lives in that area, the consequences of being misclassified as a poacher are potentially substantial. So these questions of classification do start to kind of play into everyday life. And then finally, you're kind of seeing this kind of constant emergence of these questions around AI ethics day by day. I mean, yesterday there was reports about the energy impact of AI. A couple of days ago, there was a case of the kind of faking of audio announcements by the Sudanese president within the civil war. So the question is, like, what do we... and also, this is a kind of overview of things that are happening, things that we think might happen in a kind of extreme version, but actually just the fact that a lot of the longer term, or the kind of even the medium term implications of what we do in the research context, we don't know, and we need to kind of think about. So this is where, so particularly for our colleagues from the EPSRC will probably be quite familiar with this. This is the EPSRC's framework for responsible research and innovation, which is one of the kind of, it's probably the leading research funder, let's say, effort to engage with some of these challenges. This framework for anticipating, reflecting, engaging, and then acting. And the bit that I particularly want to focus on is not only thinking about where we might be going in the future and the things that might remain uncovered and little discussed. Thinking about why we're doing it and what we do and we don't know. But also this part, opening up the visions, the impact, and the questioning to broader deliberation, dialogue, and engagement and debate in an inclusive way. And this is where this kind of question of bringing the public in comes. And so broadly, in the literature and kind of experience, the reporting of efforts of doing this over the last 30 years, there are broadly kind of three reasons why you would bring the public into a conversation about the ethics of technology. So the first is one that I think is really nicely captured often in the CDT's work around inclusive innovation, about the fact that actually if you're engaging with people who are going to be affected by science and technology, that you're potentially going to make the technology better. You're potentially going to make your engagement with the implications of that technology better as well. But there are also two other reasons that really, I think, are worth highlighting and that are perhaps more central to the work we do in the Kavli Centre. So the first is that when we're thinking about existential risk, but also the consequences of misclassification, questions around privacy, these are broader questions than those simply for researchers or experts or even even research councils. That they are more than technical questions and that they're ones that require some kind of democratic input. And that often we don't have frameworks for that kind of ongoing democratic input, the ongoing representation of the people who are affected by the technology in decision-making about it. And as well as being something that's a kind of normative requirement, the kind of idea that if you're affected, you should have the right to be represented. There's also a case to be made that involving the public makes decisions more legitimate. That you have the ability to say, we've talked to the public, we've listened to the public, even more importantly, and that therefore the decisions that we're making about technology are better and more legitimate. And then finally, this kind of the idea that doing this might help build trust in decisions about the future. So we hear a lot about public trust in science, particularly around things like vaccination, perhaps most recently, and that if we want to, we can't always. It is not feasible to engage in a kind of create a democratic process around every set of decisions that we make within the sciences. And so we need to have that trust that decisions that experts make, that policymakers make, are valid and legitimate. So you hear a lot about, we need to build public trust in science. But one of the reasons for engaging the public is actually that in order to build trust, you need to establish yourself as a trustworthy actor. That you need to ensure, so trust is great, but trust is useless unless it's well placed. So there's no, so we need to ensure that as far as possible that the scientific endeavor is seen to be trustworthy and that people can see their trust is well placed. As I mentioned, trust is kind of everywhere. So this is from the EU's white paper on AI. Talking about how this kind of lack of trust is one of the main factors holding back a broader uptake of AI. And I'm going to get a little bit of a move on, otherwise I'm going to run out of time. And this is just one of the issues is that everybody started talking about trust in the context of AI. And to an extent, it's become just a word for kind of saying that people should feel good about it or people should be supportive of it. And so what I wanted to just flag very briefly was that we need to kind of think, when we're thinking about why involving the public would build trust, we need to think about what we mean by trust. And so as I said, for trust to be well placed, it should be placed in institutions, individuals who are trustworthy. And that being trustworthy involves a range of things. At the very basis, it's being competent. You want the people that you trust to be able to do the things that you're trusting them to do. But it requires more than that. It's not enough to just be competent. So this is where you have kind of 30 years or 40 years at least of philosophers disagreeing with each other about what that extra thing is. When you've got, so yes, competence, but what else? So is it the fact that people keep their promises, that they keep their commitments? So it's being competent plus doing what they say. Is it about being transparent? Is it about the fact that you trust somebody because not only do you think they're competent, but you think they've got their best interests at heart? So a lot of kind of medical trust, for example, is possibly kind of based around that. It's about being competent, but thinking that they're acting with goodwill. There's also an argument that being trustworthy requires both being competent and being responsive. So knowing that you are trusted, knowing why you are trusted, and being willing to respond to the fact that you've had the trust placed in you. And that's the kind of core component of being trustworthy. So to be fully trustworthy, we need to have a clear vision of what it is that others are trusting us to do, what we're able to offer them, and how social relationships may shape our relationships of trust. So, for example, you can't be trusted if you simply you can't be trustworthy, you can't claim to be able to respond to somebody if you simply don't have the capacity to do it. This kind of question about social relationships. And to be able to signal to do that. And obviously, this question of having a clear vision of what it is that others are trusting us to do and what we're able to offer them can't happen without having a conversation with people about, what is it that we, as researchers, are trusted to do? What is it that we internally can say that we can offer people? So what does that mean? Well, people have tried to kind of do various different. There are various different ways that people have tried to bring public views into conversations about AI to kind of understand this question of who trusts us, how are we trusted, what is it that we're trusted to do, and a lot of this relies on surveys, on kind of large public opinion surveys that can tell you, say that 50% of people will trust academic researchers working in AI. 20% of people will maybe trust industry researchers working in AI. And it kind of gives you a baseline, essentially, of like, where are we starting from? But actually, then what you need to move through is these models of more participatory decision-making, where you're opening up the conversation, where you're bringing people in. So work around participatory AI, thinking about the incorporation of public voices into decision-making. So a great example being this report from the Ada Lovelace Institute around citizen biometrics, around biometrics, the citizens jury on biometrics. And then kind of co-production and incorporation of needs and values into research and development. I'm going to just skip past that in the interest of time to talk about what does it mean for us as a centre, and what might it look like for you as researchers in Cambridge to become involved in some of these kind of conversations about demonstrating the trustworthiness of science and about engaging in these two-way conversations. So the first is a project that we've been doing in a ward in Cambridge, which is simply about building a kind of a feeling that science is part of everyday life. So this is working with community groups to try and establish a kind of bridge into a conversation, because often, particularly in Cambridge, the university and the research that goes on can seem a long way from the lives of many of the people who live in the city. So trying to build kind of bit by bit over a long period of time, those kinds of conversations. And so this is the start of something that's going to be happening over the next few years. And actually just started off with kind of asking people in the community about, you know, what is it that interests you about science? What are the kind of questions that you have? And coming up with these questions about, you know, how do boats float? And then connecting those members of the public with scientists in the university who can have a kind of conversation and answer some of those questions. So that you're building a relationship. At the other extreme, this is a project that we ran last year, which was a citizens' jury on human gene editing. So a bit out of the kind of census world, but still a kind of method that we're now involved in developing in the context of AI around the AI summit in November. And this is a point where this is a method where we bring together a small group of members of the public over 4 days, giving them the opportunity to hear from experts, ask questions of experts, and debate and deliberate in a really intensive kind of format, but with a specific question in mind, and to come to a set of kind of citizen-led recommendations around how you might want to develop this technology. It's not a binding set of recommendations. It's not handing policy making over entirely to the public, but it's bringing a different voice into the decision-making process. And then in the middle, in between these, we have an event that we run called the Hopes and Fears Lab, which is an opportunity for scientists to sit down with a small group of members of the public for 15 minutes at a time to talk about, you know, if my research goes well, this is what I hope will be different in 10 years' time. This is where I really like things to go. So not necessarily talking about the detail of the research, but talking about the aspirations, the things that motivate scientists in the first place to get into the research world, but also to talk about, you know, like when I'm awake at night and I worry about, you know, actually what could go wrong? Am I going to send Steve Carell to prison for life? To talk about those kinds of questions as well, talk about their hopes and fears, and to have a kind of a conversation on that level around aspirations. Yeah. And so this is, and the idea is that it creates an environment in which people are kind of comfortable to talk and confident to talk from both sides. You don't need to come in with loads of slides. You don't need to come in with props. It's simply a talk about, you know, why do you do what you do? Which, at least for my research, is often the kind of conversation where, you know, you try and have it with your family and at Christmas, and there's a kind of glaze. And here you have captive people for 15 minutes to talk about, you know, what it is that motivates you. It's meant to be a welcoming and kind of power-flattening environment. So we don't want people to be coming in, you know, to talk to somebody like Clemens as kind of a professor, a Cambridge professor, where suddenly you have this real kind of dynamic of, you know, I'm a member of the public. I don't know anything about the science. Like, what do I have to say? But we try and create an environment in which people can actually just have this leveled conversation, which is partly what all the kind of cardboard's for. It's a cardboard laboratory that we can kind of pop up in different places. And so you can see, if you're interested, an example of some of this right next to the coffee. So get your coffee cup, slide along in the break, go and see the boxes, and talk to Catherine and Mariam about chances to get involved in this. And then the other thing that we're trying to do at the moment is to expand this outwards. So, you know, the Hopes and Fears Lab is a group of 7 or 8 scientists, a group of 40 people at any one time. So we're trying to kind of amplify this conversation, to have this wider conversation about the hopes and fears that we all bring to our research. And so whilst you're having coffee, spend a minute with Mariam and her camera, and just so literally 1 minute of talking for 30 seconds about your hopes, for 30 seconds about your fears, about where your research, where the field as a whole might go in the future. And that's something that we're kind of hoping to put together a wider social media campaign and kind of set of engagement activities around to try and build this bigger conversation about where we're all going in the future, and to build a conversation that's inclusive and that contributes to building this relationship of trust between science and society. So I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Many thanks, Richard. Are there questions for Richard? It's a question of the...
Yeah.
Fantastic talk. I mean, so 20 years, so we've had...
I can hear you.
Expanding this sort of area, gradually growing. So I wonder, what do we know about mechanisms that actually enhance the new ideas coming out from that dialogue? So there's something about building trust, engagement, which I think is very solid. But I wonder, what do we know about which methods work to bring something new out?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the area that's perhaps developed the most in the last 10 years or so is the kind of the field of research and co-production in medicine. I think where you're starting from the very start of the research process in terms of building, therapies or diagnostic tools, whatever, that are directly responsive to the needs of the people who are affected by them. And I think that that's been a kind of a gradual shift from talking to people about down the line of like what might be of interest to you, or at the other end, can you understand this consent form, to actually then building mechanisms whereby you have regular engagement as part of a kind of co-production. So I think that's probably one of the areas that's developed the most, but it's often the case that in medicine some of these questions are much more obvious, in a sense. Like the idea that you should talk to patients seems relatively straightforward. I think where some of these conversations are maybe less tangible. So, for example, if you're developing kind of camera traps or something, like it might seem more straightforward to just kind of go and do stuff than necessarily have these kind of conversations. So that, I think, is one of the kind of methodological areas that's happened. I think there's been, the deliberative citizens' jury, citizens' assembly things has become fairly well embedded. I think it still has, so you're seeing kind of calls for deliberation across domains. I think one of the challenges is still the kind of translation of that into policy, because particularly the current government, I think, are not a huge fan of, I would say any form of democracy, but deliberative democracy in particular.
We have another question over there.
Yeah.
So, sorry for the delay. Hidden button under the white tape at the bottom. Hi, very good comment from Jeremy, actually, how to implement this in reality. Could you imagine, so from which way would you go on it? Would you think that you break this mindset by time, that you just educate the younger generation and make it more aware of AI and less afraid of it and more aware? Or do you really foresee that actually the current generation, 40 years upwards, would actually be able to not be afraid anymore of it?
So in terms of the wider public, whether it's the kind of the younger generation will be less worried and the older generation will be more worried, in a sense. Like, can you do anything with the older generation?
Yes, yeah. Like, for example, and Duolingo uses streak for principle from alcoholic, to keep away from alcoholism, and a streak. And so how about we do a science streak? And like this, you actually become self a scientist, and you yourself actually get motivated, and you stop blocking your your mind shuts off as soon as you meet a scientist, because you're not thinking that this is like a higher person anymore.
Yeah, I think that trying to break down that barrier that people feel when they start to talk to somebody that they feel is an expert, or somebody that is an expert indeed, is a first step. And sometimes that is, I mean, this is why I think this kind of methods question becomes really important, because it is very much about how you set up an encounter. If you in a kind of context of a public lecture, for example, where you put somebody like literally on a pedestal, and then it becomes very difficult to then have any kind of engagement where that person can not be the expert. So that's kind of why with the hopes and fears stuff, I'm trying to be slightly playful on like just trying to create an environment that's fun, where the scientists, and I mean the feedback we've had from the researchers in it is that it does do something different. I think in terms of, one of the things that the kind of with the age thing, I think, is that when you look at adoption of technologies, it does obviously drop off, but levels of concern about technology don't necessarily follow the same pattern. So it's
Plenty of time for further discussion.
Yeah.
I think we need to move on with the program. Please do hook up with Richard in the coffee breaks and his team, and I think there's a great opportunity also to contribute actively, as we've heard, with these 30-second pitches. I'm quite scared of doing that myself. Actually.
But there is nothing scary about it.
We will look out for you. So thank you very, very much, Richard. So our next speaker is Steve Hodge from Microsoft Research. Steve is a principal researcher at Microsoft Research here in Cambridge, with many years of experience of developing hardware and software solutions that are inclusive and that really make a difference to a lot of people. And so I'm really looking forward to what he's going to tell us today about creative new technologies that can be used in an inclusive way. Thank you.
Right, okay, is the tech all working? Can you hear me okay? Good. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for that kind introduction. It's a bit of a change of gear, a bit of a change of topic. And I'm going to spend the next 30 minutes or so talking about, very broadly, it's quite a high level, about electronics products. I'm going to start with some background about what I mean about electronics products, and in particular a long tail, what I consider a long tail of hardware, and why I think it's valuable. And I'm going to give a specific example. And having given that example, I'm going to talk about why it's hard to make electronics products in this long tail. So we're talking about sort of low volume, not these mass-produced devices. And finally, I'm going to present what I think is a slightly new perspective, which I think might help other researchers. Maybe it would help some of you folks who are not necessarily directly involved in making electronic devices or products per se. Perhaps you're thinking about the technologies that go into future products. But nonetheless, I think this different mindset might be useful. But first, I'm going to introduce you to this chap. I could ask if anyone recognises, this is a bit of a long shot, who this is. His name was George Zipf, and he was a linguist in the first half of the last century, working at Harvard. And he became interested, as a linguist, in the frequency of words. So what he would do is he'd get, maybe a book, and he'd count the frequency of each of the words in that book, and he'd plot it on a graph. We call this graph a rank frequency distribution. So on this axis here, on the y-axis, we have the frequency of occurrence of a thing. In this case, the frequency of occurrence of a word. How many times a particular word appeared in that book? And at x equals 1, we plot the most popular word, the most frequent word, and x equals 2, the second most, and the third most, and so on. So it's quite a simple concept. So in English, if you pick a book written in English, what will be the most popular word, do you think, the most frequent word? Any suggestions? The. Absolutely right. So we put the at x equals 1. suppose it appears 10,000 times in this book that we're looking at. The second most popular word, a little bit harder to guess, I think it's of, appears with half the frequency. The third most popular word occurs a third as often. And this happens all the way down the graph. So right out here at x equals 100, the 100th most popular word happens with 1/100th of frequency. Now, it's amazing, right? And of course, it's not just books written in English. It's books written in any language, it turns out. And it's not just words. So many things follow this distribution. So if we look at the populations of cities in the UK or any country, or the population of the countries themselves, the wealth of those countries in GDP, if we plot them on a rank frequency graph like this, we get this inverse power relationship. It's true for not just the wealth of countries, the wealth of individuals. It's true for the popularity of TV shows, the citations of papers. So I'm the one thing I'm doing, I'm simplifying a little bit, okay? So what I've plotted is y equals 1 over x. Not everything follows exactly 1 over x, right? There's a more general class of these inverse power law relationships. But if you take this more general class, you'll find all those things I talked about. They follow this distribution. Now, on the right-hand side, right, it's kind of hard to tell the difference between these as very quickly becomes quite a horizontal line. So what we do is we plot it on a log scale. And if you plot it on a log scale, you get a straight line like this. And I'm going to use log scales for the rest of the presentation. So I'm going to talk about another example now, which is the popularity of movies. And I've got some data for this. This is actually data showing the rank frequency distribution of movies in the US in 2005. So it's quite specific. And I'm plotting, frequency or popularity based on the revenue at the box office. But if you plot this data, it looks like Zipf's law, right? Well, TV programs, I just told you, TV programs follow Zipf's law, what people choose to watch. So why would movies be any different? But what's interesting is if you extend this graph out to the right, this interesting thing happens, because the dashed line is what Zipf's law would predict. That's that straight line on this log-log scale. And the solid line is what actually happens in reality, what happened in 2005. And so why is this? Why are movies, why are they different to TV shows, right? Why have we not got this popularity out here? It's like everyone prefers to watch the same stuff. There is no long tail. Well, if you think about it, it makes sense, because back in 2005, for those of us who can remember that far back, if we wanted to watch a movie, what we did was we checked to see what was on at the movie theatre. So the distribution of movies was very tightly controlled, and the movie production houses had deals with the movie theatres that would show their movies, and so you didn't have a huge choice. And the difference between what Zipf's law predicts people would naturally do and what they ended up having to do because the supply of movies was constrained is what Chris Anderson calls this gap of unsatisfied demand in a book he wrote called The Long Tail. And of course today, this gap of unsatisfied demand is no longer there for movies because companies like Netflix and others pioneered the use of technology to overcome those constraints. So obviously with technology, we can stream movies. So it's not just dependent about what's on at the movie theatre. But we still need a way for the people producing movies to do so and make some money, right? So well, we have online payments. So Netflix, you have a subscription and you can pay that way. And Netflix also pioneered the use of AI for recommender systems so that you could discover the stuff you want. Because before, remember, the way you discovered it is that you saw it was on at the movie theatre. There was a big sign outside, or you check the movie times. Whereas with this long tail of different movies to watch, you need to be able to find the content you want. And it's not just movies, of course. We've seen a similar thing with audio, with ebooks, and even with physical goods, right? With the infrastructure that Amazon has, the physical infrastructure, distribution infrastructure that Amazon has installed. So final example, I'm going to talk about software. What does it look for software applications? Well, I don't have specific data, but one thing I can tell you for sure, it's an incredibly long tail. So there are 35 million Windows apps alone. And Microsoft a few years ago was predicting 100 million new apps every year. So on the left-hand side, we've got these super popular applications we're all familiar with, like literally billions of people billions of people use these apps every day. Now, as we move to the right, we get increasingly niche applications, and I've sort of made one up here. I'm sure it exists somewhere. Somewhere there's a piece of software, there's an application that controls the acceleration of particles in a prototype fusion reactor. Like, sure there is, must be. And it's right out here in the long tail because not a lot of people use it. Right? Maybe just one team of people uses it. But the point I'm trying to make is, for that one team of people, that piece of software is critical. Just because it's in the long tail doesn't mean it's not important. There's a lot of value there just for a limited number of people. So this is software. At the beginning I said I'm talking about hardware. I'm talking about hardware devices, electronic products. So what does it look like for electronic products? Again, I don't actually have the hard data, but I'm pretty sure it looks very much like the movie industry did back in 2005. We're really good at making and distributing high value, mass producing stuff, high volume products, but this long tail doesn't exist. So Zipf's law predicts it would, right? Zipf's law predicts there's this gap of unsatisfied demand. Technology means that we can't yet make a large enough variety of devices cost effectively to meet this unsatisfied demand. But this is the area that I'm talking about when I talk about long tail hardware. That's kind of what I'm talking about. So you might think, well, this is great, but I'm not really convinced we need a long tail of hardware. I'm not yet convinced. So I want to talk about a specific example of a project and a product I worked on 15, 20 years ago now. It's a very simple device. It's called SenseCam. I've got one here. It's a wearable camera. You switch it on, you put it on, and it's got a wide-angle lens. So it's taking photos autonomously every 30 seconds or so. And what you get is it's really interesting because you get this new type of media. We think, well, it's taking photos. Clearly, photos are a well-established form of media. But actually, the photos are pretty rubbish. It's got this really wide, especially our prototype, it's a really wide-angle lens, so you get this fisheye effect. You're not lining them up. You're not, not framing a photo. People aren't, responding. If you're taking a photo of someone, you're just getting really a photo in the moment. There's often, it's at an on angle, there's motion blur. So the images are a bit random. But one of the interesting things is you can actually play them back as a sequence, like a flipbook movie. So you can review an event. Maybe you spent 3 hours at an event, or maybe a day at an event like this, and you can actually review the entire event in a few minutes. It's like a microwave oven for home movies. It just accelerates that process. But it's also not quite like a regular movie, because what we find is that reviewing a sequence of images that you experience firsthand almost invariably stimulates true autobiographical recall. One or two of those images, and it's really hard to know ahead of time which one. There'll be some random image that you would never have stopped to take a photo of, and your brain will be like, I remember. And it's not like seeing a photo of the Eiffel Tower and saying, oh, I remember, I must have been in Paris. It's true autobiographical recall. So your brain's like, I remember, I was late, or I know what I had, I just had this fantastic meal, or that person I talked to was super rude. Things that aren't in the images come back to you. Remember your emotions, what you were doing around that time. It's an amazing effect. So this effect turns out to be, with the research we were doing at the time, transformative for people with memory impairments. So back in around 2005, we started some clinical trials. And this subjective feeling of remembering, where people say, oh, that's amazing, I truly remember being there, is backed up by fMRI scanning. So when we put someone in a neuroimager, we see their autobiographical recall. The region of the brain associated with autobiographical recall lights up when we show them images of an event they experienced. In a way it doesn't when we show them someone else's images. So I'm just going to show you in a second, I'm going to show you a short clip of, a video clip of one of our patients who we worked with SenseCam. So this lady has had a brain infection and had some cell death as a response, and had amnesia from that point onwards. And one of the characteristics for Claire was that she couldn't recognize people. So not only is her memory for recent events, after a few days she might not remember things, but she can't even recognize people she knows super well. So her husband, she learned to recognize not him, but a necklace, a particularly distinctive necklace they got for him, because she couldn't recognize his face. So if she's going to go meet someone, for example, she become accustomed, she goes to the meeting place and just waits, right? And eventually someone will come up and tap her on the shoulder and say, right, Claire, let's go. And she started using SenseCam as part of our evaluation, and not, you know, the process of using SenseCam and the stimulation that it causes in your hippocampus actually started to reverse the effect of her amnesia. So if the audio works, so I'm going to play through my laptop audio and hopefully the mics will pick it up. I'll play this.
I was walking towards the bus station, so there wasn't a set meeting place. I didn't know what Faye was wearing or anything, and I recognised her. It took my whole breath away. There she was. I knew it was her, and it was just the most incredible feeling. Sister. Faye. Oh.
So you can see this is having quite a powerful effect, right? Really making a difference to people's lives. And on the back of the research we were doing in these clinical trials, there were lots of further research around the world, with special issues of journals and memory and preventive medicine, lots of research papers, as you might imagine, PhDs, leveraging the SenseCam device and the data that it generated. So in some ways, not surprising that SenseCam moved from this prototype electronic device that we've made into a product. A company called Vicon made the review in 2010, and then subsequently, a few years later, they revised it and made a new version, a more refined device. And in parallel with this, another company, a startup, created another wearable camera, the Narrative Clip. So everything's great in this world of long-tail hardware. We've got these devices. We've found a market for them. Right? People for whom wearing this device literally changes their life. There's a but coming, because none of these products are still available. It just wasn't commercially viable for any of those companies to keep on manufacturing them. SenseCam naturally sits out in this long tail here, right? And it's in this gap of unsatisfied demand, because it's really hard to make electronic devices that aren't mass-produced. And it's not just SenseCam. If you're doing research and you're thinking about a new application, a new device, a new type of sensor, and you think you maybe even have evidence that people can benefit from this. You've got some user group and you see that actually this application is really useful. If it's hardware and it's sitting out here in the long tail, it's extremely difficult to propagate it, right, to continue it. So why is this? Why are long-tail hardware products so hard? Well, there are a lot of, if you go online and search for hardware is hard, you'll find 1,001 different explanations of why that is so. I think I have a slightly different take, because I think fundamentally underpinning all those reasons you might read about, which are all correct, probably all valid, there's a single factor which sort of underlying them all. Hardware is hard because volume is so critical to success. Now, I mean, in a way it's obvious, but I'm going to take a few minutes to analyze this a little bit. So what I'm going to do is plot the volume of production against per unit cost. And again, I'm going to use a log-log scale. So if we only consider direct costs, we get a fairly straight line on a log scale. Components and materials tend to get cheaper if you buy them in volume, but it doesn't make a huge difference. So there's a slight slope there, but not much. And really important thing to think about is profit. Anyone who's in this business needs to, pay the bills, pay their mortgage, otherwise they'd get a job somewhere else. So, but if we add in profit, it just raises the line a little bit. But if we include indirect costs, things that have to be amortized across, a whole number of different devices, however many units we happen to make, it becomes a very different graph. So these, what I've added in are these two items. So the NRE is non-recurring engineering cost. So this is designing the product, testing it, certifying it, constructing the manufacturing line, the thing that's going to make copies of it. And overheads are things like product marketing, support infrastructure. And together, these things have this huge effect on the per unit cost in low volumes. So I'm going to change the axes a little bit. Well, I'm just going to relabel them because we can think of product volume, production volume, not so much as how many units we're making, but rather how many units we can sell. Right? What's the size of the market? And we can replace the per unit cost here with the per unit price that the market will bear. And now this same graph naturally divides products that are viable to ones that aren't viable. You've kind of got this line as the threshold of viability, as it were. I think what's interesting about this is in this low volume side here, where there's a small market for something, that this line's pretty steep. So suppose we do some market analysis and we say, oh, we've got this point here, yeah, this is the size of the market, and oh, okay, this is the acceptable price, we can make it for that price, and you start manufacturing these devices. If you fall short with your estimate of the size of the market, and you can't charge any more, then you've got this shortfall. This is a log scale. So you're incredibly susceptible to that. You know, you're going to go bankrupt. You're going to end up owing people a lot of money. So kind of what we need to do, you know, very simple, I'm drawing a graph. What we need to make this line less steep, right? Reduce these indirect costs. And if we do that, there's kind of I think there are two clear benefits, because obviously the absolute cost has gone down, but also because the graph's shallower, we've reduced this sensitivity a bit. So you're not taking on such a risk. So, you know, it's easy for me in PowerPoint, I can just change the shape of this graph, right? But how do we actually do it in real life? Well, I'm convinced that we can do it. Because what I'm suggesting we do is we do for the electronics industry what all those software development tools have done for the software industry. The reason we can have 100 million new apps every year is because the development tools and development processes got so much easier. We've got systems for scaling more easily, like cloud services you can just bring on online on demand. So if we bring the right technologies to bear to this problem, I think we can move this line. And again, it's not just software. We've seen it happen with the movie industry, right? We've seen it happen with video creation as well as video consumption. So what does this mean in practical terms? And for the last part of the presentation, I'm going to provide what I think is a new perspective. I'm really open to feedback on new perspective on hardware development. So we're going to think about the end-to-end process, starting with the inception of an idea all the way through prototyping and scaling it to production. So it's natural to split this process into these two halves, right? Prototyping and then production. But that's not the reality. Prototyping is such a small part of making a new electronic product device. You know, you're thinking about the functionality and the appearance of the device. And when it comes to production, well, actually, that's relatively straightforward. Once your supply chain is sort of set up, it's just a case of, you know, running the production line, testing the units, shipping them out. But I've introduced this gap here because I think there's this critical stage in between the two, and all of these activities come into play here. Now, established companies, electronic device companies, you know, Microsoft, Apple, Samsung, they're really familiar, of course, with all of these activities that happen between prototyping and production. They know how to navigate them. But oftentimes, prototypers from other quarters have no idea. They don't even know they exist. So that's why you see so many failed projects on Kickstarter, because someone's built a prototype and, you know, it has the form and function of their intended product, and they imagine they're just going to go straight to production and turn the handle, but actually all this other stuff has to happen in between. And even if you know about all these, there's still a little bit of a problem, because if we estimate how much investment is needed, how much money you need to invest to get across, so here's our cumulative investment, and I'm going to plot that, and actually, again, you get this S shape, where prototyping is actually relatively low-cost activity. And even when you're in production, when you're in steady state, right, the cost is sort of fairly incremental. But there's a huge investment that's needed here. That's that NRE investment that I talked about before. So lots of ideas are interesting, but ideas with potential. Like in a way, like SenseCam, they get to the prototyping stage. We've got this really interesting prototype, but they don't make it past that because there's this limitation. It's too risky to spend lots of money developing a product when you're not sure, you're not 100% sure what the size of the market is. And there's another thing about these activities in the middle. I think the terminology we use today is really confusing. Big companies like Microsoft and Apple and Samsung, we think nothing of producing 1,000 prototypes of a new thing. But if you think about that person running the Kickstarter I mentioned, where 1,000 units might be more than they expect the lifetime production to be. They might only be planning to make a few hundred. And so I think we should be we should be clearer about the stages, because you don't just necessarily jump from prototyping directly into production. And I think actually that it might be worth having a new term to describe these activities that happen here in the middle. So prototyping, if you think about prototype, it comes from Greek. It means the first one of. So you build the first one of something, you've clearly got a prototype. You change it a bit and build a slightly different thing, you've got another prototype. If you start making more copies of one of those, then they're not prototypes anymore, right? Because they're no longer the first one. I call them isotypes. They're equivalent copies, equal copies. So there's always going to be a gap. There's always there's going to be a bit of a blur. When does prototyping stop and isotyping start? When does isotyping stop and production start? There's always going to be some boundaries, like blurriness here. But I do think it's useful to introduce a new term just to really raise the profile of these things that often get overlooked. So I'm running a little bit tight on time. There's one, so I might skip over a couple of slides. But what I want to say is the electronics community that I'm part of, they think a lot about prototyping tools. Let's have tools to make the prototyping process easier. And I'm saying that's not the bottleneck anymore. So I'm going to give you a concrete example of something I've been working on. It's a new prototyping platform, right? It's called JackDack. But I believe this is the first prototyping platform that was designed with isotyping in mind. Prototyping platforms are nearly always designed to make it really easy to make changes, to build your prototype, to iterate your prototype. You end up with a prototype. Prototype looks, you can almost see the journey that the designer went on when you look at their prototype, because you can see this history embedded in it. And that's not what you want in a product. So with JackDack, we've been thinking about how we can build a system or an experience that's great for prototyping, but also helps you move beyond the first prototype to making multiple copies. And in a way, modularity and abstraction are key. So just to quickly give you some examples. So these are buttons in our JackDack prototyping system. They're made by different manufacturers, but they conform to a common standard. And that means we have substitutability. So if you're coming to make more copies of your device and you can't buy the button from the original manufacturer because there's some supply chain issue, we've seen a lot of that over the last few years, we can just substitute it with another one. You don't have to go back to the drawing board and redesign everything. And it's not just a button's a very simple example, but even for an accelerometer or a GPS sensor, we have this substitutability. We've got a web tool, actually, which connects to JackDack modules and prototypes built with JackDack, which tests them all. And so you can test the underlying functionality of your device really quickly and easily without having to design custom test infrastructure. We even have like a factory test mode that does it more quickly, logs the results to the cloud. And we also have a way of moving from your typical prototype has cables or wires, right? It's a bit of a massive stuff. And we have a way of moving to a more rigid assembly. So we have a backplane, and you can literally screw or you can solder modules down to a backplane. This is a generic backplane where modules will sort of fit anywhere. You can make a custom one. We have a web tool that helps you create these custom ones. So the idea is that when we want to do this isotyping, when we want to start making equivalent copies, we're making that process easier. It's not you're just reusing the prototype process, which is really painful and generally results in fragile devices. So I'm going to end there pretty much. I want to mention, just very quickly, do a plug for another ETSRC funded activity we have going on. We've got a network called ProSquared. It stands for Moving from Prototype to Production. It's a network plus, an EPSRC network plus. So please go to our website. It's free for people to join if you're interested to sign up. And we're trying to create a community of people who are also interested in, right? Either struggling with or have solutions to solving this problem of moving from a prototype to production. And in the Pro-Squared network, we believe, as I've been sort of advocating, that new thinking around this concept of isotyping, without some new thinking, like around this concept of isotyping, we're going to be stuck with this. The hardware manufacturer will be limited to relatively high volume devices at the cost of getting new devices beyond that prototype stage. But if we simplify the process, if we use technology in the way that we've seen in other industries, then maybe we can unlock this long tail of hardware predicted by Zipf's law. Thank you.
Fantastic talk, Steve. We have time for 2 quick questions.
Hi.
Hi, interesting talk, thanks. Can you build a sense cam with a JACDAC?
So I guess I have. We did that work with SenseCam, 15, 20 years ago, and for various reasons, I haven't had a lot of time. It seems crazy, doesn't it? But anyway, I want to go back and revisit SenseCam. Technology's moved on a long way, and obviously AI and the way things we do with it. There's lots of open questions about that. There are a whole load of devices on Amazon that look like a SenseCam, but when I have spent a bit of time looking, actually, I don't think any of them will quite do the job, which is really interesting. So my ambition is to fix that SenseCam problem, right, with something like JACDAC. But at the same time, I try to be very practical, and so JACDAC can't do that yet, right? We can't do cameras and we can't move images around yet with JACDAC. We're starting at simpler, that's aimed at just simpler class of devices. So in some ways, it's quite limited. But I'd rather do that and see if we can make it real rather than maybe have something that's too ambitious. So with JACDAC, we're looking at other assistive devices, even just input to PCs and smartphones and stuff for people with disabilities. And there already solutions exist, but they're quite expensive. And the thing with disabilities, you probably know that 20% of us have some kind of disability or impairment. But of course, nearly everyone's different. So it's a fantastic, it's a big market, but it's a long tail market. So one of the things we're doing with JACDAC is looking at basically input devices for PCs, combinations of buttons and sliders and different types of sensors that might help people control a PC or maybe a smartphone.
Great, thank you.
This isotyping activity is always going to be much easier for a big company like Microsoft and similar companies. And I really enjoyed this thing about the long tail product that have real value. I wonder, is there a moral obligation for Microsoft to keep these products alive in some way?
Oh, super interesting question. I guess if you're working for a big company, you've got to balance all these stakeholders, right? So you have a moral obligation. I mean, a big company like Microsoft, assumes some moral obligation for society. But also we have other stakeholders, and we've got shareholders, and we've got so it's balancing those. I think is really interesting. Perhaps the answer is, well, by Microsoft Research letting me follow this line, right? That is sort of how we're doing it. JACDAC is completely open source. So we welcome contributions, and people are free to use it. So I think that, there's clearly a balance there. What my vision or ambition, in a way, it's interesting to think about whether it's the implications of your vision and your ambitions as a researcher is to enable communities and small groups to empower them, right, to make their own devices, maybe to do it through local economies even, right? So the distribution, the manufacture becomes more localized. Maybe we reduce some reliance on the global infrastructure. Maybe we very much think about sustainability. I don't want it to be a situation where it's so easy to make devices, people do it all the time and then throw them away. There's this really interesting fact. I guess I don't necessarily have all of the facts right on my, to share with you, but we think that LED light bulbs, right? Isn't that a wonderful invention? Because it reduces the amount of energy we need to light our world. Well, it turns out that the Jevons paradox, would have predicted that LED light bulbs are so cheap to run and so cheap to buy, and they last so long, people just buy a lot more of them. And we cover buildings, right? We turn buildings into huge displays. So LED light bulbs haven't necessarily reduced the amount of energy we use for lighting as much as you might expect. So if we make it easy for people to make devices, we want to make sure we don't make it easy for people to just create more landfill. So thinking about reusability, and I think modularity is another aspect of that, how you can reuse components and extend the lifetime of devices.
Thank you very much, Steve. I'm passing on to my colleague, co-director of the CDT, Roisin Owens, who's the next speaker.
Morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to introduce Dan Clark as the next speaker, who's Head of Innovation and Technology for the Greater Cambridge Partnership. Those of the students who were with us in Seville, Seville was branded Smart City, so it'll be interesting to see how the same could happen in Cambridge. So Dan is going to tell us about the smart work and the role of sensors in helping to create better places. I'll let you come on first.
Yep, thanks very much. So I'm Dan Clark, Head of Innovation and Technology for an organisation called the Greater Cambridge Partnership, although the programme that we run is called the Smart Cambridge Programme. So it was set up about 8 years ago when there was this kind of explosion of smart city programmes in cities across the UK. And we wanted to look at how data technology and emerging technology could help us to address some of the very real challenges that we as a city have. So that's things like congestion, poor air quality, flooding, and now the kind of pathway to net zero. So although primarily we work in Cambridge, we have worked across Cambridgeshire. We've got experience of deploying sensor networks, so particularly measuring things like movement in the city. We've done air quality sensor deployments, flood sensor deployments, and we've deployed networks like LoRa as well, which makes it easy for us to begin to deploy sensors into the kind of urban environment. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're moving now into using sensors that utilize machine learning, and we're looking at some kind of more advanced AI methodologies which will help us to address some of those kind of challenges. And the one thing that we always think about when we're beginning to pilot and trial sensors is actually what is the public value? Why are we doing this? And begin to think about some of the ethical concerns that Richard talked about earlier. How do we engage communities in the work that we're doing? This is a model from the Digital Cities for Change, which is a program within the Centre for Smart Infrastructure and Construction. And it just kind of sets out some of the things that we think about. So the first thing that's really important for us is that we work in a kind of a democratic environment. So what is the governance? What are the decision-making processes? We work very closely with our members. We have a number of groups where we talk about the work that we're doing and how we're beginning to utilize technologies. We're really interested in how we kind of engage with local communities as well, and we'll be interested in kind of following Richard's work, having a conversation with him, and engaging in a conversation around how we collect data and how we use data. So one of the things that we do is we try and make data open. We've got an open data platform called Cambridgeshire Insights that we publish data on. And we're beginning to kind of expand that offer out as well. So we have a new platform that we're going to be opening up. It'll have an open API so people will be able to come and reuse the data that we're collecting. So the kind of ethical piece, we're looking at anticipating, evaluating and managing societal impact. So when we're deploying sensors, when we're using data, what is the impact that we're having in the city and how are we using that data? We look at the whole kind of technology stack. So what data are we collecting? How are we processing it? How are we analyzing it? How are we visualizing it? How are we drawing intelligence and insight from that data? And then how are we storing it? So it's really important that we know exactly how data is being used, where it's being stored. And all of that is looking at how we can improve place. So how do we improve the built environment and the places that people live? And how can we improve the services that we're delivering? So this is fairly new. We've been looking at the governance 4 principles of responsible AI use. So is what we're doing ethically permissible? So we need to consider the impact that we're having on the well-being of affected stakeholders and communities. So talking to our communities about what we're doing and having a clear rationale for why we're doing what we're doing, why we're collecting the data we're collecting. It needs to be fair and non-discriminatory, so we need to consider its potential to have discriminatory effects on individual and social groups, particularly when we're using machine learning. We want to ensure that there are no biases built into the models that we're using. And is it worthy of public trust? So guarantee as much as possible the safety and the accuracy of the data, and I'll talk a little bit about how we verify the data that's coming out of the sensors that we use. Is it reliable? Security is really important, so when we work with suppliers, really understanding their approach to cybersecurity. And is it a robust product? If we're going to put it out in the city, we need to make sure that it's robust and that the data that we're getting is accurate and that it's secure. And is it justifiable? So we prioritize the transparency of how we design and implement, particularly machine learning models, and the justification for using it, and actually, how do we make decisions based on the data that we're getting? So transparency in our decision-making processes. And to do that, we've just started working with the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation and the Centre for Digital and Data Office that have produced an algorithmic transparency recording standard. So we've taken as an example one of the deployments that we've got on East Road, and I'll talk about that a bit later. What this is it's a record that records how that company are using machine learning, what algorithms they're using, what data they're collecting, and then that will be recorded and placed on a register so that residents will be able to come and interrogate it and understand what we're doing. And we also use data protection impact assessments. So these are basically a way of recording what data we're collecting and how we're collecting it. So again, the most important thing is that we identify the public value. Why are we doing this? We identify and mitigate potential risks when we're collecting data, and that we're complying with data protection, things like GDPR. We then set out how the data is collected, used, stored, and most importantly, deleted. So how long do we keep the data for, and how is that data destroyed at the end of the process or the project that we're running? And it identifies if video is downloaded. So we're using a lot of very low resolution cameras at the moment where the processing happens at the edge, and so no images actually leave the sensor. But occasionally the company will download video to train their models. And how is data anonymized? So generally it's fairly relatively dumb data in that all we're doing is counting things, but sometimes we do use ANPR, which obviously tracks vehicles across the city. So actually, how do we anonymize that so that people can't be identified? And then what cybersecurity standards are we using? So that's set out in a document that anyone can access if they're interested in the project. So I'm going to talk through a number of case studies of work that we're doing. And the first one is it's a company called Beaver City. They were actually a university spin-out. We started working with them about 7 years ago. They use a low-resolution camera to effectively count movement. And the reason why we started using them is that we need data in a number of parts of the organisation. Things from feeding into transport models, which help us to plan transport interventions, plan infrastructure. We monitor and evaluate infrastructure schemes. So as you'll know, there's a big programme of infrastructure schemes across Cambridge. You'll see new cycleways, new busways that are potentially being developed. And we need to understand whether they've achieved the things that we thought they would achieve when we made that investment. So looking at things like modal shift, have we managed to move people out of their private cars and to use more sustainable modes of transport to walk and cycle across the city? New developers who are building new houses across the city have to do transport assessments to understand the impact of transport or the impact of their development on transport. And so they'll deploy sensors into the environment so that we can understand that. To support things like Vision Zero, so we're using cameras to look at near-miss incidents and where there are collisions, so that we can record that data and understand where there are issues on the road network. And then to provide data into things like policy, funding bids. And we're also using data to develop travel planning tools, so we collect real-time bus data, real-time train data, and we feed that into applications like Apple, Google, and we've just started feeding real-time bus data into Citymapper. And then also we're looking at how we can now intelligently operate our transport network. So where we've got sensors out, can we use that data to better manage things like traffic signals and to understand when there is a build-up of traffic and we see patterns that of vehicle movements, and we know that there's going to be kind of congestion, and then look at how we can begin to address that. So it's a more intelligent way to look at the way we kind of manage transport in the city. And the reason why we started looking at sensors that utilize machine learning is that we did have a number of ways of collecting data, but none of them gave us the data that we needed. They only gave us a slice of the picture. So we have induction loops in the road. They're not very good at giving us vehicle classifications. They just give us count data. They're quite expensive to deploy, and the data that we get out of them is relatively dumb. We had Bluetooth sensors that were deployed across the city that would pick up a Bluetooth signature, and then we were able to track that, that signature across the city. What that wasn't able to do was to tell us whether someone was on a bike, in a car, or they were walking. The company made an assumption that the bottom 5% of those kind of signatures in time were people that were cycling and walking, because it was the kind of the slowest journeys. And of course, in Cambridge, you know, there's a huge amounts of congestion. Bikes and cyclists actually walk or actually travel faster. So that was a kind of a false assumption. The data that we were getting out of it wasn't very accurate. And then things like mobile phone data, very expensive, but again, doesn't give us classifications, isn't very good at telling us whether people are cycling and walking. And then we've got things like traffic master data. So we weren't really getting the granular data that we needed to make the decisions that we have to make as a city. So we started to look at low resolution camera technology and machine learning. So this is a vivacity sensor. You'll probably see them up around the city. There's, I think, about 110 of them now. They give us 32 different classifications. So some with a high level of accuracy, and they're the ones that are really important to us. Things like cyclists, buses, coaches, vans, cars. And then they're beginning to expand the number of classifications. So there are some that are improving in accuracy and are that important to us at the moment, things like dogs and horses, but are becoming increasingly important. So things like electric scooters with Voi deployment in the city, it's really important that we can kind of understand the movement of electric scooters and how well they're being used. The cameras use a low resolution camera. All the processing happens on the edge. They're mounted on a lighting column, so they just need power and connectivity. One of the issues that we do have is actually deploying them on our lighting column infrastructure, because that falls under a PFI. So it's been quite an interesting kind of exercise getting them out. But we've now got a process for doing that. So very easy to deploy now, and it's an expanding network. So the way that we procured it, any colleagues can buy the camera off the shelf, deploy it into the network. We're also working with the university and developers who are also deploying cameras into the network and creating a bigger and bigger network of cameras. And those people that put cameras into the network are then able to use the data. So one of the early pilots we did of this technology was, there was in 2019, the bridge on Mill Road was closed for some rail works by Network Rail, which meant that Mill Road was severed. And we wanted to understand the impact that that had on transport movements, particularly car movements on Mill Road. We really wanted to understand the impact it had on cyclists and pedestrians. So we put out a network of these cameras across the area. We also wanted to understand air quality, so we worked with our city council colleagues and we put some air quality sensors out. And that really helped us to understand the impact that the closure of the bridge had on sustainable transport movements. And what we've been able to do is take the findings of that, and that's fed into the work that's ongoing at the moment to create a modal filter on Mill Road Bridge. So I think the really important thing was this, gave us a real opportunity to understand how in the future things like low traffic neighbourhoods, the severing of key corridors impact both car movements, but also how it then impacts pedestrian and cycle movements. And from that, we've now moved to a scaled deployment. So as I say, we've got about approximately 110 cameras across the city. It's being used by multiple departments across the county council and within other public sector bodies. And we're talking to the university and developers about expanding the network and them using this technology as well. There are new functions emerging. So we work very closely with Vivacity on new use cases, and one of those is around road safety. So they're now able to identify where there are near misses, where a car almost hits a cyclist, or where there are actual incidents where a car and a cyclist will collide. And obviously that gives us really good data to be able to improve things like junctions and the road network. What's really important to us though is, and I think Rich talked about it earlier, is that the machine learning models are giving us accurate data. So one of the things that we did early on was a data validation exercise where we chose 17 cameras which covered a whole range of different environments. We deployed effectively video cameras and then they were taken away and they were analysed by a human. So they did a manual count using the video footage, and we compared that against the Vivacity cameras. And what we found was that on average across all classifications, they were about 90% accurate, which is a high level of accuracy for sensor technology. We found that it was overcounting on some classifications and undercounting in others. But that means that when we're looking at the data, we can understand some of the kind of strengths and weaknesses of the machine learning models that we're using. What we do is we continue to monitor them. So we'll continue to do a kind of a yearly exercise like this just to make sure that the technology is still delivering the levels of accuracy that we need. But some of the things that kind of were flagged through that exercise and through our kind of experience of using Vivacity is that there are issues with data continuity. We do occasionally get power outages, we get comms outages, which means that there's a kind of a loss of data which affects the average counts that we're using in our models. The way that the Vivacity platform is architected means that we're not notified of that and it's not recorded in the metadata. So we're working with them at the moment to make sure that when something happens like this, they automatically notify us and that they can mark it within the data so that when we're analysing it, we can understand the strengths and the weaknesses of the data and where there are gaps. One of the other key things that we found was that by placing it on a lighting column quite high up, you get things like trees grow over them, tree branches collapse and fall in front of them, and that can affect the quality of the data, and also where big vehicles are kind of parked in the road, that affects the count lines as well. So we now we put in place a maintenance regime where we go around, we make sure that there are no branches in front of any of the cameras, and also through the work that we're doing to identify gaps in the data or where we think data isn't, or the cameras aren't performing as we think they should do, we now have a program in place where we discuss individual sensor placements with Vivacity where there are significant issues with data collection. So we've suddenly got this huge network of cameras. We're getting lots of data from it, lots and lots of data. And our data business intelligence units aren't used to handling that amount of data. So they were really struggling with it. They were doing a lot of manual processes. So we've started working with a Cambridge company called Alkira. We use their transport data platform, and that's automated the uploading of data from the Vivacity environment into a data platform. And then that also allows us to upload automatically from the data platform into tools like Power BI, and we use geospatial tools like Kepler. That's really important because what we want is operatives on the ground who aren't data scientists to begin to start using this data. So we need to make it as easy as possible for them to access and use the data that we're collecting to draw intelligence and insights from it. And this has kind of automated that process. So we've now got not just data teams using the data, but we've got actual operatives on the ground. Now that we've got this network, we're beginning to think of other ways that we can use it. So we have deployed some of the Vivacity sensors onto traffic signals. We're using them in 4 locations in Cambridge. So there's the Robin Hood Junction and 3 locations on Hills Road. And what they're able to do is look out into the environment. And whereas before all that we knew was that there were vehicles or there weren't vehicles, we can now see that there are cyclists, there are pedestrians, there are various different classifications of vehicles, there are buses, and then we can make policy decisions about how we manage that junction. And what's really important for us at the moment is making sure that we're supporting sustainable modes of transport like walking and cycling. So we can really begin to give cyclists and pedestrians advantage over other types of traffic through using the kind of better, more granular data that this is collecting and then feeding it into the traffic light systems. So the second case study that I'm going to talk about is where we're using very similar technology to the Vivacity cameras, but it's actually a company called Starling. So the purpose of this is to look at how we can improve the pedestrian crossing experience in Cambridge. And we're using a crossing outside Anglia Ruskin University on East Road. As you can see, this is kind of what it looks like at the moment, very narrow pavement. There's a lot of people that use it. And this is kind of how we're treating pedestrians. They spill out into the road. It's quite a dangerous crossing at really busy times. But actually, if we've got better quality data and we understand how many people are waiting, can we alter the timings of the pedestrian crossing to make it safer for people? Can we understand near misses and feed that data into the way that we design crossings and junctions in the future? So the public value of this, and this is the thing that we keep coming back to. So what is the public value? Is that we're improving the pedestrian experience. We're making your experience of walking around town safer and better. We're improving air quality, and that helps with things like better health outcomes, and of course supports our pathway to net zero. And it aligns with our policies, both national and regional policies, which is to encourage more walking in cities. So at the moment, it has 2 low-resolution cameras which sit on the traffic signals. It has an extra wide field of view, which means that we can pick up where people are walking from and where they're walking towards the crossing, so we know who's coming, we know how many people are coming, and that gives us the ability to begin to alter the timings. We're also looking at advanced counts and behavioural analysis, so are people confident crossers? Are they reluctant? Do we need to alter the timings based on that? Looking at vehicles and the speed with which they're approaching crossings. And then we're beginning to build predictive models which allow us to predict how much crossing time we're likely to need based on who's waiting to cross. So this is the initial trial. What's really important for us is, again, we'll do an independent validation, and we're working with some experts in signal crossings to make sure that the models are running as we would expect them to. We're looking at whether or not we can better manage surges in pedestrians. So if you had a sequence of crossings that you were managing, could you actually platoon pedestrians through them? And what that does is it's effectively like an intelligent traffic signal. So it would give a green wave. So as you walk from one crossing to another, you wouldn't have to stop. You would be able to cross all of them. So the Starling detector effectively feeds into an optimizer, which is where the decisions are made, and then that feeds into a controller, which controls the crossing. We look at immediate intervention, which is an immediate demand, and then we're also looking at predictive intervention, where we're looking to suppress demand temporarily until we've got a weight of pedestrians that we want to get across. So we've only been running for, I think it's about 3 months now. But what we've actually found is that it's reduced the amount of time that people wait to cross the road by about 38%. That's a significant drop in the minutes of waiting time for pedestrians, that we are actually able to better manage pedestrians on the pavements. It's making it safer for people, and there was a reduction in the overall number of near misses. So there is a real public value to this. And now that we're kind of beginning to understand the impact that it's having, we're looking at how we can scale it up from the single pilot that we're doing to a much wider kind of deployment across the city. One of the things that we do like to do is engage with local communities. We engage with local members as well when we're going to carry out a pilot like this. And we wanted to kind of let people know what we were doing. So we put a press release out. We spoke to one of the local newspapers, and we're expecting it just to get a short column on page 8. But they put it on the front cover of the Cambridge Independent. AI comes to city streets. And one of the consequences of that is that we've had people cutting wires on the sensors. So I think, part of our job is to communicate what we're doing, how we're doing it responsibly, and obviously we need to do a better job because, there are obvious concerns about kind of deployments. What we don't really understand is whether it was a result of this newspaper article, or as you may know, there was a proposal for a congestion charge in Cambridge, whether people thought that this was the beginning of the kind of detection network for the congestion charge. But on the back of this, we will be doing a lot more public engagement and trying to raise awareness of exactly what we're doing, talking to our members and talking to communities around the areas that we're piloting this technology. And this is just kind of the third example that I wanted to give, and really it's a kind of step on from just using machine learning. So we carried out a trial of automated vehicles as part of the public transport system about a year and a half ago. We've now got government funding to expand that out, and we'll be running vehicles from Madingley Park and Ride into West Cambridge, and Trumpington and Bayburn Park and Ride into the biomedical campus. The reason why we're doing that, we're really interested in how they can support the public transport network, how they can expand services, things like overnight transport, on-demand transport, and first, last mile transport, as well as supporting things like mass rapid transit. They use a lot of sensors. There are a lot of kind of machine learning applications and some really quite advanced AI models that are being used on the vehicle. So, for us, it's a really difficult thing to understand how it performs and to audit the way that it's operating. Is it safe? Is it operating as it should be? And so we're working with a number of companies, D-Risk and IPG, who are specialists in this area, who are doing a lot of kind of virtual testing. We're working with organisations like the BSI, who are producing standards on safe operation of autonomous vehicles. And then the government also have a number of programs that are looking at the safety of automated vehicles. So obviously safety is the primary concern for us. But I think it's just to say that, we are seeing more and more complex AI-controlled vehicles and applications coming into the city. And that's proving a real challenge for public authorities in trying to understand how they operate and making sure that, what's happening is ethical. So the last thing that I just wanted to talk about is we've got this concept of Cambridge as a test bed. We're really keen to work with people who want to test in the city. The benefit for us is that we can really begin to understand new technologies. The benefit for you is that you get to test it in a real world environment. We have a kind of an assessment framework that we go through, but if anyone's developing kind of sensors and you want to deploy in Cambridge, do please speak to us and we're happy to talk to you. That's great. Thanks very much.
Any questions? Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm interested to the extent which you have to know what you're looking for to start with versus you find it in the data. So, you were talking about originally you really have to know what the public value will be. Yeah. But then you now have these 110 video sensors, for instance, and you have a huge data set. And it seems you might be looking for a few things, but actually you're trying to see what else is in there. So in fact, you're actually sort of fishing in the data to see how you can get public value out of it. So how do you balance those two things?
So when we start the project, we have a very definite idea of what it is that we're trying to measure, whether that's a number of cyclists or pedestrians that are moving through an area, or the number of kind of vehicles. So we start off with that, and that was the primary reason for the deployment of the Vivacity networks, that we could understand the impact that our investments were having, and that we could improve our transport models. But as you say, once you've got that big data set and you start to look at it, there are lots of other things that you begin to discover and lots of other questions that you can kind of answer. And that's the purpose of us working with a company like Alkira, who are used to analysing big data sets, is that we're beginning to work with them to see what else we can get out of the data, what other questions we can potentially answer, and what other applications it might have across the city. So we start off with a very clear aim, and then new and interesting things hopefully emerge from whatever data we're collecting.
I mean, so we could argue that's mission creep, and that might be good and it might be not good. I mean, I think from our perspective, it sounds great. But also, if you might do a public engagement exercise, they might be extremely nervous, and that's what leads to your cut wires. So do you have public involvement in how that sort of develops, that idea of trying to get new information out of your data sets?
So no, but I think whatever it starts to emerge, we kind of look at our ethical framework and whether that's something that we should be looking at, whether there is public value in it. And if there isn't, then we shouldn't be looking at it. I think the engagement with local residents around the way that we're using data is an area that is quite difficult. We can, we work with our democratic processes with local members, but actually starting those conversations has proved, pretty tricky. We've run, hack events. We make our data open, but it tends to be only people within communities who are data scientists and people who are interested in data that then engage with it. What we really need to do is get over that, I think, and engage people who are non-data experts. And that's something that we're trying to do at the moment, and trying to think about potentially how we do that.
Thank you.
In the interest of coffee or tea, let's thank Dan again and all the speakers for this morning. Thank you very much. Just a brief announcement regarding where coffee is. So if you exit the door you came in at reception, then to the left, and that's where the dining hall is. And make sure to look at the posters. So the Census CDT students have posters there as well, and various exhibition tables, and obviously Richard's filming project with Catherine and Mariam. And we also have our own Census CDT filming crew there. You can see James in that corner over there taking pictures. Hi. And Robin also. So if you want to leave feedback or want to be filmed, go there. And I see you 1:15, so you have roughly half an hour before the team challenge starts. Please be on time, because you really don't want to miss the student presentation, because it's really excellent. So thank you, and see you soon. You know that these team challenge projects
Okay, actually, Laura has to present instead. Just trying to figure out where to stand. Oh, we can go. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I hope you had good coffee. And thank you very much for coming back to this session, which I think is going to be very exciting. My name is Lara Allen, and I lead the Centre for Global Equality based here in Cambridge. And we've evolved a method, an approach we call inclusive innovation, which is innovation that is inclusive of the bottom half of the world's population and the people and the environment, the people of tomorrow and the environment. So in other words, innovation for sustainable development. I work very closely with the Census CDT to bring interesting applications to the work that they do. And one of the most rewarding things I've done in the last few years, and certainly the most interesting, exciting thing I did all summer, was to support the Census CDT 2022 cohort on their team challenge. I think the challenge that we put forward was an interesting one because it's very much of our time about batteries and electric vehicles. But what was really amazing and which bodes well for their scientific careers going forward is they took that broad area and narrowed it down to something really interesting and new and cutting edge, which is not so much current as it's the future. Because when they took their ideas to other people in the industry, many people, pretty much everybody said, oh, that's interesting. We haven't really thought about that, but we think we do need that. So here we have a project in which it's practical, it's going to make a difference, it's going to make a difference in the world, but it's also cutting edge in the way that good science should be. So, and the other part of the enjoyment of this project was it's a fabulous team. They met a few problems, which they solved really, really well together as a team, which also bodes well maybe for their careers as scientists and engineers, but also their future lives just as people. So congratulations, everyone. It was great working with you, and we're looking forward to hearing all about it. Thanks.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you, Lara, for the amazing introduction. We're really happy to be here today to present the 2022 Team Challenge of the MRES Sensor CDT cohort. And the task that we were given, which was quite broad and open for us, was open source battery health monitoring. So I'm going to be talking to you today about large battery packs, so typically the ones that come out of electric vehicles. The way these work is that you have a big pack and it's made of many individual cells inside. So when this battery pack fails, it's typically one of the cells that stops working, even though the others can still be viable and efficient. Now, if there's one damaged cell, this comprises the safety, efficiency, and reliability of these packs. So at this stage, we say they've reached their end of life, they can no longer be used. At this stage, one of three things happens. They're either sent to landfill, they can be sent to a recycling center, or refurbishment/reuse center. And as you can see, I've put some percentages on the slide, which put things into perspective. Only 5% of the world's batteries are actually recycled. We're talking about lithium-ion batteries, so the ones that come out of electric vehicles. A negligible amount is actually reused, and a massive 95% is sent to landfills. And this comes with a lot of risks and challenges. For instance, you see that image there. Fires can start, causing environmental risks. It has financial impacts, energy security impacts. The list goes on. So the question is, why aren't more batteries recycled or reused? So on one hand, recycling facilities are quite expensive. You need a lot of special equipment, a lot of personnel to operate them, so it's quite difficult. On the other hand, for reuse, there aren't very specific guidelines and policies in place that can guide reuse of batteries. So we have a problem. Used lithium-ion batteries from electric vehicles end up in landfill. The solution would be to reuse more of them in other applications that we call second life applications. For instance, stationary energy storage, which is less energy demanding. And the question is, how? So to reuse batteries, the important thing is to be able to remove the still viable cells, assess their state of health individually, and then reassemble them and package them again into a second life pack. However, we need to also optimize the performance of the second life pack. And to do this, it's important to be able to assess the state of health as close to the cell level as possible. So we came up with this idea, which some people are working on as well, and it's to group cells in capacity bands, which ensures that their charge and discharge cycles are as balanced as possible, and therefore the efficiency of the second life pack is maximized as well. We decided to group cells within 5% of each other. So as a rule of thumb, anything that is more than 80% can be repackaged and used in electric vehicles. Anything that is between 30 and 80% is grouped in bands that can then be used for stationary energy storage, and anything that is below 30% is then sent to recycling. So in order to achieve this goal, we need a cell testing mechanism. So our group decided to develop a low-cost, open-source testing kit that measures the state of health of lithium-ion cells to enable their reuse into second life applications. And that's us. So for our project, we have partnered with low and middle income countries where there's a lot of e-waste accumulation. So there's a growing demand for actually doing something with all these cells. These are pictures that were sent to us by one of our collaborators in the WE Center in Nairobi, Kenya, which is an e-waste management and recycling center. And it is also in these markets where battery reuse can provide the most value compared to things like recycling and traditional disposal approaches. So with LMIC users in mind, we decided to build a solution to provide testing equipment for measuring cell health from used battery packs. Now, designing appropriate technology comes with a lot of challenges. So through our market research, we found that one of the biggest challenges that we would have to face is component availability. So what is available in our labs here in Cambridge is probably not the same in Nairobi, Kenya. So we had to find a way to make this design quite modular to be able to swap out components. Another big consideration was battery safety. So these processes are quite dangerous. There are a lot of risks, such as catching fire, that my colleagues will talk to you about as well. So that was a big important thing that we had to consider. Then the government guidelines, or more lack of government guidelines and regulations around these processes, made it very challenging for us to tackle. And finally, two more practical problems were the restricted time window of the project. So we've done this in 2 months, and also the cost efficiency versus accuracy trade-off. So these are the things we decided we cannot sacrifice. So we need to have something that is cost-effective, made of accessible materials. We need it to be open source, so people can take the design, modulate it, and adapt it to their needs. We need it to be safe. So that's when we decided that our target users have to be engineers or experts that work with batteries and have some experience. It has to be user-friendly and portable in the sense that you don't need to operate it in a lab. You can take it with you and operate it anywhere. So our approach, we started with this market research to understand the industry needs, to identify our end users, and then we split our work into 3 main components. First, we had a hardware team, which was tasked with building the cell cycling toolkit using 18650 cells, and this can perform capacity testing through charge and discharge cycles. We had a software team, which adapted a data-driven approach. For this, we used incremental capacity analysis, which is a common DC method used in industry. And finally, we had an outreach team, which was involved with building an educational campaign, reaching awareness, and reaching out to collaborators. This is our team, and I'll pass on to them now to explain the details of the project. Starting with Aparna in market research.
Thank you. My role in this project was to complete the market research and understand what existing players in this space are doing. And what we understood is that the most common process that used batteries are subjected to is recycling. And some of the most common players in this space are, some of the prominent players in this space are Ace Green Recycling. What they are saying is that they are performing R&D to recover the metals. That is, to begin with, recycling is where the batteries are broken down to a black mass. And what happens to this black mass in each of these cases is different. Ace claims to carry out R&D to recover the metals from this black mass, whereas another company called LI Cycle says that they break down the used batteries to a black mass, which is then sent to landfills. And another company called Recyclico says that they specifically recover materials from used cathode scrap and then harness it to include in new batteries.
Another company that we came across is Circular Energy Storage, and their business model is that they generate data and statistics which capture the this market space of used batteries. And one question that we came across is that they have put forward is how many electric vehicles can be powered with recycled battery materials alone by 2030. And the results or the answer is quite staggering. If companies like Tesla and Volkswagen manage to recycle their batteries, they can power as many as 100,000 and 50,000 new vehicles, respectively. That is the potential of recycling. But that being said, we need to acknowledge that recycling itself is an extremely wasteful process. In this image, what you are seeing is a massive recycling facility, and what Dr. Andrew Abbott of University of Leicester has to say is that the current method of simply shredding everything and trying to purify a complex mixture results in expensive processes with low value products. And what this means is that it costs more to recycle lithium than to mine more lithium. And this results in the staggering statistic that only 5% lithium batteries are recycled globally. The rest are just dumped. And this is where the STAR solution comes in, which is reuse. And my team members are much better suited to speak to you about the technology that they have built to enable reuse of used batteries. But at the moment, I can share with you a conversation that we had with a Swedish company called Clean, which enables just that, reuse of used batteries. And their business model is such that they have set up an online platform to facilitate sale of used batteries. At this point, and on the front of awareness, we started with formulating a newsletter which we circulated within our department. And the ending of the newsletter is how each of us can help, which is simple steps that we can take to enhance the life of the lithium-ion batteries in our electronic devices. With that, I'll pass on to Rob.
So having kind of formulated our problem, we needed to develop some actual hardware to do the cell cycling. So our kind of specification of the device that we came up with is it's built around a Pico W microcontroller, which is extremely affordable, available microcontroller. And in fact, they have a manufacturing plant in Kenya, so it's very readily available precisely in those areas that we're targeting. The prototype that we built has up to 8 channels of charging and discharging, and the charge-discharge current is fully programmable, and we measure the current and the voltage on all of those cells. The user interface is through very simple, just LCD screen and a rotary encoder control, and the power supply that we chose, which is a pretty beefy power supply, is capable of charging all of the channels, even if they're fully populated at the maximum charge current, which is something that even a lot of commercial systems aren't able to do. In terms of then how we went about making this device and building it, we were at all times concerned with this question of inclusive innovation. So how do we make it possible for people in low middle income areas to actually produce this device? And so we had a few key requirements there. We didn't use any specialist sort of components that you know are only really specifically available here, or might not even be available here with silicon shortages and so on. So we used generic interchangeable parts where possible, which made some of the design more difficult for us, but meant that ultimately the product was more accessible. And on that point, we restricted ourselves to through-hole components rather than surface mount, because those are easier to solder, don't require more, as precise manufacturing from the PCB side. And those PCBs we kept to single-sided PCBs, again, for the same reason of ease of manufacture. These are things that, processes that can be done in a small lab at low cost. And we kept those PCB traces large so that you didn't need, a really, really precise setup to manufacture them. And to kind of talk about how that device then came together, there's these 4 key components of it. There's the control board, which basically is the brains of the whole thing and handles turning on channels and receiving signals and saving things from an SD card and so on. An I/O board, which is where all of the user interface and everything happens, a power board, which is the critical, both from the standpoint of delivering current and also delivering current safely, and there's a number of safety features on that board. And then kind of the real core of the device is the discharge boards, and that's where the actual switching of current into the cells and pulling current out of the cells happens. And I'll pass on to Jasper to talk about that in more detail.
Right. So the sort of heart of this device is the discharge boards. It's what actually applies current to the cells and makes measurements on them. Built to the sort of design philosophy that Rob's outlined. I'm not going to go too deep into technical details, but I'll go over a few things. So we decided to use linear power regulation, which is a slightly less efficient but much more stable and reliable way of generating a desired current. And that's performed in a feedback loop that with that current set by a microcontroller. So that's done by this MOSFET, this resistor, and this amplifier. And that just ensures that you're providing a steady state DC current so that you're not basically getting any unexpected behavior from the cell that you might get from, say, like a switching mode charging setup. And then the two things we measure from the cell, we measure the voltage across the cell, and then we also measure the voltage across this resistor, which then tells us the current that we're charging it at. So we at every moment during charging, we can measure the state of the cell. We've also got a switching setup using relays that allows you to move it between a charging and a discharging mode. And again, that same regulation is used for both charging and discharging so that we have control over the state of the cell at all times. And then this takes inputs from the other boards in the system. So it takes in power and control signals and then returns the measurement signals back over to the other boards, which I'll pass on to Jenny to cover.
Thank you. Yes. So as Rob has said, we have a very friendly, user-friendly interface, and that is taken charge by the I/O board, and we have soldered components that are off the shelf onto there, and then through that we can control all the user interfaces through the outside of the box. And then I'll talk you through the control board, which is kind of like a traffic center of our signals. We would read in, as said before, the voltage and current through one set of connectors, and we'll feed that into the central control system, which is the Raspberry Pi. And then to control all the discharging board, we have signals that sets the charging current and also the switch between charging and discharging mode. And to supply all the power to all the components, we are using 9-volt system, and we'll split that into 5 volts and 3.3 for all the components on the board. And with that is taken charge by the power distribution board. And one of the important things my colleague have said before is the temperature of the battery. So the most bad thing that can happen to a battery is overheating and also catching fire. So that is the one safety feature that we really need to concern and into our design. So what we're doing is that we have a temperature sensor on the back of each battery charging board. And we're continuously monitoring that temperature the battery is at, and we're feeding that into analog switching system on the power board. So if at any point, any of the 8-channel batteries in 8 channels rise above a temperature of 65 degrees, the power to all the charging boards will be cut. And that is the most important feature on our battery system. And now I'll pass on back to Jasper.
Yeah, so these are the 4 boards that make up our prototype system. And it served as a successful proof of concept. But obviously, as with any prototype, it can't be perfect. So just to talk about how we're continuing on this project, we've been working on a single cell version. It takes out some of the complexity of dealing with multiple channels, and we're using this to sort of refine some of the issues that we found with the prototype. So we've designed this, we're hoping to get it produced soon, and we're going to do some testing on it. And then once we've got a successful single cell version, the ultimate hope is to return back and make an improved version of this multi-channel board. And then I'm going to pass on to Rob to discuss the firmware.
So at the heart of the system in terms of control, and this is true for our initial prototype and for the single cell, and indeed for a hopeful later return to the 8-cell thing, is we need to have really carefully thought out software controlling the whole thing. And so with that in mind, the firmware we approached as a state machine, which is a really robust way of designing embedded software. It keeps everything in a very clearly kind of defined states that you can only sort of move between in defined ways, and so you're not kind of having undefined strange behaviors that might, you know, in the best case just do something odd, in the worst case present a safety issue. So we were really keen to have robust firmware, and you can see here kind of a simplified version of that control flow from the user's perspective as they use the device. And so it starts up and it loads this configuration file, which is stored in plain text on the SD card. So again, in keeping things accessible and inclusive, you do not need programming experience to set those key parameters. You don't need to be recompiling the firmware every time you want to change, you know, the charge current or some timings and so on. And there's a pre-check, which basically does some quick tests to see if there's any cells that are sort of obviously unusable and takes them out of the test. There's a trickle charging stage to try and recover any slightly depleted cells, and then it goes into this discharge stage to get everything to a known level, and then does the charge-discharge cycle, which is the main portion of the test. And throughout all of that, data is logged at defined intervals. And now I'll pass to Melissa to talk about the casing.
Thank you. So I'm going to discuss the case design of our 8-channel prototype. So it was really critical that we design our casing to require non-expert assembly for us and also for anyone else looking to build our prototype in the future. We also really considered when building it, documenting the entire process for our open source documentation, which we will discuss shortly. The idea for our casing is that we'd have a frame and we would laser cut Perspex panels with mounting holes for all the electronics so that it could fit together quite easily. I'll run you through briefly the assembly process now. You would need to cut the aluminium extrusion into the required lengths. You start building up a frame, cut the panels, and you can quite simply mount the electronics on. Then everything really just slides into the frames and you pop the lid on. It looks like this from the front. If you come visit our stand later, you can take a look for yourself. The key consideration was how user-friendly it would be, and so we have a rotary encoder and some buttons to control the input. A key safety feature that we embedded was a preliminary check. So if you were to mount 8 cells into the channels, it will automatically run a check. If there are any dead cells, it gives you an opportunity to remove them and then put in new cells that have higher chance of being viable for second life applications, which makes it more efficient, and also then we were not running current through cells that are at the end of their life, and there is a buzzer in case there are any problems. I will now pass over to Mas to discuss software. Or Nicholas.
Thank you, Melissa. So in the beginning, Eleni talked about being able to assess the state of health of individual batteries to put them into different bands of capacity. And assessing the state of health of a battery is quite a wide topic. So there are a lot of different ways to go about this. We have chosen to go with incremental capacity analysis, or ICA, which is a method that looks at the incremental changes in charge as the voltage is incrementally increased or decreased. And what you might be able to tell from here is that we essentially only need to use or measure current and voltage to be able to construct such a curve. And this is where our device comes in. So our device really just cycles and charges and discharges of individual battery cells. And we're able to construct such an ICA curve by taking the differential between charge and voltage. And what you can see here on this image is that individual features emerge in this curve. And these features can be analyzed, and we'll talk a bit about that later. And the features are characteristic of the state of health of individual batteries. So they change as a battery ages. And this is the kind of data we are really looking for. And so we sort of approached this problem in two ways, how to get this kind of data. So firstly, we looked at open source data sets online. And what we found is that unfortunately, there aren't that many open source data sets. We found two that were suitable for our application, one from Oxford University and one from NASA. And they were looking at NMC cells, so quite widely used battery cells. And now the second approach we wanted to take is to cycle our own battery cells to be able to get some information about other battery chemistries, because these ICA curves are very characteristic of the battery chemistries we use. So in the last couple of months, we cycled lithium iron phosphate batteries, which have become more widely used, especially in electrical vehicles. And we also cycled lithium cobalt oxide batteries. And the way we went about this was by using the biologic cell cycler in the engineering department with Adam Boyce's group. And so we cycled these two different battery chemistries, and we created a protocol to cycle them, keeping in mind that we wanted to, on one hand, age them. So we rapidly cycled them, and on one hand, analyzed the data we got. So we also performed slow cycling measurements. And then, in addition to these experiments, we also thought it would be interesting to have a look at potentially two other ways of determining how a battery cell ages, namely constant voltage charging, where a battery is kept at a constant voltage and the current decays over time, so we can look at how this current decays. And then we also perform potential static EIS, or electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, which is a method of swiping the frequency of an input signal and looking at how the output signal changes as a function of frequency. So this is our setup. So you can see we cycled 8 battery cells, and we've also attached temperature sensors to each of these battery cells to be able to monitor the temperature, because as we said, this is quite a critical parameter in any cycling experiment. What we found as well is that the state of charge we got out of this experiment, or the apparent state of charge, changed quite rapidly, or changed quite sensitively with ambient temperature. And so in the beginning, we just had these battery cycling holders in ambient temperature, and on this graph on the right, you can see how the apparent state of charge fluctuates with temperature. So we procured an incubator that tightly controls temperature, and that solved the problem we've been having. And now I just want to run you through some of the results we got for these cycling experiments. So on the left, you can see what the full cycle looks like. So the first step is that we discharge the battery. So you see a negative constant current. Then we let it rest, charge it with a positive constant current. Then we perform our constant voltage measurement, and then we let it rest again. And we intermittently also perform EIS and a potential static EIS. And what we could see, especially for the lithium cobalt oxide batteries, is that their capacity decreased over time, which is really valuable data for us, because then we can look at charging and discharging cycles over different states of health, essentially. And so for the lithium cobalt oxide batteries, we're able to get down to like approximately 70% of their original capacity. The LFP, or lithium iron phosphate batteries, proved a bit more challenging because they have a really, really long lifetime. So we will have to continue with these experiments as we got them to about 90% of their original capacity. Nevertheless, this is already valuable data. And then on the right, you can see a characteristic charging and discharging curve over time for a lithium cobalt oxide battery. And now for the constant voltage measurements, we actually got some really interesting results. So we were able to see that the current decay for a constant voltage increases over time. And one of the effects that battery aging has on the battery is that its internal resistance increases. So the time constant of this decay increased or changed. And this was reflected in these constant voltage plots, which show increasing number of cycles and how the current drops. And then in the middle, you can also see how we get temperature spikes for charging and discharging. This temperature data may potentially also be used for battery state of health estimation. And then on the right, we had a look at potential static EIS. And you can see these characteristic plots, which are called Nyquist plots. And on the left is the image for the original EIS, and on the right after, I think it was 200 cycles. So you can see that there was quite a drastic shift of the EIS, which is also a proxy to battery aging. So there's some really interesting data we got. We also performed data analysis, and Eleni is going to talk a bit more about this. Alec, our team member who's currently absent, was working on this. So yes, I'm going to mention some of it.
Yes, so I'll try to cover this as well as I can. So the idea was that the roll cycling data was first processed numerically. So as you can see at the very top left there, there's a charging cycle. And the first thing that was done was that the differential charge with voltage ICA curves were approximated numerically, and the standard 1D Gaussian filter was used on this. Now, this was chosen because it's quite easy to implement and to understand as well. Now, based on the current literature, the key features chosen out of the ICA curve, which you can see at the bottom left, is the peak value and the peak position. So these are just two of the features. There are more available, but these are the ones we decided to go with because, as you can see in the bottom middle panel, when we plotted these against state of health, they gave quite a clear trend. So we thought that this could be a good predictive measure for state of health. Now, from the models used in literature, state of health approximation can be done using different methods that you can see listed there. But we did go with a Gaussian for two main reasons. First of all, the nice trends in the data suggest that it will be a good predictive method for state of health. And secondly, there's a very well-maintained toolbox in Python for Gaussian processes, which allows easy implementation for third parties. So the Gaussian process model was trained using a squared exponential covariance function. This means that we expected the data to be smooth, so no periodic features or random trends. Other covariance functions were also tested, but they didn't really give much improved results or difference, so we decided to go with something that was easier to implement. Now, what makes our model different to the ones in literature is that models in literature usually train on one of these features and are combined after, whereas we train the model based on both of these features at the same time. And that seemed to actually give us quite good results. And when the model was trained and tested on the Oxford and NASA data sets that were available online, we actually managed to get better results than what is currently available in literature. And as you can see in the final two panels here on the right, we got very low mean errors. So the idea was then to kind of build a software toolbox that can be used on top of the Gaussian process toolbox that was already available. So further abstraction from the maths allows for a third-party user to use this quite quickly without really having to understand all the maths that goes behind it. We've put some screenshots there just to show you that it's quite easy to adjust a couple of parameters and user-friendly. So that's just emphasized by those two screenshots. Now, the top right figure shows that the toolbox can also allow a user to explore other features than the ones we've chosen. So, for instance, here you can see the peak width by fitting a Gaussian. So this also means that there are more features that can be explored. Potentially combining more into our model could optimize it even further. But it also just opens up other avenues for research and exploration. I will now pass on to Thomas to discuss the
So we developed a companion mobile application for the testing kit. And at the beginning of the project, we defined a number of requirements, both in terms of technical and user requirements of how this should work and behave. And here are probably the top three. So the first one was that it should be a cross-platform application, meaning it should run on both iOS and Android, but potentially also other platforms, such as desktop operating systems. Then we were really aware this is targeted towards or aimed towards low and middle income countries. So we wanted to make sure that it's going to be working well on sub $100 phones, and the number one computational platform in these regions are actually sub $100 Android phones, which have all sorts of hardware restrictions and constraints, but also the infrastructure might not be available there. So we wanted to make sure that our is going to work seamlessly on the hardware, and also, for example, it's going to be working fine without internet connection. And then we are really thinking about the app as it's not the app itself, but also the source code of the application is our product. So we wanted to make sure that if somebody wants to make their own version of the application, customize it, depending on their needs, it's going to be as easy as possible for people who might not necessarily be professional app developers to modify the application and create their own version. And so for this reason, we picked a specific software development framework. We considered a number of them, but we decided to go with Flutter. It's a fairly popular one globally, but it is specifically popular in the region. So Google's regional headquarters for Africa is in Nairobi, and for example, this year's Flutter Developer Conference was held in Nairobi, Kenya as well. So they invest a lot of money and energy to make the, to engage the local community to use the framework. It is widely popular there, so we decided to use a regionally popular software stack. Okay, so this is the app. The main part of the app is the navigation drawer, which enables you to access various sections of the application. And probably the first thing you want to do is to, when you start using the app, is to connect to your device. So the idea there is that you can have multiple testing kits in one room. So you click on the one you would like to connect to, and when you start using the testing kit, in this case it's a device with 8 slots. It kind of shows you what's happening on the device right now. So in this case we have 7 populated slots, and there is a testing in progress, and slot 8 is empty. And when you're done, the app presents you the results in a visual way. We decided to, so it presents you both the health estimate and the estimated capacity of those cells. We use color coding, but also we were aware this might be used by people who are, let's say, colorblind or as well as visually impaired. So we don't use just colors, but also different shapes to depict the state of these cells. And then also you can review past tests. So you have a full history stored on your device of the tests, and it's presented in a more compact format. Now, an important part of our work was also outreach, and this really means communication with the outside world, both in terms of Second Life batteries in general, but also in terms of our project and our work. And for this purpose, we used various communication channels to engage with the outside world, with our audience, and one of them was the website. So we have developed a project-specific website to communicate our project and our vision. And similarly, we've been thinking of the website as not just the website itself, but also the source code of the website being our product. So should people want to use it as a base for their own websites, let's say if you're running a local testing center somewhere in Nairobi, then you can do that. It's all open source. Various technical considerations. Again, it's very tempting these days if you are a web developer to use framework like Nest.js or Svelte, and these are very popular and very powerful, but it is quite hard to use them if you are, let's say, a hobby software engineer. So we decided to use just plain HTML and CSS and JavaScript, which means that all you need to use on your computer is just a simple text editor and a web browser, and you can start really quickly modifying the website without studying a lot of documentation first. So the website is live and up and running. So if you go to LiveType Cambridge Code UK, you can browse it, or if you scan the QR code, just if you move to the left a little bit, yes, thank you. Well, at least you can scan the QR code in the meantime. So that was actually intended. Then feel free to browse the website. And now Nick is going to talk about our documentation.
So how we, as we previously mentioned, we would like this project to be an open source project that is easily accessible. And with this in mind, we went for 2 different tools that allow for easy access, but also comprehensive commentary, for example, or guidelines on how to assemble our device. And on one hand, we use standard GitHub for our code, especially for the app documentation, with an MIT license. And then for our hardware, we decided to go for a permissive CERN license, which allows potential or prospective future users or collaborators to easily work on our project. And for hardware assembly instructions, we went with Git building, which is a tool that allows for, as you can see on this image, for like really clear-cut sort of messaging when it comes to how to assemble our product. So we decided to include lots of images to be able to really guide the user through the process of assembling our device. And then we also included, for example, notes of caution. So yeah, that is the open source documentation we've performed so far. But we also have other channels through which we reached out to prospective users or also people who are generally interested. And so Melissa is going to talk a bit about our social media campaign.
Thank you. So we ran a pretty successful social media campaign. We had lots of support from CV especially. We have an Instagram, a Twitter, and a LinkedIn. We really use the Instagram and Twitter to create a lot of educational content, both about the problems associated with e-waste, batteries, but we also chose to create content for general battery education and some fun science included. We documented the assembly and development of our design and also conducted interviews of the team, so feel free to give us a follow if you're interested. We also created a LinkedIn so that we could connect with different companies, which was a huge part of our outreach campaign. We engaged in lots of discussions which really helped shape our project. To conclude, we have some future work that is currently happening. So as Jasper mentioned, we are developing a single cell prototype. This will really help for device refinement, to really quantify the accuracy, so that eventually, once we also get feedback through co-creation workshops, we can scale back up to a multi-channel device. This will involve refining the app as well, and we're hoping that with future battery cycling experiments, we can feed this back into our software package to create more accurate results in the future. We're also really excited to announce that we're working with the development I teams this term, hoping to get some more answers as to how our technology could really benefit people in LMICs, what some of the barriers would be to implementing our technology, and other things that maybe we didn't consider during our project. So we're looking forward to sharing the results of that with you soon. We are also having discussions with the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Throughout our project, we had some meetings where we discussed policy that might be introduced in the future. It's a very new space, considering the second life of lithium-ion cells and what happens to batteries that come out of EVs. And so we were hoping that results that we found in our project we can share with KEBS and perhaps in future policy discussions to help create a more sustainable future in the battery sector. Thank you all so much for listening. Here's the team. And I'd like to take a quick moment to thank all of our advisors. We've had so much support throughout the project, and we could have done it without all these amazing people that we've listed on the slide. So thank you so much. Any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
So presumably there aren't that many electric vehicles in Kenya, so they're using a waste stream from somewhere else that then transports to Kenya? Is that the idea that you have?
I think quite a lot of second-hand vehicles do go to Kenya from countries like the UK, so there is a growing market there. However, there is also a sector that buys in Second Life batteries on their own, which, if you remember the image with all the wasted cells, ends up looking like that. So.
And if I could pitch in, Lara actually brought the project to us saying that they would like to electrify their public service, and that's a project that is in progress. For example, like electric tuk-tuks, they are like small 5-member vehicles. They want to electrify that and use it as a public service, and this is a preemptive step towards that.
Also, I wanted to add that one of our partners that we've been talking to is that they were thinking of using Second Life batteries to build new tuk-tuk to two-wheelers, for example.
Hi. Thanks. Nice presentation. Got a lot of work going on there. I just had a quick question for Nick around the temperature, where you're looking at charging of batteries and the effective temperature on that. You mentioned you moved to an incubator setup, I guess, to control the temperature. What temperature did you use for the incubator?
So, as I've mentioned, the conditions under which the batteries are cycled are quite important, and temperature is really one important consideration here. And what we saw in the open source data sets was that the cycling was performed at fixed temperatures. So if I remember correctly, for the Oxford data sets, it was at 40 degrees Celsius, and for the NASA data sets at 25. So we thought that it would be quite interesting to do something in between those two values. And so we went for 35 degrees, which led to the battery being able to be nearly charged to its maximum capacity. And also, it was a temperature at which aging phenomena happen more frequently. So that our aim essentially was to age batteries quite rapidly. So using a higher temperature was conducive towards that effort.
That's really interesting. Having experienced myself an iPhone battery blow up because of their poor control systems, it's interesting to hear that you looked into that. And I don't know whether there's something there around potentially enabling chilling of batteries during charging to extend their lifetime.
I think it depends. I mean, there is quite a lot of news coverage on this actually about how batteries perform at low temperatures, and certain aging effects, for example, I think it was lithium plating, occur more frequently at really low temperatures around freezing, so around 0 degrees Celsius. So I think it would be conducive towards aging the batteries. But there needs to be the sweet spot at which aging does not occur and battery functions optimally.
That's great. Thank you very much.
I think just to add, one of the main things about that is that, of course, the batteries themselves generate heat while they're charging. So the best way to protect the health of your battery and reduce heating is just to charge slower, which obviously comes with its own trade-offs.
Yeah. And also have efficient heat dissipation, so that's why we included the fans as well in the setup.
Great, thank you very much.
Just out of curiosity, what was the bill of materials for your hardware? What was the cost of that bill of materials?
I don't have the exact values to hand, but for the prototype, it was about £500.
A decent chunk of that was the casing, because we bought some big panels and the aluminium was quite expensive to get the length needed to build the things, which is one of the reasons why we were considering 3D printing a case for our single cell version, which we think would reduce the casing costs quite significantly.
I mean, one of the ways we decided to make a PCB is to fabricate in the lab, and we've hand soldered all the components to the PCB. And I can say the control PCB, the power PCB, that costed like under £50, around £30 with all the components and also the PCB itself.
And I would make the point that the commercial cyclers and commercial charging systems are sort of orders of magnitude more expensive, sort of like in the tens of thousands. So even if our cost is 500, which with all the caveats is still considerably cheaper than some of the existing systems, although of course those systems do other things that our system doesn't necessarily do, but the kind of core thing of cycling for our application you can achieve at that lower cost.
And the final point might be, just to put things into perspective, like in Kenya to buy a new pack for your tuk-tuk, it's going to be around 800 to 900 pounds, so it halves the cost already, or just about. If we could cut that more through material bills and all the things that the others mentioned already, that would be really great. Yeah.
So I just want to congratulate you. I thought it was a wonderful presentation, extremely professional and amazing what you did in such a short time. But of course, the question that we always ask every year is, how do you think you'll be able to keep this going during the PhD phase? Do you have some plan?
Yeah. We've had some chats with Laura, and she's been extremely supportive in that. We have the development side team, so there's like a dedicated group that will be working on like getting us more information about where this could be employed, what people could be interested in this, what changes we could make. We've kind of talked about this between ourselves too and decided how much time we are expected to devote into it, and we know that people with different areas of expertise and probably working in different parts of the university might be easier for some people to go into the makerspace. So yeah, we've kind of split the work between us like that. We kind of have a plan for how communications are going to be happening with all these external people as well. And yeah, just Laura has been amazing with everything as well. So I think she's happy to keep supporting us.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Also, congratulations for me. Fantastic. Looking now at what you know, what do you think? I mean, what do you think about this recycling issue that we have? I mean, does it make you think differently about using batteries or the use of batteries? What's your view, and where do you think we need to educate people the most? Because I'm sure people don't know, what recycling batteries really means.
I think one thing that came out of this project is how relevant it is to right now, because you have so many people fighting for electrifying cars and using electric vehicles, and that's a great thing. But in, say, 10 to 12 years, when these batteries are all going to start piling up, there are so many questions that come out of like, what are we going to do with them? Are they just going to go to countries like Kenya? Are they just going to be moved to recycling centers that we don't have at the moment? So the earlier we come up with a plan for these batteries and how these can be deployed, the better. And I think this comes also with the policy question. So raising awareness also kind of encourages policymakers to come together and decide for something that is beneficial for all parts of the world, not just certain parts that have more data or more knowledge. And I think through our conversations with KEBS, what came across was that they don't have the science and the research to back up these statements that they're trying to make. So the more accessible this technology is to people, the easier it will be for everyone to have this access to the data and make the policies that are needed.
Some statistics suggest that if the state of health of the battery drops to 85%, they are at the moment completely discarded. Whereas between 35 and 85%, they can be used for second life applications, which just does not happen at the moment. And some companies have provided statistics which suggest that this problem is only going to deteriorate exponentially. And people don't, like you mentioned, people don't understand the gravity of it because these numbers are just too big. I think we might have to simplify it so that people understand how grave the problem is, especially with fossil fuels running out and whatnot.
Hello, I have a question regarding to the throughput of your system. Based on what I just Googled, Tesla have 7,000 of those battery in each vehicle. So I'm wondering what's your plan on increasing your throughput of your system to actually meet that demand? And also, as you mentioned, this problem is getting even worse because there's more battery need to be recycled and measured. So how do you plan to meet that demand?
So I think one point on that is that where it currently is, particularly in like low middle income contexts, these systems aren't available sort of at all. So even just a small amount is a significantly material improvement on the current setup. So there's that kind of aspect of it. But then to your specific point about the scale of the problem, that is a big thing. I think if we can get to the point of really refining the core, and that's what we're trying to do with a single cell setup, really refine the core of the technology and go, right, this is what you need and you can do it for this cost, then that's a more defined problem to then go, okay, how much would it cost to scale up to 100 or 1,000 or however many? But that comes also in the context of policy of what's the best way to do that. There are these recycling centers. Is the best way for them to all have their own systems? Would there need to be some other infrastructure set up? So I think that is a really important thing, but I think at the moment that is quite an open question.
And if I may just add to that, car manufacturers are currently moving to decreasing the number of individual cells and making larger individual cells, because having many cells comes with a lot of challenges. You have lateral movement, you have problems with conduction. So the manufacturing companies are moving in that direction anyway. And it's great that our system is modular and open source, because then you can just adapt the size and the currents that you feed in and, adapt to any.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I mean, well done. I'm really impressed. You've done a really good job in less than 3 months. So yeah, in the interest of time, it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime now, so in the dining hall you'll have your lunch. Make sure to meet them at the exhibition table to see the prototype. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock with the next speaker. And yeah, a quick group picture if that's possible for the team challenge. But yeah, feel free to start walking towards the dining hall.
Should we move into the center?
I've lost access to it. Sorry.
Neil, can you check if this
Oh my,
is correct?
oh my, so organized. That's it. You can just stop there and go.
Madhava Peddi.
Don't worry.
I mean, I was Mardad.
It's random Indian
Quietly, I
language.
don't know if I can say.
What, 20 minutes or something?
Fine.
Friends are both in Pembroke, so we can also host these fun.
Do I need the mic?
It's on.
It's on?
Yeah, just speak.
Just to recall your attention. Hello, welcome back after lunch to the afternoon session. So my name is Lorenzo Di Michele. I'm very recently joined the society as one of the co-directors, and I will be chairing the next couple of talks. So it's a great pleasure to have as our first afternoon talk speaker Professor Anil Madhavapeddi, who's a professor in the computer laboratory here in Cambridge, and does a lot of amazing work using satellites to monitor the health of tropical forests. He also does a lot of amazing field trips, and hopefully he's going to tell us something about that as well. And thanks a lot for being here.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. Ooh, this is, I'll step back from the microphone a little bit. And as Lorenzo mentioned in his very kind introduction, I'm a professor in computer science. But for the last 3 years, I've been based in the Cambridge Conservation Initiative. How many of you have been to the CCI in the middle of town in the Whale Cafe? So only about one or two of you. So if you see the giant whale skeleton in the middle of town in the new museum site, David Attenborough set up an interdisciplinary center for not only for academics from plant sciences, from zoology and ecology and so on, but also for practitioners to all get together. And it's now one of the biggest centers for charities such as the RSPB, BirdLife International, Flora and Fauna, who all take care of different parts of the world's conservation needs. And then, of course, there's a bunch of academics. And where my story started is that we decided that we wanted to get computer science more involved in the practice of conservation. And initially, we thought, oh well, let's go plant some trees and generally do some good things. And we gently got told by our colleagues in conservation that if your house is on fire, then the last thing you want to do is call the decorators in. You want to solve the big problem that's causing your house to be destroyed, and then focus on how you're going to remodel and do the rest of it. And in this case, it turned out that while we're planting lots of new young trees, forests that are hundreds of years old are being cut down. And these are irreplaceable in our lifetimes and our grandkids' lifetimes. And so we should really prioritize trying to figure out how to save them. So what I'm going to talk about is how we grabbed the biggest sensors that we could find and to put them all together and try to assess the health of some of these habitats. And we're in a really good time in human history right now because we have lots and lots of satellites in the sky. They give us access to global real-time and multispectral data. I'll explain what that is as we go through the talk. But it's astoundingly hard to process this stuff into something that we can give to policymakers and to practitioners in conservation, to indigenous populations who live in these areas, to help them with their day-to-day lives and the decisions that they have to make regarding how they use different bits of land. So this is where computer science comes in to try to provide the right infrastructure to make all this possible. And the general crisis we decided to focus on were tropical rainforests, and there's a few reasons for this. How many of you, just to calibrate me, have been to a tropical rainforest somewhere in the equatorial belt? We have only about eight of you, so maybe 1 in 8 of you have been to one of these areas. It's 5% of the world's landmass around the equator, and it's home to 2/3 of the world's terrestrial biodiversity. So in some places, you can lift up a boulder and you can find more species of insects, different species of insects there than are in the entire of the British Isles. So it's just this incredible home for biodiversity. And unfortunately, they've been cut down at an unprecedented rate since the 1970s. It feels we say a lot of things are unprecedented these days, but it's particularly bad for forest cover. And what you can see here is Borneo, and we've got on the top left the cover in 1973. And then as we go through the decades, you can see that large amounts of the forest have been cut down for various reasons. And we can see from the sky that there's simply no canopy cover there anymore at all. So some of these areas went down from 60% forest cover across their lands down to less than 20% in a matter of decades. And this is a tragedy, and we have to figure out how to protect them, right? Because the reasons they're being cut down are because primarily for agricultural reasons. So cocoa, coffee, soya, palm oil, and cattle are the 5 main drivers of tropical deforestation, because these places have to be cleared in order to provide a place for this agriculture to happen. And so the way that we can protect them is by crafting alternative livelihoods for the local population, and then figuring out exactly what the value of these interventions are, and then financing the profit difference so that they're more profitable to have these sustainable livelihoods than the current offers that are in front of them right now. And as a result of doing this, by measuring very carefully exactly what the situation is, we can get better and better and create a new green economy around this part of the equatorial belt. One example that we've been working on heavily in the CCI is the Gola rainforest in Sierra Leone. I'll use that as a running example through this talk, but the specific intervention there is trying to find this part of the African rainforest belt and provide sustainable cocoa production as an alternative to palm oil, which is pervasive through Sierra Leone. And by doing this, there's numerous benefits for this alternative livelihood. The first thing is that the old trees there sequester huge amounts of carbon, which is good for the emissions crisis. It improves local livelihoods. You can buy delicious Gola rainforest chocolate via the RSPB. It's what is my default chocolate consumption now. And it also preserves biodiversity because these old growth forests are home to just species from all over the rainforest that would otherwise just disappear. Many species of which are yet undiscovered. So it's a win-win if we can get this alternative livelihood in place. But the key challenge is, how do we know in some of these really remote, inaccessible parts of the world whether or not an intervention that we've made is actually effective or not? And currently, the situation is for the last 40 or 50 years of forest protection projects, the project self-declares what it thinks the background deforestation was. And then, as the decades roll on, every 3 to 5 years, a human inspector goes down to this part of the rainforest. They literally hug some trees with a tape measure, and they figure out what the difference was against that self-declared baseline. Now, you can see that there's problems in the scheme because it generally encourages a higher self-reporting of background deforestation. It is inaccurate because the world changes and there's lots and lots of other factors why trees might be cut down. In addition to humans, there's floods, fires, insects, and wind are the main reasons why trees die apart from natural death. And so we need to figure out how we can quantify all of these things in a way that does not depend on lots of manual certification and lots of self-reporting of how well they think they're doing. And the big advantage of trees is that we can, by definition, see them from space. And so this is the perfect case where if we could deploy some satellites to come in and help us quantify the world's forestry biomass, we can then focus on the equatorial belt, and then using some cunning algorithms, we could figure out exactly which forestry projects are being effective and which ones need more help or better incentives in order for their interventions to actually be persistent. And what we're going to do is use a mechanism known as statistical counterfactuals, and I'll come back to what that is shortly. So we're in a machine learning free zone for the moment, and then I'll talk a bit later on at the end of the talk about how we introduce machine learning very late in the pipeline as opposed to in the beginning when we're trying to construct fundamental statistical understanding of the space that we're in. The good news is that there's loads of satellites in the sky. There's around 10,000 in the air that are registered. Obviously, many more spy satellites that we don't know anything about. And almost 1,000 of these satellites are dedicated for Earth observation. That is, their primary purpose is to look back at Earth and measure various aspects of our topological surface and sometimes below whenever they operate. And the way that these satellites work is that they all have different orbits. And in the case of NASA, they launched the Landsat series of satellites in 1984. And there's been a sequence of 9 subsequent satellites that have taken over from the previous one with better instruments that are calibrated against the previous one. And what it does is that it sweeps across the sky, forming tracks. And then eventually, as the satellite gets through all of these different layers, it forms a set of observations that can be stitched together, and that forms the maps that you're familiar with. So the low-level observations of the satellites, they have to be corrected for any number of things, such as the presence of cloud cover, perturbations in its orbit, as well as just sensing errors such as instrument errors. And all of those are put together and processed using hundreds of terabytes of data to start building a visual spectral map of the world. Now, whenever you build this map, whenever you look at a spectral set of responses coming back from Earth, the visible wavelength is one of the least interesting parts of the results that come back. So over here, we have wavelength on the x-axis, and you can see the reflection of different types of surface on Earth. And when you're in the visible wavelength, so between 0.4 and 0.7 micrometers there, you get a certain amount of response, but you can see here that it really is in the higher wavelengths that you get back the really interesting, distinguishable responses from grass and soil and the very boring water as well. And then, if I zoom in here, so we're zooming in on the details of just outside the visible wavelength, you can see that we even start telling apart different types of trees just by taking a near infrared or a near visible wavelength view of what is coming back from Earth. And these reflections are all composed together from the Landsat to let us know what we need. And so we can assemble all of this by using just a spectral range, and we can start putting together interesting time series maps that tell us a little bit more about how the progression historically of some of these forestry projects have gone. So by analyzing all of Landsat since about 1990, we can start to measure as we go forward through the years, and the orange represents degraded forest. That is, forest where we've detected a certain amount of canopy loss between the previous sample and the current one, and you can see how there's this belt of deforestation rising from the southern end of the Amazon rainforest there, along with the northwest. So as the supply chains start getting built, the ability to deforest becomes easier and easier. Industry grows there, and then before you know it, 20% of the Amazon is now secondary rainforest. So it's nearing a tipping point where it'll eventually become a tropical savanna, and we will not have rainforest anymore. And this is all generated by eyes in the sky, by taking the sensor data and putting it all together. And then, of course, we really want to know just how big the trees are, not just the fact that there are trees there. And so when the going gets tough, NASA deploys giant space lasers to get us the answer. And JEDI, obviously from a Star Wars fan, is mounted on the International Space Station. And it's a series of 4 lasers that track across the Earth, and they look at 600-meter sweeps, and it tracks at close to 5 miles per second following that, the radius of the International Space Station. And then the reflective backscatter of these lasers is then used to put together a view of what the canopy height is. So we can start building a product that tells us exactly how high every inch of the Earth's surface is, to within a radius defined by JEDI. And so the International Space Station is now a very different type of instrument on here. These LiDARs, you might be familiar with them if you've seen self-driving cars, for example. This is just an enormously well-calibrated and high-accuracy one on the International Space Station. And that's used to derive another product which tells us the topographical layout of the Earth's surface. And this is really useful because in addition to knowing that there's a certain backscatter of a different type of vegetation there, we also know based on the bulk of the height, what the potential above-ground biomass is. So we can start to figure out exactly how much biomass there is on the Earth's planet. Now, once we get through this, we've got a whole bunch of data now from satellites. But remember, our original goal is to try to protect these rainforests. So we're trying to figure out how to construct a metric from all of this data in such a way that we can understand whether or not one bit of the forest is doing better than other bit of the forest. And the way that we do this is that we can reduce these deforestation events by creating a counterfactual. And a counterfactual is, if we do nothing, there is a certain progression of the project. So in this case, we have a percentage of forest area, we have an intervention, and if we did nothing, deforestation continues. This is obviously an idealized graph of what would happen if we didn't do anything. The background deforestation would just progress. And then we are trying to figure out how do we start separating out the different variables that go into the reasons why things are deforested, and how do we construct an experiment that, using the satellite data, can tell us how good or bad this is going. So I'll talk about 3 different metrics really quickly. The first one is a notion of additionality. And this is something that's very common in climate change work, where you say, we can't pay for the whole world to do something, but if we intervene, what is the additional result according to some metric that wouldn't otherwise have happened? So it could be some carbon being avoided, being emitted in the atmosphere, it could be some forest not being cut down, so on and so forth. And the key thing about additionality is that once we have a counterfactual, that is our baseline of what would have happened, we can start to measure the difference, and then the difference between the two is the additional impact of the project across the duration of the intervention. So if we pay for sustainable cocoa in Sierra Leone, it results in some forests not being cut down, then we can kind of figure out the difference. And the way this works, I'll give you a quick live demo. So this is the Gola rainforest in Sierra Leone. We're just off the coast of Africa there. And then we've taken real satellite data. And what we've done is that within the area of the project, so this is the gray area you see down here, we want to figure out if it's deforested or not. So what we do is we take some samples from within the forest that is part of the conservation zone, and we find areas of similar forest within Sierra Leone, so because of jurisdictional laws and so on. And the only difference is that these areas outside are not a part of the conservation project. So we're trying to identify matched areas where for every variable we can identify from our global data, we can identify a match that's outside, and it tells us, for example, here, the elevation is the same as this area or within a bound, the slope is the same, the accessibility is the same, and the above ground biomass is calculated by the giant space laser, is all similar. So we can start to create metrics where we're trying to isolate the anthropogenic effect of the forest being cut down versus everything else. And there will be deforestation, so we can now plot, based on the amount of forest cover, the progression of the statistical aggregate of the control areas which are not being protected versus the protected area. And because we're in a nice little bits of computation, we can then cover the entirety of the project area using every bit of data that we have, match it across the whole of Sierra Leone to as much forest as you can find, and then we can figure out the additionality is now 2.2%. So that's been, over the course of the last 10 years, the aggregate impact of not cutting this down. And somewhat tragically, you can see we haven't found many points across Sierra Leone, and that's because the background rate of deforestation is just incredible. So lots and lots of palm oil in areas that are not protected, where these are all individual points that have had experienced some deforestation before. So even finding these match points is hard because there's so much background deforestation happening there. So the goal of this is then to figure out, by using these pixel matching mechanisms, it's very, very similar to the process of doing drug trials, where you're also trying to create placebos and control groups that haven't received the drug, except here, it's the intervention of some large-scale project that is being measured, and is being measured geospatially according to a certain part of the planet. And this is possible because of all of the data that we've put together. Now, one hitch, though, is that it's not quite as simple as just measuring additionality. So what if I, for example, were to tell you that site A is somewhere that should not be deforested, and instead you say you agree, you take my money, then you go next door and you cut down another forest that you had there that is just outside the conservation area. Or the global demand for food, for coffee has not dropped. So somewhere else in the world gets deforested because we still need our coffee. So leakage is how we can measure externalities that are happening elsewhere in the world or elsewhere in the local area, and you have to subtract the leakage that we measure from additionality. But again, because we're working globally, we can do fairly sophisticated pixel matching techniques to try to identify, is there somewhere on the road that we're using for this forest that is being leaked? So in this case, this is a 5-kilometer buffer zone around the project. These tiny little things here are actually the forest plots, and we can do the same counterfactual matching just within this region to see that, are we seeing more deforestation just shift to within this buffer zone instead of the rest of Sierra Leone? So you can apply statistical counterfactual matching at many levels to find out whether or not there's some causal property that we're trying to isolate here that is responsible for some negative externality. And then once you get past that, ultimately we want these trees to survive for centuries, right? Because they're the lungs of the planet. They're storing the carbon. And so the problem is that once the outcome finishes, we need to figure out what is going to happen. Is it simply going to go back to a beautiful utopian world where deforestation has been prevented by legislation? So at COP26, the world governments promised to halt deforestation by 2030, but we're just not seeing any progress. So this is really an ideal that is unlikely to happen. And what's more likely to happen is that once the money stops flowing in, the palm oil manufacturers and the soy manufacturers come back, and the progress of the forest reverts back to the counterfactual. So it goes back to business as usual. And so we've used the same techniques to figure out there's clearly some value to a forest not being cut down for 10 years, but it's not as valuable as if the forest was not cut down for 100 years. So using all of the data that we have, we can work out using discount factors and various metrics exactly what proportion of the carbon sequestration we should value today in order to make it as valuable as a permanent sequestration. So it's an example of how you can do some economic and statistical science in order to come up with a value for delay as opposed to a value for permanent sequestration. And bearing in mind that the crisis is now, we have to, in the next few decades, really kind of clamp down on our emissions and our deforestation. There's a huge amount of value in just temporarily stopping these forests being cut down. And so this way we can provide people with more money in order to make it all kind of work out. And so we started from a very nebulous subject, which is how do we have alternative livelihoods for some of the most difficult and deprived areas in the world, in the equatorial belt. And we've ended up coming up with some equations. And these equations are fed through sensor data from satellites. It's all kind of crunched together. And we can use them to figure out lots and lots of numbers, which we can defend because we are using pretty well-grounded counterfactual mechanisms to pull that off. And so at the beginning I said, well, how do we know if the intervention is successful? So what we're doing with these satellite bits of information is that we're using satellite data to build these maps of forest biomass and health. The interventions that we're testing are all over the world, and they're not comparable with each other because our baselines are not self-declared. They're derived from the global health of the forests in this belt. And so we naturally agree on whether or not one forest is doing better or worse than another forest because they're all derived from the same data sources. And this does not eliminate the need for manual checks. Far from it. What it does is that most of the effort right now is spent on trying to figure out what the additional impact of some project is. But equally as important are the impacts on biodiversity, which currently has to be manually measured, the impact on local livelihoods, which has to be manually measured to check that the locals are receiving good compensation for this project, and also issues of justice, where you want to make sure that corruption or any other kind of malfeasance is not removing the money from being led to the local population. So with Cambridge, what this let us do was to separate out the measurement of different carbon projects into, first of all, the quantified mechanisms that I'm talking about here, which this is the adjusted price per ton of carbon across all these different projects, some of which are carbon removal in Iceland and some of which are natural forest projects, some of which are planting trees just next door in Manningley Woods, the SSI just nearby here, and then we can have qualitative metrics for how well these projects are doing. So it's really, really important that we look at all of these holistically to figure out whether or not we're doing right by the people who live in these areas, but rather than forcing them to go through lots and lots of manual judgment about what their background deforestation rates are and so on, we can focus instead on the important aspects of whether or not their economic models are actually working and use satellites to dramatically help improve the state of how we measure the rest of what's going on. And where computer science comes in is that there's simply just huge amounts of data involved here. And the act of processing satellite data just requires petabytes of work. It requires lots and lots of cluster computing and generally handling some pretty complicated bits of source code and some pipelines. How many of you have ever played with geospatial data in your research or want to? So about 1 in 4 of you. So a lot of you, I can't tell if you've done it or you want to. But what we've done is that as we built all of these pipelines, we built them in such a way that they structure the computer science in a regular way. So you can ingest the data from NASA, from the European Space Agency, from different other places. You can run code over that has this nice property that it version controls the code and the data. So irrespective of the size of the data, it keeps track of what's going on. And then anytime you do some analysis, it's explainable because all of the data that it was based on could be traced back to primary observations that were measured from satellites. So you've got the full provenance of what's going on. And whenever you make a small change, you don't need to recompute all the results. You can just within seconds or minutes in some cases recompute just a portion of change because it keeps track of all of the various differences. And then because we're now shifting towards publishing, we can make sure that these are then published for the decades. A forestry project is measured in centuries often. The Mattingly tree planting project has been planned for 120 years. So not very long in the history of Cambridge, but longer than the internet has been around. So we have to make sure that these computations can be reproduced and are justifiable. And for anyone who's interested in doing a blatant marketing pitch here, a sensor CDT project in the intersection of computer science and some other area, there's some really interesting, unique things around conservation that has made this quite a cutting-edge computer science project as well. The first one is that we have sensor readings not only from satellites, but also from camera traps and bioacoustics, lots of things on the ground. But if you reveal these data sets, then poachers and people with the most incentive to cut down those forests with an economic incentive will just destroy those areas. So these are extremely closely guarded data sets that are either for conservation reasons or political reasons not available. And so we've been building in various mechanisms in computer science to make that as seamless as possible. And the second thing is that there's no one big organization that does this stuff. It's geographically spread, it's politically spread, it's economically spread, and it all makes a huge difference. And so there's tens of thousands of NGOs working worldwide to gather the data. There's hundreds of thousands of people on the ground, millions of people in these regions, and there's policymakers in various governments trying to depend on these results. And so this isn't just a big monolithic system that you can just deploy. It's one that has to run in many, many different distributed places around the world. And so this is a case for building a decentralized system that can gather the data in the places where it's being gathered, so it doesn't need to move into a central location with all the security problems that entails. And then it also provides a good answer for how we might be able to allow NGOs who have spent decades gathering this data make some money from it as well, because that's often how they fund their own operations. And then finally, this issue of digital permanence. I mentioned it earlier. We're in the situation where we're now dealing with projects that are older than the practice of computer science. And so we have to grow up as a field and try to figure out how do we make sure that all of the data that we're storing is reproducible decades from now. Often we have trouble reading file formats from just a year ago. Cloud services disappear overnight, so we clearly need to rethink the practice of science in the space to make sure that it's something that, as we shift from analog mechanisms of governance in the world to digital mechanisms, that we maintain the really good properties of analog decision making in a digital world, which obviously has many other benefits as well. So that's a whirlwind tour of how you might use sensors in the sky and eventually in the ground to protect rainforests. This is our group picture. Sadly, AI generated. This is actually us in the CCI. We couldn't find a rainforest in Cambridge, but I'm hopeful we'll grow a microcosm. And I'd be delighted to take questions either now or feel free to drop me an email if you're interested in any projects with the CDT. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anil, for the mega fascinating talk. Sure there will be lots of questions. Over there, at the back.
Thank you very much. That was absolutely fascinating and fantastic to see how machine learning aspects can help with dealing with the LiDAR data and how in this decentralized way you're able to address the human aspect of scaling. And I was just interested what your vision and sort of the implementation plan was going forward in terms of timelines and the scaling on the decentralized pathway that you've sketched out is a very labor-intensive one. Do you have any idea how quickly this could be adopted and rolled out?
It's a great question. So the good news is that in the computer laboratory, we've released a number of bits of software as open source. And it's really labor-intensive to maintain software, but many hands made light work at this kind of thing. So we released the hypervisor that runs the Amazon Cloud Computing Infrastructure that was open source. A system called Docker, which is a way to manage software. So that was a lot of work was done in Cambridge from that. And what happens here is that you build a network effect. If you release a bit of software that's useful, it's adopted by 2 other people, deployed, and then they find 2 other friends. And before you know it, there's a huge network of people who are doing work and contributing work back there. So this is kind of the unique skill of the Cambridge Computer Lab in many ways. We've done lots of open source work, and we're adopting the same playbook for conservation. Except here, instead of making this stuff usable by tech companies and so on, the usual kind of targets for open source, we're making it, the priorities are making sure it's usable by non-CS experts so that the programming doesn't require lots of CS knowledge. We're trying to make it so that it's usable by people who need kind of really visual systems. So, if you're scanning through the system, you might see, for example, I can zoom in to one pipeline. I can see what the progress is. Like you make it really introspectable, so you can see exactly what's going on in any bits of the workflow. And if you need to see the bigger picture, you just zoom out and you can scroll to different projects. So we're trying to build systems that are that can be deployed as quickly as possible, and then depend on the network effect of all of these people finding that is better than what they have right now. And in the Cambridge Conservation Initiative, everyone wants to use it right now. So there's about 8 or 9 organizations like IUCN and BirdLife and so on that are all trialing this year. So I'm really hopeful that we can get there quickly because the urgency is real. The statistics around biodiversity loss are just jaw-droppingly bad in the literature. So we feel the urgency and we believe in the outcome. So we're working as hard as we can to get there as quickly as we can.
Hi, Anil, I thought it was really interesting about the way you try and build the counterfactuals by finding a kind of twin based on all these various things. But I guess obviously it's very, very sensitive to whether you accounted for all the factors. Do you have like a control for the control? Do you have like, do you have triples? And
yeah, that's a great question actually. So there's, whenever you're building these counterfactuals, you have to be, the devil is in the detail. And you build placebos, and the placebos are used to check that there's no variation based on other things that are happening, and so because we're doing this at large scale, normally drug trials, it's really hard to figure out exactly what makes a difference. So in our case, we actually have around 50 different variables. It's a really detailed thing that you almost certainly do not want to read, which is every single data set, every single assumption made. And every single matching variable, and then we run a whole series of placebo tests against those variables. If there is a placebo effect, it means that we're not controlling well enough. Then you find various synthetic baselines and and ways of locking those down. And so the matching selection is a bag of matches that have to pass various tests before it's a valid match. And we just reject the matching procedure and say, try again with different parameters if it can't pass. So without that process, it's just random noise. With it, it's a statistically sound mechanism.
So, I mean, you're talking about tropical forests here. So you were considering the variable essentially above ground biomass. But it made me think, do we have to worry about below ground biomass as well? And do we have any proxies for that from Earth observation?
Oh, that's a great question. Yes, we definitely do have to worry about below ground biomass and even ground level biomass, so different things. We worry about above ground biomass because it's a reasonable proxy for below ground, but increasingly there's been lots of papers coming out that tree mortality worldwide is getting worse. It should be getting better because CO2 in the atmosphere is good for trees, but it's likely because of repeated hydrology events or drought events, and forests can survive one or two, but a repeated third one means that the big trees that lift the groundwater up just give up and the whole forest dies. So there's been large mangrove die-offs and so on. We don't currently have good Earth observation proxies, except some of our PhD students are doing some really amazing work and trying to figure out from the results that we have from things like JEDI and using really advanced machine learning techniques to figure out if there's resonances that would reflect the state of the below ground biomass and other systems by using radiative transfer models and kind of physical allotropic equations of how these trees work, whether or not they can infer that data. And there's a new satellite called Biomass launching, it was a P-band radar that can penetrate forest canopies. Unfortunately, it's the same wavelength used by early nuclear warning detection systems, so it was barred from launching by NATO for 4 years. They've allowed it to launch over the tropics, I think, next year, so I guess they don't care about nuclear detection over there. And that'll give us lots of much needed data onto that part of the forest.
Great. So I think we need to move on.
Finish up. Thank you all very much.
I'm sure we'll be happy to address further questions later.
Absolutely.
So our next speaker is Professor Marta Halina from the Department of History and Philosophy of Science, also here in Cambridge. And she's going to tell us something about AI systems as exploratory models. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks. So it's hard for me not to start this talk with, and now for something completely different. And also, there's no way I can compete with ancient forests and space lasers, so I'm sorry for that. But I really hope you'll find this engaging and a kind of a nice tour of what philosophers of science are thinking about when it comes to explanatory models in AI. So I just want to start, so yes, I'm in the History and Philosophy of Science department over on Free School Lane. You might have been to the Whipple Museum, which is in our department. So we're a mix of historians and philosophers looking at different aspects of science. And I'm also at the Leverhulme Center for the Future of Intelligence, where I've been director of the kinds of intelligence program there, where we compare AI and animals and apply comparative cognition techniques. So that's kind of my background, and I'd be happy to talk about any of the research we're doing that's unrelated to this, as well as this. Yes, and thank you to the organizers for putting together this great conference. So my topic today is the role of AI in scientific practice, particularly as it relates to scientific explanation, and as philosophers of science have thought about scientific explanation. And the talk is based on a Cambridge element that I'm just finishing up as part of this series. It's Elements in Philosophy of Science. And then the element that I'm doing is called Artificial Intelligence. And the first part of the element focuses on prediction and AI within the scientific context. And the second part looks at explanation. So I'm going to today just give you a kind of big picture view of that, the second part on explanation. And I've tried to make this, I know many of you are not coming from philosophy, so I've tried to make this as accessible as possible. But I really hope we can engage and see how you're thinking about these issues within your specific context. So as everyone here knows, AI, and this conference illustrates, AI is playing a major role in changing scientific and medical research. So here are just two examples where the idea is that many human activities are bottlenecks in the scientific process, and some are even encouraging a noble Turing challenge, which aims to develop highly autonomous AI systems that perform top-level science, indistinguishable from the quality of that performed by the best human scientists, where some of the discoveries may be worthy of a Nobel Prize level recognition and beyond. So there are many advocates and optimists for the role of AI, specifically ML and deep learning, in the scientific context. And of course, simulations have been used for a long time, and philosophers of science have talked about computational models for quite some time. But some of the techniques we're seeing today are quite new and are moving things forward in ways that were not previously anticipated, like in the case of AlphaFold 2 and the context of protein folding, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Just to give a censor's example of the role, like how ML and deep learning are changing, or how people are advocating for change using ML. So breast cancer is one of the most prevalent cancers worldwide, and it's the biggest cause of mortality in women. Early detection is very important when it comes to treating breast cancer effectively. And this is an area where sensor research is incredibly important. So breast cancer diagnosis depends on imaging technology, mostly mammograms, but also ultrasound, magnetic resonance imaging, histopathology. And so all this image data is being gathered, and it has to be interpreted and managed. And many are arguing that this is exactly where ML, machine learning, can really help. Traditional approaches involve people, radiologists, medical experts, looking at the images with their eyes and analyzing them that way. And the idea that we could automate this process is very appealing. Here are just a few reasons. There's a concern about experts being simply unavailable. So if we could automate the process, we wouldn't have to rely on a limited base of human experts. There's also the concern about human limitations, the simple point of fatigue, poor concentration. We make a lot of errors, and that could potentially be avoided, especially when you have a system that is incredibly good at image recognition. And then other task challenges, the fact that many of these images and the target system is incredibly complex structurally. So that is another source of error and leads to false positives and false negatives. And it also, all these complications lead to potential delayed detection. So this is just one example of people advocating for the many benefits of machine learning. So just to step back, what I'm interested in here is the role of explanatory models. So machine learning models that are supposed to serve an explanatory role. And this is a really nice book by Michael Weisberg, who talks about modeling and how we should understand models. He talks about concrete, computational, and other forms of models. But broadly, we can think of a model as an interpreted structure that can be used to represent a real or imagined phenomenon. So I just wanted to put that on the table because that's how I'll be thinking about it, thinking about it throughout this talk. So you have some kind of structure, whether that's computational, concrete, linguistic, and then that is meant to represent some target system that you're interested in explaining, intervening on. And then in the case of ML, and this is from some work by John Zarelli, I mean, there's a lot of concern because of the opacity of these systems, as you know, what people call the black box problem, and that this is more so a concern when we introduce training on big data sets. So the question I want to address here is, when we use AI as an explanatory model, should we require transparency? So that's a debate that many people are having, and the takeaway message here will be, the answer is not yes or no, but I'll end with a kind of framework for thinking about it. But I'm going to do that by looking at 2 proposals and then evaluating those proposals and then seeing what lessons we can learn from these proposals. So the first proposal is one that rejects the need for transparency because advocates for this position hold that we should be totally happy with intentional explanations in cases where AI is replacing human decision makers. So for example, if we, in the case of breast cancer diagnosis, if our decision maker is a radiologist or a team of medical experts, and we're replacing them with an automated system, then according to this view, we could just provide intentional explanations, and that does not require transparency in the sense of understanding the internal workings of the system. I'll explain that a bit more in a bit. And then I'm going to kind of contrast that, or I'll contrast that with a mechanistic approach, which a lot of philosophers of science talk about, and I think is very different from the intentional explanation approach. And this is me kind of showing how these differ from each other, and then again, what we can learn from those differences. Okay, so just to begin with the intentional account, here I'm drawing on recent work by John Zarelli, who was based here, actually at the CFI, and now is at Edinburgh. So, Zarelli and colleagues' proposal is this. So they highlight that when it comes to human decision makers, we don't seek explanations in terms of the intercausal workings responsible for a decision maker's output. When a judge determines a verdict or an employer makes a hiring decision, we don't require that these decisions be explained in terms of, for instance, the neural or cognitive underpinnings of the decision maker. Instead, we seek explanations in terms of reasons or intentions. So we want to know what the judge believed while making the decision, and that the judge had the desire to reach a fair verdict. Those are the kinds of explanations we find satisfactory. So these, for those who are familiar with philosophy of science, you might know Daniel Dennett's work. So this is his view on the intentional stance. So these are reason-giving or intentional explanations. And according to Zarelli and colleagues, it's this form of explanation that we should require from automated decision systems. So intentional explanations, just very briefly, are constructed not by trying to understand the internal workings of a system, but by assuming that the system is intentional and will process information and act in rational ways. And one needs to verify this. So you treat the system as intentional. You determine the system's beliefs, desires, and other internal states, internal just in the sense of that you're attributing them to the system based on its history and current context. And if the system is intentional, then these states should successfully predict and explain the behavior or outputs of the system. So that's the intentional stance view. And the idea is that this intentional strategy can be successfully applied to both humans and complex AI, and we shouldn't apply a double standard to these two groups. So here's Zarelli, quote, so this is, their view is that such a, quote, double standard threatens to prevent deep learning and other potentially novel AI techniques from being implemented in just those domains which could be revolutionized by them and have the most gain. So they think this has major practical implications to misunderstand what is required for transparency. And just so I work in comparative cognition, so I've done studies on the cognitive abilities and behaviors of animals. And you do see intentional explanations all the time in scientific context, especially in comparative psychology, psychiatry. So just to give one example, if we want to explain why does this chimpanzee prefer the banana on the right, which it did in this study, we can just say that, well, there's a competitor inside the booth. This is all context given along with the study. There's a competitor inside the booth, and the chimpanzee outside of the booth believes that this competitor will prevent her from getting the food. And so she prefers to approach the banana on the right because there's an occluder there and it's blocking her approach to the banana. And this is the type of explanation that Mike Tomasello and colleagues gave to understand chimpanzee behavior here. So intentional explanations are used in scientific practice. And so when we ask this question of, when we use AI as an explanatory model, should we require transparency? If we adopt this approach, the answer would be no. Explanations in terms of reasons and intentions are sufficient. You don't, as long as you can attribute those intentions and reasons and then predict and explain behavior based on that, that's all right. Okay, but I want to contrast that now with mechanistic explanation. So over the last 2 decades, philosophers of science have really kind of explored, digested the use of mechanistic explanation in scientific practice. Here are some examples. So this literature typically does not intersect with the question of opaque AI and the black box problem. But I think looking at it tells us highlights some important things that can help us with the problem. So you can just give this is a very intuitive definition of what a mechanism is, but it's generally defined as just like entities and activities which are organized in such a way that they're responsible for the phenomenon. Because we're philosophers, it took a really long time to get agreement on some of these definitions of even what a mechanism is, but here's one, and here's so if this is the phenomenon, here's the mechanism with its things, and these can be proteins or enzymes activating other proteins that create some phenomenon. So what's important for our purposes, so there are kind of 2 points I'm going to make within this context of mechanistic explanation. So the first one is that under this view, a good explanatory model must satisfy what Phyllis Allari calls an ontic constraint. And this is discussed by a lot of people, but I'll just use this term here. So the ontic constraint holds that good explanatory models must represent, to some extent, the real world mechanisms or causes responsible for the phenomenon under investigation. So, I mean, this is a very, for those who aren't like unpacking these issues, it's a very intuitive point. It's just that if your explanatory model is successful, and it's trying to capture some target system, it has to actually accurately represent the relevant bits of that target system. So I don't expect that to surprise anyone in this room, although, yeah, again, there's been much discussion about how to think about that. But what might be surprising is that what it needs to be captured, that's open up for discussion. Like, it's not clear always what part of the target system your model needs to capture. So this is something that Carl Craver has pointed out. So he writes here, our abstract and idealized representations or models count as conveying explanatory information in virtue of the fact that they represent certain kinds of ontic structure and not others. So that's an essential feature of an explanatory model. It needs to represent certain kinds of ontic structure. But what kind of ontic structure that needs to be captured? So for Craver and others, and I absolutely agree, that ontic structure could take many forms. It might be something like proteins, entities, activities, mechanisms, or it could be other things like laws or norms or reasons, intentions, and that's what we need to determine. So as Craver writes, an important philosophical task is to determine which kinds of ontic structure properly count as explanatory and which do not. Okay, so that's the first point. Okay, so just to bring this down to, or connect this to computational modeling. So if we have like a simulation of the atmosphere and we want to understand or determine whether it's explanatory, then we must evaluate whether it correctly captures the target in the relevant respects. Okay, and then the second point I want to draw from this literature is, so I've been talking about explanation, but another important aspect of explanatory models, many believe, is what kind of understanding do they produce? So do they, many people think of explanation and understanding as almost interchangeable, but in the philosophical literature, they do treat it as distinct. And it's one thing, you can have an explanatory model that captures your target, but that doesn't mean we actually have scientific understanding. Okay, so what is scientific understanding? One popular view is captured here by Michael Strevens in his book Depth, and he just calls this the simple view of scientific explanation and understanding. So according to the simple view, an individual has scientific understanding of a phenomenon just in case they grasp a correct scientific explanation of that phenomenon. So we now have a good explanatory model, but to have scientific understanding, you actually need to grasp aspects of that model. Now, what does it mean to grasp a model? For someone like Strevens, it just means to mentally apprehend. So in the same way that you would mentally apprehend a situation, like me seeing a screen, he's just thinking of it in a very kind of basic sense like that. Like you need to be able to mentally grasp, apprehend the structure of the model. Okay, so that's the whole kind of mechanistic view or what I want to take from it. So if something like this view of scientific explanation and understanding is correct, then we can see why one would aim for transparency in AI systems. So it's very different than the intentional approach. To have, and I've kind of tried to put all the pieces together here. So just to have a correct explanation of a phenomenon requires representing, so here's the correct explanation. For it to be correct or a successful explanatory model, it does need to represent the actual mechanisms responsible for the phenomenon of interest. And to get scientific understanding, you need to actually be able to grasp this. But then there's a big question of what is the appropriate ontic structure that you want to capture? And that's where my kind of final point comes in. So what's required for this is simply the question that you're asking and what you think is an appropriate answer to that question. So let me just bring all these threads together. So here's our question. When we use AI as an explanatory model, should we require transparency? If so, what kind? What I'm illustrating here is that we can think of this question in a broad way, but the actual answer will depend very much on the situation, but here's like a guide of how to approach it. So first you want to identify the phenomenon under investigation and the research or why question. So, and these vary across everyone's research or specific study. So why did the chimpanzee behave this way in this experimental context? Why did antibody X fail to bind to antigen Y? Why do populations of neighboring humans segregate? Very different questions which are targeting a different phenomenon and require a different ontic structure for a successful explanatory model. And then you want to answer exactly that question. So given your why question, which kind of ontic structure counts as explanatory in that case? And again, the answer might vary. It might be causal mechanisms, it might be attractors, it might be laws, norms, intentions, reasons. And so we can see here that sometimes an intentional explanation might be appropriate if that fits, if that's appropriate given your why question, but not always. It's not a blanket approach that we want to adopt. And then you determine which aspects of the model need to be construed. So this is the point about scientific explanation. So if we want to achieve, scientific understanding, if we want to achieve understanding, then we need to be able to grasp those aspects of the model that represent the ontic structure that we've identified in step 2. And then there are other things that philosophers have written about construal or what's important about grasping a model that I don't have time to get into here because I'm already a minute over. But this is, again, something that Michael Weisberg talks about in his book, Simulation Similarity. The fact that there are certain criteria, he calls them fidelity criteria, and assignment is important, where fidelity criteria describe how similar the model must be to the world in order to be considered an adequate representation. And this can be just comparing input and outputs of the model and the target system, or it can be looking at the internal structure of the model and the structure of the system. Okay, and then, yes, I think that's, yeah. Thought there was one more point I wanted to make, but I'll wrap up there. So I guess I just wanted to point to some recent literature that fits the kind of story that I've given here, where there's some new work on model evaluation and the fact that the why question is really important, and then some work on understanding and transparency that fit this big picture view. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Marta, for the fascinating talk, and we have time for questions.
Thanks for the really cool talk. Can I just ask, for AI, how would you determine intention, so belief plus desire? What are thoughts in the community currently of how you would evaluate that?
I just didn't hear the last part. What are your thoughts about?
In AI systems, if you want to go with an intention-based model, how do you evaluate belief and desire?
Yes. Yeah, so if we're adopting Denon's intentional stance, people think of it as many think of it as an instrumentalist theory, and this is why you don't have to get into the internal workings of the system, or in the human case, you don't even have to check to see if there's something corresponding in the brain with what we take to be the belief and desire. Instead, you just attribute it to them and then see if it's predictive and explanatory. So that's how you validate that it's an intentional system. So you might not know in advance that it is, but you have reasons to think that it's behaving or can be treated as an intentional rational system. So you just do that. So it's behavioristic, in that sense.
Yeah.
Thanks for this talk. I wonder whether a lot of what we are dealing with now when we look at AI systems and thinking about constructing explanatory models or not, that the problems we have is that we don't know, of course, as humans, what grasping means mechanistically in your brain. It doesn't matter what's going on. We don't have an explanation for the processes that go on when we understand something or explain something, or grasp, as you call it. But we talk to other human beings and we know we are a similar thing, right? So when you talk, you probably think a little better than I do, but you think as a human being. So I understand, I intuitively grasp or take what you say as truth or as a satisfactory explanation, or I fully understand that you grasp what you're talking about. The problem is a computer. We are asking these questions, of course, because we don't quite know what goes on, right, with these models. What does that represent? Does that represent something we map onto reality? Does the computer grasp? What's different? You couldn't even do these kind of things with the animal experiments that you talked about. I think, are we just asking these questions because we have this fundamental problem of dealing with potentially thinking systems, call it thinking or call it grasping or whatever, right? We don't know, that are just not human. And they just produce some results that are unexpected for us.
Yes, no, I think so I do find the intentional strategy as applied to AI appealing in some ways. So I do think this idea that, well, wait a second, like we don't require, we're thinking of like, how do we make AI transparent? And Zarelli and colleagues are saying, well, wait a second, why are we asking for transparency? Like we don't require that in the case of human decision makers. Why feel so like strongly about having this double standard? If the AI is serving as a decision maker or is basically, replacing us as decision makers in some contexts. So I do find that appealing, as long as we can understand it as an intentional system, which is an empirical question of whether that actually works in practice, that the intentional stance predicts and explains. But one of the takeaway messages, or one of the things that I'd like to kind of convey is that when it comes to explanation, there's a lot more going on in the scientific context and medical engineering context. If you're trying to explain a target system that we do not understand, then something more analysis is required. It's not enough to just say we're swapping in one complex system for another, an AI and a human. We have to ask, what is the question we're asking? What is the target? What do we think that target, what are the important relevant elements given our why question? So all of that has to be answered. And just one thing I'll add on to this is that there's a literature in psychology and philosophy about understanding, grasping, where people have pointed out that our feelings of understanding or what we find satisfactory actually doesn't track good explanations as that meet our scientific criteria. So we should definitely not use just that seems right to me as the factor that helps us determine whether something is a good scientific explanation or not. And just one last thing is that we also give reasons and intentions in our everyday life for reasons that have nothing to do with actually explaining my motivation. So I might explain myself, for example, why do I stand back from this ledge and say, well, I'm trying not to fall. In fact, the explanation is it's an automatic reflex. My body just moves if I'm close to falling. That's not a good explanation scientifically for my behavior. It's the automatic reflex that's is the good explanation. But that might still have there might be a lot of good social reasons and other preventing me from going close to ledges that make that a useful strategy.
We have time for a very quick final question. Not, we can.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk at the coffee afterwards.
Thank you, Marco. Then.
Can I use the microphone on this side? Yeah, good. So now we're going to have 4 student talks from Sensor CGT students. Short talks but introducing their research. So first up is Stephanie Sovsky, who's been working between the molecular neuroscience group and bioelectronics lab.
Hello everyone, my name is Stephanie and today I'm gonna talk about enzymatic biosensors for studying Alzheimer's disease. So if you remember what I talked to you about last year, I talked to you about these 2 biomarkers and I'm sure you remember everything about them. But these are the 2 main biomarkers related to Alzheimer's disease. However, these 2 biomarkers by themselves are not sufficient to explain the underlying molecular mechanisms of Alzheimer's disease. And therefore, this is one of the main reasons why we still don't know why these neurodegenerative diseases are happening and how we can inhibit those. That's why our research group is interested in the vision of understanding the overall complex process behind Alzheimer's and therefore target it as a disease rather than just pinpointing separate proteins. And to do that, we're interested in different biomarkers, except from the obvious amyloid beta and tau, such as ApoE1 and brain cholesterols. Why brain cholesterols? Brain cholesterols, first of all, are involved in the production of amyloid beta and tau protein, but also they can directly correlate with the stage of the disease in the patient. However, the issue is that these biomarkers, they're all in nanomolar or picomolar concentrations, both in blood and in cerebral spinal fluid, which is why they require very expensive and time-consuming methods such as isotope dilution, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, and these, as you know, these methods not only are very expensive and time-consuming, but they also require specific expertise in that area. And that makes things very hard, first of all, for the patients that need to wait for a long time, but also for overall research if you want to look at more than one protein. And we want to not only measure spikes and image cells, but also understand better how different biomarkers directly affect neurons. And that outlines a very clear gap for a device that can provide much faster information with hopefully relative sensitivity. And for that reason, we have chosen to work with these organic electrochemical transistors with a polymer channel. Why? Because first of all, we can put the liquid straight on top of the device. That includes blood, cell media, cerebral spinal fluid, and that makes them super sensitive to any biochemical reaction happening. Second of all, they're quite stable in liquid media and they amplify the signal a lot. So we want to investigate how we can use those devices to aim Alzheimer's research. But how do we make them specific for what we want? So imagine we want to, for example, sense cholesterol. We use the so-called enzymatic biosensors, which means that essentially we take an enzyme and we attach it to an electrode, and then this enzyme is sensitive, for example, in this case to cholesterol, and an enzymatic reaction takes place. We have hydrogen peroxide as a byproduct. It gets to the electrode, and then it leaves 2 extra electrons. So when this happens, essentially what we're doing is we're changing the potential in our device. And the moment we change this potential, this pushes cations into the polymer channel, redopes the channel, and we get a decrease in current. So all we care about is the moment we get this change in potential from the reaction happening, we get a decrease in current. So how do we make these devices? We microfabricate them. We go through all these very fun steps in the microfabrication rooms. We spend quite a few weeks there. We make our devices. Then we attach an enzyme. For example, this is a protocol using cross-linkers. So essentially, we glue the enzyme, in this case, on top of the electrode, and then we characterize them. What we are doing here is we are looking at the peak. What does this peak show us? For a certain gate voltage, we can measure what is the maximum amplification we can get out of this device. And then once we know exactly what voltage we're interested in, we can test the devices at this voltage. We can verify them with hydrogen peroxide, other analytes such as glucose, lactate, etc. However, what happens if we use something that's insoluble in electrolyte or PBS? Then we have to use these organic solvents. But the moment we use an organic solvent and we add it to the device, we get a huge signal just from the organic solvent. And that causes big issues, because if we're interested in very small concentrations of the analyte, then we want to make sure that these organic solvents do not affect the signal. And this is more or less where I finished last year. There are methods to deal with that very quickly, but unfortunately, if we're looking for a long-term development of a very stable device, we want to look into different design options to make sure that the device itself can ideally self-calibrate for any changes. And we also want to look at functionalization methods of how to attach our enzyme to the electrode so that it makes it very specific and very sensitive. So this brings us to today, to my presentation, and I'm going to briefly mention just 1 or 2 designs
But don't worry, I won't go into too much detail about the designs I'm working on, and I'm rather going to focus mostly on this part, which is called the bioconjugation, or in just one sentence, how do we attach an enzyme to an electrode and how we can characterize that. Okay, so these are some of the designs. I've created this here. For example, this is 2-gate, one basically presenting a second gate for calibration and comparing the signals between the two. Here is another one. This is an external gate, which essentially means that we add the analyte of interest into a separate well, and then we use this voltage to drive our device here without the analyte reaching the channel, therefore avoiding any interferences. And although these work quite well, we still have to solve the main problem, which is the bioconjugation. In this case, we're using a pretty so-called standard procedure, which is not so standard, using tiles, or you can call them spacers between the gold. These are tiles, and we activate the carboxy group at the end of it, and we want to make sure that it attaches to the amine groups of the enzyme. The first method that we used to characterize this is atomic force microscopy. This is work we've done with a master's student that just joined the group called Sulai, and we worked on quantifying if we have an enzyme. So this is just gold, and these electrodes have enzymes on top of them with a different amount of thiols, and we want to see these blue regions correspond to relative thickness above 10 nanometers, which is as much as the enzyme should be, but because it's relative thickness, we want to make sure, do we have regions above this height? So in this one, you can see these like clusters. Probably we have a lot of enzyme clustering, which is not ideal, it's not going to give us good sensitivity. And this one is a much better option when we combine different lengths of thiols. So you see long ones and short ones, and we can see much better distribution of the enzyme. This correlates with the results we've got, that we have much better distribution. So the next thing we did is cyclic voltammetry. Don't worry about the method just yet. I'm going to go back to it. All I want to bring your attention to is we're sweeping different potentials and we are measuring the current. And in one case, the only difference that we care about here is that in one case we do have cholesterol, in the other case we don't. And we see a big change, which is really good. But if we look at a bit more long term, we can see that at these peaks, the oxidation and reduction peak, they decay with time anyway. So it's very hard to tell how active our enzyme is. Therefore, we go to yet another method, which is called the enzymatic assay. In the enzymatic assay, what these do, they're essentially colorimetric enzymes, colorimetric methods that use this reaction. We're looking at the color of the sample as we add the enzyme of interest. Why is this super helpful? Because if I have an enzyme attached to my electrode, I'll directly see a change in color. As you can see here, for example, these are free-floating enzymes, and as I've added different concentrations, you can see that it gets darker and darker, while, for example, this one is transparent with my electrode inside, which means I don't have an enzyme there. There are different reagents that could be used. For example, in this case, this is a different enzyme, different reagent, but essentially the logic is the same. We have a light source. The light source goes through the cuvette where we can add our electrodes, and then we can measure the absorbance with the spectrometer. And this is how it looks like. For example, if we have an enzyme, we look at 500 nanometers, and then you can see that this peak drops, and you can see that in the control. For example, this is an example of electrode that doesn't have an enzyme, and you can see an electrode that does have an enzyme. We can see that it changes to pink, which now is my favorite color. And in reality, although this looks quite interesting and nice, this is the real process that stands behind it. A lot of repetitions, a lot of variations in timing. And then finally, we optimize to find the most optimum protocol. We again test it with an electrochemical cell, and then we run those cyclic voltammetries, and we do something which is called chronoamperometry, which is we have time, and then we measure the current. If this looks like a straight line to you, that makes two of us. And that is another reason why OSCTs are so important because these methods are not sensitive enough. But if we zoom in, you can see that actually we can detect the change in analyte, verifying that our protocol works. And if you don't believe these ones, you can see the cyclic voltammetry before and after we've added an analyte to verify that we actually do have a change. So where next? So now we need to bring everything together. So we need to combine this bioconjugation method with our complex designs, test it again, see if we can get the sensitivity that we're aiming for, and if not, optimize again. I want to take the time to thank both of my supervisors who have been amazing mentors, Professor Gabi Kaminsky and Professor George Miliares, for all the guidance and the help, as well as Anna, Nino, Sulai, Eva, Scott, Antonio, Luke, and Marco, as well as some of the people from my cohort that have been such a great support. Machu for always happy to discuss conjugation, Nuzli, Sof, Anpia for all the support. Thank you guys, and thank you for your attention.
Stephanie, we have time for questions. I have lots of questions, but I'm sure there are people in the audience. Oh, there's one here.
Thank you. You're obviously able to get signal out of just the pure electrochemical setup. So why try to use this FET device? What's the advantage of FET over just a standard electrochemical sensor?
That's why, thank you so much for that question. So that's actually the reasoning behind my whole project is because these are super, so this more or less straight line, you can see very little change in the current. And that's when you add concentrations in terms of millimolar. We're interested in concentration in terms of nanomolar. Therefore, when we're interested in concentration of nanomolar, we need much greater amplification, which is only possible with a device such as the OSCT, because in the OSCT, we have not only electronic current, we also have ionic doping and de-doping, which means it amplifies a lot the signal. So for example, in these ones that I've shown, I didn't have time to explain, but for example, here I have tested the limits of the device by, for example, using only hydrogen peroxide. And you can see like we can detect as low as like nanomolar, which is not possible in that case with the electrochemical methods, and most of them are used for only physiological range.
All right, let's thank Stephanie again. It's yours. Trying to get out of it.
Right, just making sure things are working. Perfect. All right, so my name is Mohammed Al-Awami. I'm a PhD student in my final year in the Kaiser Lab. And today I'll be presenting to you that combines innovation and invention. So basically we're trying to not only do something in the lab, but also transfer it as soon as possible to the clinic. And my title is DNA Nanotechnology to Enable Single Molecular Sensing of RNA from blood. So let's start with the disease that I'm trying to find a way to tackle through diagnostics, which is sepsis. So sepsis is blood poisoning. Sorry, I should have turned my timer on just to make sure I'm on time. So it's blood poisoning that infects the blood. So it's a blood poisoning that infects the blood, and it could be due to bacteria or fungi. And it is a very deadly disease. And the first time I heard about it is about, I think, 8 months ago. And when the first time I heard about it, I was like, wow, this is really much scarier than any other disease, because you're literally talking about hours, which I'll show you in a little bit. In terms of numbers, a lot of people get this disease. So every 19 seconds, if we look into the US, 1 person gets infected, and 1 out of 5, very sadly, die from this disease. So what is the problem? The problem is the diagnostics is very slow. Currently, conventional blood cultures take 1 to 5 days. And because they take quite long, some physicians would try to guess treatment. And hopefully if they get the right diagnostics, which is quite late, and I'll show you why in a second, or until they get to the optimal treatment. So what we're trying to do in our lab is to develop a 1-hour test to make the treatment faster and better and saving more life, and hopefully more than 20 times faster than the standard. And as I said, sepsis is a really scary disease because you're talking about hours, especially when it comes to fungus infections. Every hour counts. So if you look into the figure on the left, in just 3 days, the percent of survival decreases really, really drastically, which is really scary if you think about it. So if we have a 1-hour test, you could potentially deliver treatment really quickly and save a lot of lives. And good news, for me at least, we have a proof of concept now that can work in 5 to 6 hours, and this is without any automation. Everything is manual, so what we're working on now is speeding up this test to go to 1 hour. So how do we do this? We combine nanopore sensing with DNA technology, and we use multiple different principles depending on what we're trying to do. I'll explain to you 3 different principles today. So the first principle to detect microbial rRNA, and we focus specifically on microbial rRNA because those are abundant. So basically you can increase the sensitivity. So for example, if you want to detect DNA, you have probably 1 copy, but if you want to detect RNA, you have thousands and millions of copies. So you're indirectly increasing the sensitivity a lot. So how do we detect this rRNA? We design probes, and those probes hybridize. So it's just simple base pairing. So our probes binds to the rRNA, and we designed them specifically so they produce a signature. And you see these bulge, each of these bulge will produce a specific signature, and I will show you the principle of how that works in a little bit. So this is for microbial rRNA. We can also detect fragmented RNAs, as you can see here. And the principle here is a little bit different. We build this DNA nanostructure, and what we do is we take these fragments, and these fragments basically, they will bind to one site, and then if, without talking in details of how it happens at the single molecular level, basically it brings the 2 ends together and makes this bulge, kinda. And this bulge, because it's larger, as you can see, it produce a signal. And I will show you how these things work in a little bit. Another method that we also use for shorter RNAs, and those RNAs are very hard to detect. They're really tiny. And if you try to detect them with our sensor or even with other types of sensors, you can't see them. So what we did is we developed a method where you indirectly try to detect them. And what we do is we add a probe that is really large, and this probe produces a signal. And if you have and it's partially complementary to the sensing side. If you have your oligo of interest, because it's fully complementary, it will displace. And because it's more thermodynamically stable, so it will displace the partially binding oligo. And basically what we're doing here is we're turning a light on, and then when oligo is there, it turns the light off. So it's kind of indirect detection. And you can see over time, we can see that the number of peaks decreases. the peaks in the middle, because sometimes you get peaks in different locations, and that is also good about our technology, that because we can design a specific locations, even if you get these random peaks, and I can explain this later if anybody has a question about these random peaks, you still know that you detected the right thing. So how does the technology work? It is based on resistive pulse sensing, where you have two chambers that are linked by a nanopore, and this nanopore has a diameter of 5 to about 15 nanometers, at least in our own system. And then what you do is you fill it with electrolyte solution, and when you turn the current on, obviously ions will move to where they're attracted, so positive will move to negative, negative will move to positives. And DNA, because it is, or RNA, because it's negatively charged, it will move to the positive charge. And this movement here will block some volume. So basically, less ions will be moving when you have the DNA, and this will produce a drop in current. So very, very simple principle. But as you can see, this is not specific. So if you have any DNA that has, or RNA that has the same size, or that looks the same, you'll get the same signal. So what I showed you before is a method to make the detection specific. So we barcode these molecules using hybridization. I'm not sure what happened. The control, if you can see what happened. It just froze. Okay. So here is an example. So imagine we want to detect this molecule and we want a signal to be produced. We bind something in the middle and you get a further drop in peak because this structure will obviously block more ions from moving through the sensor, and you get this drop in current. Just wanted to show you that there are many different types of nanopores. For example, these are used for sequencing, so they read single bases, but in our case, we're not interested in single bases. We're interested in the individual molecule. This is the one that I use in my lab. This is specifically the one that I have used in some of these experiments. So when it comes to building these DNA structures, how do we build them? This is a very simple idea, or simple principle. You start with, if you have a circular DNA or RNA, you can cut it to make it linearized. If it's already linearized, we bind these staples. So these are short oligos that will bind fully or partially to the target. And you end up building this DNA origami structure that has, these structures. It has binding sites and so on. So we can use same principle to basically design our molecule of interest. And we can have multiple different designs, and we can use this design to make a very robust barcoding. So in general, or in most of the sensing systems, you have a signal of 0 and 1. But in our sensor, in our system, we can have up to 10 or even higher. So what we do is we build larger structures as barcodes. So for example, here the smallest one will be a 1. The larger one will be a 2, as you can see here. And here is like a 0, for example. And you can go all the way to 10 or even higher. And this gives us a lot more robust multiplexing. So this is some of my work that I have published already, where we have used the strand displacement principle to detect these short oligos. As I said, these probes bind partially to the DNA nanostructure, and if you have your DNA which is fully complementary, it displaces it and you lose this signal. And we have seen that we can do quantification for up to 2 to 3 orders of magnitude. We can go, at least in this experiment, I did up to picomolar, but we can now go even lower. And so we have used one of the principles I showed you before to detect microbial RNAs, and it's amazing that we can be single nucleotide specific. So this is also very, very important in diagnostics to have this specificity. And I've been working now on detecting microbes from blood directly. So what I've been working on now and what I will be doing until the end of my PhD in a few months is further optimizing the system to work on blood. So we take we spike horse blood with bacterial cells, and then we do processing that I cannot disclose now because we want to patent it. And you can see that the signal, the positive signal, is comparable to what we get if we only have E. coli. And again, this is early result. This is what I'm working on right now, and we're further developing the system. One of the other things that I've been working on is what kind of RNA should I look for? And we've done multiple tests. One of the tests that we have done is we looked into these different RNA. So the 16S, which is about 1,500 nucleotide. The 5S is shorter, about 160 nucleotide. And AMP-R, what we wanted to do here is to see, can we detect ampicillin-resistant genes? And we're able to at least detect it, but I guess this needs a lot of improvement. But anyway, this showed me that what I should focus on to make the system more specific is the 16S. And that's it. So I guess I hope I convince you that our system is able to detect microbial RNAs, and we have shown that we can do this directly from blood. Until the end of my PhD, hopefully by the end of November, I'm working on optimizing the detection limit to 500 cells per milliliter. And next year, this will be moved into our company, where we'll be developing this further to go hopefully to 1 cell per milliliter and detect more than 80 fungi and bacteria in one test. Yeah, so that's something I'm really excited for, to hopefully save lives. And that's it. Thank you for my team, our group. And if anybody has questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Mohammed. Other questions?
Very interesting talk.
I can't see. Who's that? Oh, I think, were you first? There was somebody over there as well. So if you can make it really short, there's another question.
Sorry, yeah, sure. So how many RNA targets are you planning on getting in a single test? Because I imagine you need quite a few to determine which pathogen is present in a sample.
So for each organism, there will be one target. So that is about more than 80 or around 80, depending on the final library that we decide to go for. For now, we can say 80. If we find issues with sensitivity, we can increase it because in the same from the same organism, we can detect multiple different rRNA, and this basically increases the sensitivity. So if you have, for example, now we detect only the 16S, we can detect both the 16S and the 23S, so those are really abundant rRNAs, and that way you can double the sensitivity and so on and so forth.
And so maybe Haley can set up while we answer the next questions, Haley. Here, so there was a question there, yeah. Yeah, you, yeah.
Can I quickly ask, in your cartoon you showed it. In your cartoon, you showed it unfolding and then translocating through the nanopore. What are some thoughts around that? I guess why does it unfold before going through? Does it ever get kind of jammed or tangled, or do you design the nanopore to avoid that?
That's a good question. So yes, it does sometimes, but 3 to 8% to get entangled, and you get these knots. And if you remember in one of my slides, we see peaks that are in the wrong location, and those because of this entanglement. And sometimes you're not necessarily pulling from the beginning. You sometimes pull from the middle. So depending on the location of or which side of this DNA or RNA is close to the sensor, you basically pull from that side.
Okay, let's thank Mohammed one more time. So our next speaker is Haley, who's a second-year PhD between Sam Strank's lab and Diamond.
Oh, you took my intro.
Oh.
So yeah, what Roisin said. So my talk's going to be a little bit different than the other student talks because I've just finished my first year. I haven't got any real solid conclusions yet. So today I'm going to be more talking about what my project is, some of the questions that I'm trying to answer and how I'm answering that, and the current challenges I have so far. So I work with a material called lead halide perovskites, which follow the general formula ABX3, where A is your cation, your anion is lead in this case, and you have halide ions kind of shown as here. So in the last 10 to 15 years, these materials have been very successful in things such as solar cell devices due to their many favorable properties, but they're also been very successful in sensor technologies such as medical imaging, X-ray scintillators, and LEDs. The manufacture of these materials into these kinds of technologies follow quite a few of the Sustainable Development Goals because they can be done at low temperature and relatively cheaply using techniques such as spin coating. I look at triple cation mixed halide perovskites, which they follow the same structure as before, but the cation is shared between 3 different kinds of cations, and similarly the halide is usually 2 or more halides. So why do I look at this far more complicated structure? Well, the mixed cations show a lot more stability compared to the single cations, but my research interest kind of comes more for the halide mixture, because you get a very interesting property, which is you can change the band gap quite easily. So if we look here with MAPI, when you add bromine into the system, you can increase the band gap by 0.7 eV. So in the context of things like LEDs, that's how you get lots of different colors. And with solar cells, it's how you can create devices called like these tandem devices, which have really high efficiencies. And it's quite exciting at the moment. Earlier this year in KAUST in Saudi Arabia, they hit the new world record at a whopping 33.2% using this tandem technology. They were with silicon perovskite tandems, but there's research currently going on in Cambridge trying to do all tandem devices. And essentially how they work is you have different subcells that need different band gaps to absorb more of the EM spectrum of the sun. So alloyed perovskites are ideal for this. So if they're all so great, why am I here researching them? Well, basically, to increase the band gap, you need to add more bromine to the system, like I showed on the previous slide. And as you increase the band gap, you increase your open circuit voltage. And it also increases your device efficiency. But as you can see here, we reach a plateau about 1.75 eV. This is the maximum we can get at the moment, where theoretically we could get a lot higher. And basically, when you go past this threshold, you see something that kind of happens on the right, where your PL starts where you expect it to. And as you continue to illuminate it, it redshifts and it brightens. This is because of a process called halide segregation. And as the name kind of suggests, basically when you illuminate these materials, your halide ions move around the material and form iodide-rich domains. These iodide-rich domains have a much lower band gap, hence why you see this redshift. And radiative recombination happens here far more effectively, which is why you see it become a lot brighter. And if that wasn't bad enough, the alloy composition and the current preparation techniques, such as spin coating, so basically everything that makes these materials really great, cause these chemical and structural heterogeneities across the thin films. These can be sites for non-radiative recombination, and that decreases device efficiency and also affects the long-term stability of devices. So the kind of questions I have for my project, the first one is, are there links between these heterogeneities and the optoelectronic properties? If we can determine that, then maybe we can find ways to mitigate these and optimize performance. And what does the halide composition, how and why does it affect these parameters? Because if we understand that, then maybe we can understand halide segregation a bit better and be able to mitigate this. So to answer the first question, I essentially spatially correlate 2 different kinds of measurements. The first being hyperspectral PL microscopy, which is what I do here in Cambridge, which is it will help you map the optoelectronic performance of the material. It also gives you information about ion migration, so where is halide segregation happening, where is it more prominent. And then I take these samples over to Diamond, which is the UK national synchrotron, and I do techniques such as X-ray absorption spectroscopy. This will tell you things about the local chemical environment, so local oxidation state, coordination number. The fraction tells you things about the structure of the lattice, and fluorescence, X-ray fluorescence will tell you about the elemental distribution across the film. So is there more bromine over here? Is there more lead over there? And then to answer the second question, I essentially do all of those measurements on different halide ratios. And a good sanity check is if it happens with a single halide, it's not halide segregation, it's something else. And that'll just open another can of worms, but we ignore that for now. So just to iterate, hyperspectral microscopy is, it locates the regions of certain types of behavior. And the synchrotron techniques are the chemical probes into those areas to try and understand what's going on. So on this side is some examples of some hyperspectral maps. So you can see the different PL distributions at these 610 nanometers and 770 nanometers for my 80% bromide samples. And on this side is some of the data that we get from diamonds. So this is showing that there's more lead along the tops of these wrinkles. And this one is kind of showing that compared to lead, there seems to be more iodine in between the wrinkles. So where are all my issues kind of arising from? Well, halide segregation doesn't just affect these materials, they are affecting all of my measurements too, especially here. And to explain why, I kind of need to explain how hyperspectral microscopy works. So you excite your sample with a laser and it photoluminesces. But to get this spatially resolved, you need something called a Bragg tunable filter or like a Bragg grating. And essentially, as this turns, it will different wavelengths of PL emission will hit the camera at different areas on the film. So for example, say if this is my film here and I want to get a map of 500 nanometers, I start on this side, I'll set my grating to a certain angle, and the grating will rotate and it will measure 500 nanometers as it goes across. And with the processing, what you can do is you basically splice it up. You kind of arrange them all so the wavelengths match up, and yeah, it's working. You can get something like this, which is a PL intensity map at each wavelength. So here, this is for 50% bromide, 50% iodide. You can see these wrinkles, and as we go more to the longer wavelengths, at these more iodine-rich phases, you see the distribution kind of becomes these spots, and this is what I believe to be sites of halide segregation. So the issue kind of arises when you look at the PL for these different spots. So say, for example, I have a material that emits in the green. So I illuminate it for a certain amount of time, and halide segregation will redshift it and brighten it, like I've said. But the thing is as I'm taking the measurement and the filter is rotating, what will happen when the measurement's finishing is the PL will look a little bit more like this. And this is kind of difficult to analyze because you can see it's a convolution of the two peaks. The material isn't in one state or the other. And this is also really difficult when trying to find areas on the film which are like of better performance. Because if I start measuring on this side of the film, as the grating's rotating, the sample's getting brighter. So what happens is by the time I've moved to this side, it's brightened, so you get something like this. So kind of the question that arises is how do you take measurements, which takes so much time, on a material that's actively changing during that time? And the answer is I'm currently trying to figure that out. There are two main ways I'm trying to do this. The first one is working very closely with my sample makers, trying to find compositions that are stable for longer before halide segregation happens. And then also trying to find ways to speed up these measurements so the effect that I was talking about is not as prominent. And if that fails, maybe changing the kind of measurements I'm doing, instead of maybe getting PL information, just location information of like, yes, this is what, like, these are the seeds of segregation, for example. Because when I take them to Guymon, at the moment, I'm kind of calling this my ground state study because I'm kind of chemically probing the material in its ground state. But when I've kind of optimized this hyperspectral stuff, I hope to move on to more operando-based conditions, so light soaking them, adding bias, so actually like pushing change in the material under more like solar cells or LED-like conditions, and we'll be able to see where these chemical changes are happening and what kind of changes are happening. So I'd just like to thank a couple of people, my supervisors, my sample makers, people who train me on the equipment and help me with all the different types of analysis, the teams who look after me, and the funding bodies who have been able to give me this opportunity. And thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Time for maybe a few questions. I've an initial question, if I may. It's just based on a recent presentation I saw by Natalie Stingelen, who talks a lot about processing, and the processing you might do for a thin film, just for looking at it under the microscope, and then the processing that goes in a device and how different those are. Mm-hmm. Do you currently process differently than it would happen in a device, or the samples that you make for both the diamond and the hyperspectral imaging, is it the same?
Yeah, so it's I don't look at the devices at the moment, but I look at the spin coated films, and in principle the devices that they make would be spin coated when they stack up the layers.
And are they annealed as well?
Yes, they are for an hour.
There's a question right there at the back. Oliver, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So just because you said about the time scale of experiments, how long does it take at the moment to take a spectra? And secondly, are you limited to just by detection or by shifting the wavelength? So is it a mechanical part blocking you?
Okay, so I think to answer the first bit of the question, so at the kind of measurements I was showing, this one, that took about 3 minutes. This was a particularly unstable sample, so the segregation process and the brightening process was happening within 10 seconds. Whereas there are certain compositions made by other people who they can be stable up to 20 minutes. So that's kind of the processing we're trying to do at the moment. So then this wouldn't be an issue. The thing is, if we try and make it that was at the time that was the best I could get it. But if you make it too short, you don't get a lot of signal from the photoluminescence. So essentially, all just becomes noise. So it's trying to find an optimum between the two. Does that answer your question? Sorry, I didn't hit it.
Great. Okay. Thanks very much, Haley.
Thank you.
So the next talk is going to be given by Sophie Oldroyd, who's actually a PhD student with me, and also with David Bulmer in the Department of Pharmacology.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so as Roisin said, I'm a third-year PhD student now, coming into my final year, which is a bit scary. And today I'm kind of talking to you about two different aspects of my work. So my work was kind of developing a toolbox of sensors, which is obviously very relevant because we're in Sensors Day, for looking at gastrointestinal health. And they're both very different sensors. And I just thought it'd be interesting to kind of have a high-level overview of how the sensors work and what they do. We won't go into too much technical detail because it's quite late on in the day. So just to take you through a bit of background, why do we care about gastrointestinal health? Well, your gastrointestinal system is super important to pretty much everything you do in life. And when you get pathologies related to your sort of GI tract, they can be wide-reaching within the body. So you see on the screen here, these are all the pathologies associated with irritable bowel syndrome. And it's basically really complicated, and no one kind of fully understands how it works. So what we want to come in and be able to do is actually develop technology that's able to kind of probe this system in an easier manner so we can start understanding these disorders and kind of hoping to come up with different cures. So my PhD has been focused on two of these kind of different modalities associated with GI disorders. So just being able to measure permeability for one, and then being able to measure motility for the other. So I'll now just take you through the two different sensors, just kind of step by step. So we'll start off with the permeability sensor. I'll do a brief motivation of why it's important, brief sensor design, and then two key results that we found out as well. So why do we care about permeability? Well, permeability is related to epithelial layers in the body. So These are layers that kind of surround all of your organs and actually the outside of your body as well, and range from sort of a variety of functions, including in the lung for gas exchange, skin protection, and what we care about in the intestine is absorption. And they're really important because when they go wrong, you can end up with a plethora of different diseases, all the way from kind of COPD in the lungs down to IBS and IBD, which we're interested in the intestine. So specifically in the intestine, this is what your epithelial might look like. Permeability is essentially related to the passage of molecules kind of from the lumen of the intestine into your bloodstream. And when these cells kind of, we call it becoming leaky, they basically allow bad things from the lumen into your bloodstream. So this could be bacteria or pathogens that are in your food that you don't really want to get inside you. So IBS, for example, is related to this kind of leaky gut, and you get these bacteria in your bloodstream, and it can lead to inflammation and a lot of nasty diseases. So what we want to do is to be able to measure this kind of permeability of your gut. And we do it using an in vitro model. We grow up a KCO2 cell line, which is actually a cell line from an enterocyte from your small intestine. And the cells kind of look a little bit like this. They're just held together by these systems called tight junction proteins. And we just basically want to be able to measure how well these are functioning and how permeable our system is. So we've developed a nice piece of technology. This is just kind of a schematic diagram of it. And what it does is it sits really nicely on top of this monolayer of cells at the air-liquid interface, and we can put current sort of out of a counter-reference electrode. It'll flow down through the cells and then back into the working electrode. And I won't go sort of too much into the detail of how the electronics works, but the signals we get out tell us a lot about the permeability of that cell layer. This is what it actually looks like in practice. This is kind of our setup in the lab. This is the device we designed. It's based on gold and PSS, which we mentioned a little bit earlier, and it's on a Parylene substrate, which is essentially plastic, and we microfabricate these in a clean room, and we can essentially just sit them on top of cells grown in a transvan and record a variety of different measurements. They're super easy to use and provide a lot of advantages to kind of what's done in the marketplace at the moment. So what kind of measurements do we actually get out from this data? So this is kind of confusing to look at, but we'll go through it step by step. So this is a typical EIS spectrum sweep. So we just apply sort of a small current frequency sweep through those electrodes, and we get a graph that looks like this. You can basically see that green line there sort of forms when we have that sort of cohesive cell layer, and it's a sort of measure of us having this reduced permeability and a high resistance of the cell layer. And we can also do some sort of circuit modeling. Which I find really cool. You can model cells in your body using an electrical circuit. So you can measure, they have sort of a capacitance and a resistance, and we can kind of use these graphs to extract out our resistance of the cell layer, which I think is really interesting because it combines biology and electronics in a really cool way. And then we can kind of work out the resistance of our layer. And what we did in this test was we basically added EDTA, which is a sort of calcium chelating agent. And calcium is super important to those tight junctions I mentioned earlier. So when we add it to the cells, we'd expect the cells to kind of disrupt and the permeability would increase massively. And you can see there's a massive difference in the frequency sweep that we obtain when we disrupt these cells. And we also get a massive decrease in our resistance as well. We can let them recover by removing the EDTA. And this was really cool for just like acute time points. And we perform a lot better than the kind of gold standard measures that are out into the market today. So that was really exciting. And then we kind of took it one step further, and we were able to do it in real time. When I say real time, when we say every 5 minutes, we were able to measure the disruption when we added this EDTA, and we were also able to measure the recovery. So when the cells go back to looking like a nice monolayer like this. And this result was really important because current methods can only do about every 15 minutes or so. So we're actually moving towards more of a real-time system so we can start seeing how different things are affecting our monolayer of cells. So this is good. What about the other sensor? So motility. Motility is really important within the gastrointestinal system. I'll go again through motivation, sensor design, and then 2 key recordings. So why do we care about motility? So motility is related to the passage of food through the gastrointestinal tract. So you have lots of layers of muscle actually within your GI tract, and you've got 2 different types. So you've got circular muscle, which kind of changes the diameter, and then longitudinal muscle, which is kind of to do with peristaltic action and sort of the passage of food through. And when these fail, there's a lot of different diseases related to it. There's been some really cool research recently that actually says that a decrease in gastrointestinal motility can kind of appear as a symptom of Parkinson's before up to 10 years before we notice anything going wrong in the brain. So it's a really cool area of research. I've already mentioned IBS, and gastroparesis is essentially when your stomach stops being able to contract and your food sits in there too long. Has a lot of really nasty side effects. So we want to design a device that's able to measure this kind of motility and this contraction of the gut. But how do we do such things? Obviously, your gut is a highly moving organ. It's stretching in and out up to about 40% all of the time. So we need to develop a device that is stretchable. It's got a low Young's modulus, so it can form really nicely to the tissue. Obviously, it could be biocompatible and thin film as well. So the sensor that I presented a moment ago for permeability is based on golden parylene. And you can see here, it is shocking at stretching. If we try and stretch it, it will just rip. So obviously that is not going to be useful for our intestine when we're measuring motility. So we look to things like P.PSS and PDMS. So we use PDMS as the kind of substrate instead of the parylene, and then we completely eliminate the metal from the device and make it just out of P.PSS. And we've developed kind of a unique formulation of this P.PSS that allows us to achieve strains of up to 40%, which is really cool. So you can kind of see the outline of the device here. One of the good things about working with PDOT is that it's see-through, but one of the bad things of working about PDOT is that it's see-through, so it can be kind of hard to see what's going on, but you can vaguely see a strain gauge sensor kind of sitting on top there. And the way strain gauges work is that if you increase the length, you decrease the area, and you get a change in resistance. So we can kind of electrically record this change in resistance. When we wrap it around a piece of intestine, it contracts. One of the cool things about this as well is we've just got an uncovered electrically active material, so it could also work as an electrode, so we can pick up on electrophysiology measurements. So we start getting this kind of bimodal recording of what's going on in the gut. This is actually a piece of mouse intestine hooked up into an organ bath. So it kind of is what it says. We just hook it up and we're able to flow media through, and we're able to wrap our device around kind of the system like this, and through this we're able to try and do some recordings. Don't know if this will play. I think someone up there might have to press the play button, but it's okay if not. Oh, there we go. So yeah, you can see the device is kind of sitting around, and you can see we're actually inflating this piece of gastrointestinal tract by kind of closing the end of the liquid through, and we can start basically recording this contraction using our device. So these are the kind of measurements we'd expect. As we increase the intraluminal pressure, we get a change in resistance, and we can correlate this back to our change in strain. And then when we release the pressure, we get a decrease and change in resistance as well. So we'll start being able to electrically record this contraction that's happening in with the gut. But what about the bimodal recordings? Well, we start picking up these really interesting electrical signals that we think are coming from the muscle tissue that are happening when we're getting this contraction. So we can start linking up this kind of electrical activity with this mechanical activity we're recording. And this kind of bimodal device will allow us lots of different insights into how these two things are connected, and we can start looking in more detail about that. We also validated it in human stomach tissue. So this is from our collaborators up in London. Is a piece of human stomach tissue. Actually, when you warm up human stomach tissue, even if it's been frozen for 48 hours, it will start spontaneously contracting again, which is super cool. And we can essentially do the same tests as we did on the intestinal tissue and record changes in strain and also that electrical activity as well. And what we see is the signals between the stomach tissue and the rat tissue are pretty much identical, even though they're in completely different physiological systems. So this kind of shows us that, well, this kind of sensor could be useful for a lot of different applications. And that's kind of where I am at the moment. It's been a whirlwind so far, and we're just kind of looking to use these sensors in some cool tests coming up in the future. And yeah, just a big thank you to the people who I worked on this with. I was really lucky to be able to work with my twin sister on one of the papers, which was very cool. Sarah, who sat in the audience, has been absolutely amazing. And obviously David and Roisin, who have been my supervisors. Thank you.
Questions?
I can't ask her a question, so you've got to.
Yes.
Jeremy.
So you have really nice first data from these systems. And so my questions are a little bit about, when you don't see perfect correlation, say, between the pressure changes and the resistance changes, they're not perfectly replicable, it seems. Is that correct, or is that actually, it's completely linear and it's a really good?
So we see pretty good correlation. There's probably a slight delay in the resistance changes. We get a slight lag between the pressure actually increasing and by the time we're getting electrical changes. But generally, they're pretty good sensors. So.
And then do you get differences in the transduction when it stretches in different directions? Because you talked about both circular muscles and longitudinal, and so twist might have...
Exactly.
Can you pick up that sort of thing?
Yeah, so at the moment, the system we've designed is entirely just for that circular muscle, and we're kind of only radially stretching. And one of the steps for the future would be to kind of get two different strain gauges going kind of 90 degrees so we can kind of decouple the action of different directions, because when you put it into a human, obviously your gut's going to be moving in loads of different directions and we can't sort of control it as nicely. So that's one of the future directions of the project for sure.
There's one more at the back there. No, we should probably wrap up.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I was just wondering, basically, when you actually use these devices in the future for human, for people suffering from IBS, do you already have a plan on how to introduce them into the body, or like to ingestible? Like, do you already have a plan to do so? Or
so there's a lot of different ways of doing it. There are a lot of people who work on these ingestible pills. We were talking to a clinician who thought it could be cool to put on the end of an endoscope, but all of these things would require kind of working with clinicians. Quite a lot of especially the contractility one would need to be minimized quite a bit. We'd actually need to work out how the clinicians kind of use their tools to be able to integrate them. But it would be a really, really cool future step, for sure.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, well, let's thank Sophie and all of the speakers. I think you had lovely snapshots of the results. Adriana, are you announcing now?
Right, now we have a break again, and we actually have 4 minutes extra. So yeah, and after that, I'm quite excited about the alumni talks. So yeah, looking forward to see you back at 15:45.
So, don't know. So I think we're coming to the alumni section. So this is something that is new for Census Day. So we're really pleased to connect with some of our own Census alumni again and have a chance today to hear about what they do. They come from lots of faraway places. In fact, I think we're still waiting for one of the alumni to arrive. Is that correct? Is Josephine Hughes here yet? Not yet. She's on her way. I hope she's not flying through Luton. But I'm absolutely pleased to see how the Census students go out and do great things now beyond their PhD phase. So the first speaker is Karina Orzoko, who is now at AstraZeneca, and she is from the 2016 cohort. So thank you very much, Karina, for coming and giving us a brief talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be back here at the Census Day, celebrating the 10 years of the Census CDT. So today I'm just going to give you a little snapshot of what my curriculum has been so far, the great experiences we had with the Census CDT program, and where I am now. So we'll start from the start. Who was I before joining the Census CDT? So I was a biologist. I studied bioengineering in France. I'm French. And so I did basically the undergrad integrated master studies in the Grande École system at AgroParisTech in Paris. At the time, I was really interested in understand how we could use biology for other different applications that were not necessarily biology specifically. So that's why I studied engineering and more specifically biotechnologies. So what did I learn during those years? I learned the fundamentals of biology, chemistry, maths, physics. We've focused on biotechnologies as well, but I also had my first experience in the lab. And I had really great mentors all along the way, but from the start as well. And I did an internship in research, and I just completely fell in love with research, with the kind of intellectual gymnastics when we start with a question and we look at the literature, we try to do experiments that never go the way we want, and we lead to a new path and understand new things. And this is how I decided that I wanted to pursue basically my career in research and do a PhD. And so I applied to a PhD in Cambridge that was funded with MedImmune at the time, AstraZeneca, and that was part of the Census CDT program. And so I joined the Census CDT cohort in 2016, and that was where I met a very cool bunch of people that had very different expertises from mine. So the way it works in France is usually when you study something, you're only with people who study that. So it was only with people who were studying bioengineering, and here was the first time that we had a cohort with people that were studying physics, electronics, electrical engineering, chemistry, and it was really enriching to have all of those backgrounds together. And so what I learned really from this Census year was a great exposure to science beyond just biology, because we learned a lot about electronics, engineering, machine learning as well. But also we had a lot of extensive team project experience, like you're probably starting to experience, or you have experienced with the program, which was really, really great and enriching. Here, just a few pictures of the time of our great cohort, great memories, a lot of social things, the team challenge that we had in the lab, and just, you know, great memories overall. And then came the PhD year. So I started my PhD in October 2017. And I did my PhD in biophysics. I did it in Professor Sophie Jackson's group in the Department of Chemistry. And as I said, that was in collaboration with MedImmune at the time, AstraZeneca now. And when I wrote up my thesis, I entitled it From Antibody-Drug Conjugates to Masked Antibodies, Biophysical Insight into the Rational Design of Future Therapies. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it kind of englobed everything. So basically, I had two sections in my PhD. The first one was look at the stability of the scaffolds to do antibody-drug conjugates. So the idea is that when you want to conjugate something specifically in a specific site, you need to do mutations, and we need to see how that destabilizes the whole scaffold. So there was a lot of thermodynamics involved and measurements of stability, and that really led the path to the second big project, which was on masked antibodies. And the reason why we looked at masked antibodies, that's a pretty recent field. The first time that a paper was published on it was around 10 years ago. And right now, a couple are in clinical trials, so still very recent. The idea is that basically, even if we engineer antibodies to be very specific for a target, and again, the vast majority of antibodies are used for cancer or for chronic diseases, so maybe it's a kind of medicine that you haven't been exposed to. And basically, the idea is that even if they're engineered to be very specific, they can still bind to the same receptor that's, for example, in your tumor, but that's also in healthy tissues. And that leads to some side effects. And the idea of masking them is basically to be able to inject them as inactive, and then they only become active in the tumor. Why? Because as the little schematic shows, there's a little linker between the antibody and the mask. The mask is in red. And the enzyme that cuts it is only overexpressed in the tumor. And that enables specific activation in the tumor. And so a few papers had come out showing that this was a possibility, but none of them was really showing how to design an LDL mask. Because if you can imagine, if it has affinity, if it's too high, it's going to stay on forever, even if you cut the linker. And if it's too low, it's just never going to mask. So in the second half of my PhD, we found the fundamentals as to how to design an LDL mask, which was very exciting and hopefully very useful for the field to be able to design their next masked antibodies. What did I learn in my PhD? In terms of hard skills, I think the most exciting one was structural techniques, hydrogen deuterium exchange mass spectrometry, also called HDX mass spec, which is a technique that enables you to map protein-protein interactions and see where the binding sites are. And we used that for the masked antibody project, and we saw that, you know, the better a mask sits on top, the better the masking will be. Learned a lot on thermodynamic and kinetic tools as well, cell binding assays, affinity measurements, and also obviously in terms of soft skills, literature review, publishing, presenting, and also supervising students. I was very fortunate to be able to supervise 3 students during my PhD. What am I doing now? So right now I'm a senior scientist at AstraZeneca. I have been working at AstraZeneca for the past 2 years, since October 2021. And I am working in early research in the team where we design the biologics for new modalities and applications. So more specifically in the immuno-oncology field, where the idea is to wake up our immune system to be able to fight our own cancer, really. And so it's basically antibodies, antibody fusions, things like that. So the skills that I use from my studies are obviously the lab skills that are quite similar, even if I'm learning a lot of new things. Project management as well. The fact of leading one's own PhD is very applicable to that. And line management as well, which I'm using right now. And the fact of having supervised 3 students really did help me a lot for that. And we still have quite a few collaborations with academia ongoing, and it's very important, I think, and useful to have been there myself to understand what, you know, and help them the best we can. To finish, I would like to thank the people who have been really great at mentoring me throughout this whole journey. Where I'm now is thanks to a lot of people, especially my academic supervisor, Sophie Jackman, was absolutely amazing. And all the mentors we have in the Sensory CDT, Clemens, Oliver, Philip, Nathan, Karen, my academic group, and also the Sensory CDT and RISE cohorts. And here are a few more pictures in memories of good times. And yes, I'm happy to take any questions.
Quite emotional. Are there any questions or comments?
Are you now part of a team, or is it more like you as an individual doing research?
No, it's very so. Yeah, in industry, it's very, very team focused. We definitely do not ever work on our own, and we're part of a team, which also means that we're going to do less diverse things because we'll have a domain of expertise that we're going to use most, but obviously projects move forward much faster because it's a bigger team working on them. And again, it's a bit like the team challenge, right? Like you learn a lot from each other's expertises and from other perspectives, and you don't have to do everything on your own, so that's quite nice. Yeah.
Anything else?
Do you miss academia?
Do I miss academia? Yes. No. I think so. It's a good question. At the beginning, I was really considering if going into industry right away, right? I was really applying for postdoc fundings because I really enjoyed the freedom I had in academia, and it's definitely, I think, a space that's very, very special and really nice. The reality is that it's very competitive. You know, you need to publish, and even if you try, sometimes it doesn't work out, which was my case. And so I think a little bit, yes, I think I've learned, I've adapted to where I am now. But I think the fact of having academic collaborations enable me to not miss academia too much and, you know, have projects that have full freedom to explore things, I think. Yeah.
Huge thanks, Karina. Next is Oliver van der Poorten, who came with in 2015, the 2015 cohort. So I think that was the second cohort we had. Oliver came all the way from the Arctic, quite literally. He's at the Arctic University of Tromsø in Norway at the moment, and he did a PhD with Thomas Knowles.
So, thank you very much, Clemens, for the introduction. So, the next 10 minutes, I want to give you like a very personal view of mine, what I did after the Sensor CET. And as a disclaimer, feel free to reach out, like if you, to the students of the new Sensor TET, if you need any advice, academically, personally, or in projects. So, the network is what makes us special. So, I'm a Marie Curie Fellow now in the Arctic University of Tromsø. And little did I know that actually, as a researcher, you have to combine not only science, but you have to combine education, public service, research, and teaching together. Or the whole thing is actually what makes you a scientist and provide to society. And I think the Sensor CET was an amazing opportunity which really prepared me for this. So little did I know back then, when I was last time in Robertson College, that this kind of garden party was preparing me for my postdoc position in the Arctic, where kind of like freezing temperatures are on a daily scheme, but also gives this amazing cultural environment with like reindeers. Yeah, for example, like every March, they attach a 13-year-old behind a reindeer and let them race through the city. Yeah? Like this is so I have like the whole video later I can show you. Yeah? So, and that's this kind of social activity, being that the social butterfly was already here in Cambridge like this. I was in the Nano DTC, in the Sensor CDT, in the Winton Carvely Foundation, in 3 different departments, and in Fitzwilliam Social Officer. So, and I joined a non-profit organization called ESN Tromsø, where we now are running all the social program of all international students who come to the university. So that means once per month, actually twice per month, I have to handle up to 300 to 400 people on a karaoke night or on a disco night. I'm bouncer, organizer. You can hear singing on stage with my buddy Hassan, where we are together like the vice president and the president of the society, organize general assemblies, travel around the world to actually propagate the idea of international students' life and travel abroad to gain more knowledge. To sailing events, to trips to Lapland, Finland, whale watching, and so on. So you name it, we do it. And within like 2 years, it has become the highest funded university non-profit organization in Tromsø. On the side, also do some outreach via light events, like the festival Blackout, that is during the dark times in winter, very, very well received by the community. So making light installations with artwork and LED illumination. But of course, we're talking about science today. So in Tromsø, I used my skills from the PhD that I gathered in Clemens' group and in Knowles' group about nanolithography and nanofluidics. So I had already, like last year, for example, 3 interns, Erasmus students, which is very cool because, yeah, you know each other. And Laia here is actually a psychology student. And I taught her within 2 weeks how to make nanofluidic devices. I took her to a conference in Trondheim with a poster, and she later was recruited in Oslo to make a master in biology and so on. Eli and Marion were more on the engineering side, like making a nano 3D printer and micro droplets. So it's me growing as a leader, like it's training, like soft training. This year, I do just myself things. Last year, I was focusing on others. I come from the Center of Protein Misfolding Disease, where we actually study amyloid aggregation, like biophysics. Amyloid aggregation in Petri dishes, for example, is alpha-synuclein, Parkinson's disease. You study it in patients as tau propagates through the brain, or in microfluidic cultures. Yeah? So this is pictures actually from the laser analytics group. Hank's also still in the Department of Chemical Engineering. And microfluidics and nanofluidics have made really cool tools available to study protein misfolding disease, Alzheimer's, Parkinson, and Huntington's disease, with droplet devices, diffusional devices, or pulling proteins around with electricity. But the nano regime was mainly uncovered, and when PhD developed a method that is not clean room, that allows you to fabricate this. To go to nano filters, like with 35 nanometer height, without a clean room environment, without paying $1,000 or euros for your PhD student to have access to this building. Limitations in funding, like overcoming limitations in funding. So how it works is with normal UV lithography, combining it with a 2-photon lithography to make a stamp, and the stamp is used to mass fabricate or semi-mass fabricate devices. So this nanofluidics chips are actually a revolutionary, and I have some news actually here in a second, a really cool method to study single macromolecules or colloids with a normal conventional microscope. So here we see a micro channel with a nano channel and another micro channel, and how 100 nanometer big sized particles wiggle through a confinement. And as I'm turning my back on this and speak to you here, you can watch them, a single particle, and can trace them. And depending on the wiggle and the interactions, I can tell you how big they are. If they have increased in size, if they have bound something, antibody assays, for example. But how small can we go? Well, this is still like for 5 years now the best video I've ever taken, I think. So these are single rhodamine 6G molecules, 0.5 nanometer in hydrodynamic radius, that diffuse into nanochannels and allow you to size them. And during the PhD, we showed this on Alzheimer's-related protein and Parkinson's proteins, because the hope is, or what it means, I think that's what it's for, to test antibodies against it, any species, any antigen. Also resulted in a patent, and it's already licensed, and also gives us actually revenue since like 4 years, 5 years. So what is the big news that I'm quite happy about it? So nanofluidics was awarded this year to be, was on the list of the IBA's 100 most promising technologies in the service of mankind. It's like this is the Royal Engineering Society of Swedish, the Nobel Prize giving society. So because it allows you to detect single molecules, measure their size, and filter them via size exclusion. So these devices that I made during the PhD, they are quite nice, quite cool. But you know, the problem is, if I want to give all of you some of them, I'll be in the lab all day. Because making these takes a lot of time, effort, expensive clean room, sometimes facilities, depending on the university. And you also will probably break them and need new ones. And they're not really automated. So in UIT now, I received an innovation grant to realize this. So this is a real nano total analysis system. It's actually so simple, but innovation is when scalability and applicability meet. So I just found out a simple process with like some quality measures to drop and make a nano cavity in a multi-well dish. So you just first some UV glue, put some glass cover slip, UV cure it, like with high precision, like the protocol is definitely, like it's easy. Huh? And then you have this kind of double floor. And if you pipette something into this, micro objects stay outside and nano goes inside. And as simple as this sounds, it's very scalable, it's cheap, it's totally compatible with every microscope you have in your labs and every clinic and everything. Yeah? And so how this looks in reality, made a first prototype, and just with a normal camera even, or even with your phone, I have with this phone on the eyepiece, can distinguish 44, 200, 500 nanometer particles, and everything that's bigger stays on the outer side, on the outside. This video here is how these particles look. They wiggle around, and from the wiggle, you can measure the size. And same with molecules then, and so on. But when I say I want to have everything and see everything in a solution, I mean everything. So this is actually the original view, and this is what's going on there on milliliter scale. Label-free, taken with a simple objective on a table. So that's that last slide. So I'm going to use this now, or like look also for applications in antibody binding, blood-derived exosome screening, like filtration of blood. This is actually my own blood. I just like said, like, okay, when a Nobel Prize winner can put a catheter through this and take an X-ray of himself, then I can put like some drop in my nanospacer devices. Yeah. Combine it with neural cell cultures, and also since we do a lot of reproduction medicine in UET, like with microspacers, it has potential for reproduction medicine. So the Sensor CDT, what I want to say is amazing, actually, what it has to offer. Like, I'm so grateful to have been part of this and has changed my life forever. Yeah? And this nanofluidic thing is something I want to bring to the people, to the world, and I think has like very positive influence on society as it is right now, and has high potential for impact. And so I'm evaluating or building new collaboration, group leader, but also as entrepreneur to possibly spin out a company in the next 1 year, 2 years with 2 of those technologies and make alpha-synuclein on chip, for example, or tau on chip reality. If you want to know more about this, speak to me afterwards. I'll explain you everything about it. So with that, thank you very much, and I'm open for questions. Probably it was a bit too long, right? Bit too long, right? Okay. So I cannot leave also without showing this one here. Yeah.
Any questions, comments? Yes, there's one over there. Lorenzo?
So what's the gap that you have in your...
500 nanometer.
How precisely can you control it?
That is the qualification or the verification grant that I'm getting now. So like I need to make the machine properly. But my translation stations have like 1 nanometer precision, repeatability.
So how do you keep the gap parallel?
Huh?
How do you keep the same gap over a big area?
So it will most likely go towards the corners to be like a bit broader. Yeah? But since you combine the kind of mesoscale with the nanoscale, you have so big area that is really, because of just the mechanical, because of the glue and the glass, is really nice parallel, the 500 nanometer confinement.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much again. Oh, that was another one there, yeah.
I didn't understand the mold you were showing of PDMS.
A bit further away. Yeah.
The mold you were showing with PDMS.
Mm-hmm.
How do you achieve the precision? Because it's so it swells. And
like you can do it down to 10 nanometer, 1 nanometer, like 5 nanometer with PDMS molding. We can talk about this in detail. I think this is not.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Okay. No, but like cool, interesting question. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Next, we have Sami Mahdi, who is now working as a lead engineer for Waterscope, a spin-out company. So Sami was part of the 2016 cohort.
Thank you, everyone. My presentation is not going to be technical, but I hope that's okay. So about me, I'm Sami. I originally came from Bulgaria. I studied in Manchester for my bachelor's. Right now, I live in Germany. I'm actually the CEO of Waterscope now. I've been promoted sort of last year. And I also started another company, Innotronic Solutions, with a fellow Sensor CDT member. So what did I do before the CDT? I did electrical and electronic engineering at Manchester University, and there I did 1 year of industrial experience that showed me that I do not want to go to industry at all. And that's why I applied for the Sensor CDT, and that's why I did a PhD and so on. And my passion during the bachelor's was to just play with electronics. I would attach electrodes to my brain and so on, and I really wanted to continue this work in Cambridge, but that didn't quite happen. So during the MRes year, I think I had one of the best times in my life, because I think the Sensor CDT is a bit biased towards electrical engineers, so you have a bit of an unfair advantage in certain modules. So I did a lot of things on the side. So I was part of Christ College, and for the MRes students here, I would say, be active in your college. There's a lot of fun things that you can do there. You can meet many new people. You can try sports such as rowing. Highly recommended. It does not consume your time at all. Definitely try it. Yeah, I met many amazing people. This was the Sensor CDT cohort on one of our casual punting sessions with, I think that's David, really struggling with the punt. Yeah, and I got to experience lab work for the first time in my life. There's no health and safety violation there. You know, I'm in full personal protective equipment. Don't look at it. But I experienced lab work for the first time, and coming from an engineering background to being, you know, in like a lab coat with safety specs, like pipetting things, that was quite a, a shift in focus for me. So I was really, yeah, I was really excited to be in the lab, and I did my PhD afterwards in a very lab focused group. But again, I would say if you're, let's say, someone that's only worked on a desk or not, I don't know, like me, an engineer, I would say at the Sensor CDT Emirates here, you have the opportunity to do a mini project in any subject that you choose. Just go and speak to the supervisor. Do your mini project in an area that's completely out of your comfort zone. It would really change your experience. So I did mine in sort of lithography, fabrication, and 3D printing, and that was quite good. The other thing I did on the start was I would go to like different events in Cambridge. This was at a microfluidic hackathon at the Makerspace, and I joined a startup there called Waterscope, and you see how this comes a bit later in my academic and professional journey. But basically, you're in Cambridge now. You have the opportunity to really do many things. So go out and explore. And one of the best times that you would have is between the MRes and the PhD. So use this holiday wisely, do something fun, because once you start a PhD, you're going to have that burden at the back of your head for the next 4 years. So enjoy that holiday. This was me with Alex, one of the co-founders of Waterscope in Tanzania, running a water sample through a tiny, tiny filter. I'm not gonna tell you much about my PhD, but I worked 4 years for this one SEM photo, and I wish I knew some things before I started. So I'll try to give you some wisdom now, but feel free to ignore it. The first one is don't be afraid to go out of your comfort zone. As I said, I never did any lab work, but I basically spent all of my PhD in the lab fabricating those tiny carbon nanotube devices. I was lucky to have an excellent supervisor. You should definitely consider that in your decision-making process when you select the project at I think April time. Number 3 is help people and ask for help. I was helping a fellow colleague, and that's actually how I met my wife. It was a kid story, but I can tell you that later. But don't be afraid to ask for help as well. That's how you get really good collaborations. And if you're just sort of sitting on your own, which is sometimes PhD work can be very lonely, and you just struggle with a problem, just go and ask someone. Maybe they have a different perspective. Number 4, I think the academics in this room are not gonna like it very much, but you do not need to publish a paper to pass your PhD. So I'm still writing mine. It will be published anytime soon. Then number 5 is you will fail many times, and that's really okay. And PhD, I think, is more about failure than about success. So don't be discouraged by those failures, because they do bring you to your final eureka moment, like my SEM image here. I actually got my best result in the last sort of 3 weeks of my PhD. You know, you hear those stories all the time, so don't be discouraged. And number 6, look after yourselves. I was browsing through some photos during my PhD, and I look very terrible. So, you know, look after your physical and mental health is really important. And yeah, after the PhD, the first thing I did was I started working full-time at Waterscope as a lead project engineer. This was just a continuation of the work that I was doing on the side during my PhD. I'm not not going to tell you much about WaterScope, but we've developed this very portable, very rapid, very robust, very simple, very affordable water testing system, and we can detect bacteria in any water source that might be out there. This was me in Nairobi last year on a field trial. Now I'm the CEO of WaterScope, and yeah, this entrepreneurial journey was not something that I anticipated early on in my career. And the way that I spend my time right now, I thought it would be a bit more exciting, but actually fundraising and grant writing is 50% of the work, similar to academia, I think. I lead a technical team of 3 engineers. I do some technical work myself. I talk a lot to end customers. So this is a charity in Ethiopia that has 2 of our WaterScope systems, and they're conducting some analysis of local community sources. I also have to deal a lot with customs and paperwork, really not fun. And as a non-standard career path, I would say it's really rewarding, but it can also be quite tough sometimes. So if you want to go to this entrepreneurial journey, come and speak to me. I'll be happy to give you some advice. Then the next venture where I'm involved on a slightly lower commitment is with David from our cohort. We started Innotronic Solutions, which is a design consultancy for electronics. And there we do really hardcore engineering. We solve engineering problems. This is one example of a board, electronic board that we designed. Is for a customer in the space industry. So it has many PCB layers. It's super complex. It's gonna fly at some point on a SpaceX rocket. So it's very different from the work that I do at WaterScope. So yeah, I think that's my career journey so far. Thank you to the Sensor City for allowing this very diverse work that I did during my time in Cambridge. And if you have any questions, let me know. And add me on LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn is a great tool to stay in touch and learn more about other people.
Many thanks, Sami. I'm not sure that all of your advice is vetted by the city management team, but I can tell you that Sami is actually an extremely serious engineer, and I'm delighted that you're staying in touch with the company and the CET in such a connected and professional way. It's wonderful, actually. Your successes, you playing them down a little bit because they're fantastic. So any questions from the audience or comments? Yeah, there's a question.
Hi. How did you find working for WaterScope alongside your PhD? How were you able to balance those?
So it was a good distraction, because sometimes you would have, 12 hours in the lab, you would be frustrated because you don't get any results. And then suddenly you go to your other project and, you assemble 50 water tests, and then you have this tangible outcome. So for me, it was actually a way to relieve some of the academic stress. Obviously, it takes a lot of time, but if you manage your time wisely, you can find a way to do both things. Obviously, don't let your non-academic side take over, because you still want to finish your PhD, and that's why you're here.
Slight panic.
And 90% of the startups fail, or like 99%. So it's very likely that you might fail. So there was another one there.
Another question. There was something over there, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you step into that entrepreneurship role coming out of the CT? Was there anything in the program or in the MIS?
So we did this NMIS course that was quite, let's say, it exposed you to some business concepts that as a engineer you wouldn't normally see. So I enjoy doing that part. like the sensor CDT is very multidisciplinary, which is what a lot of startups are also about. And I think the experience that you gain working, for example, during a team challenge is really transferable to what you would do at a startup at a later stage. So during your MRS year, you definitely get exposed to a lot of transferable skills.
One thing that you mentioned today was asking for help, and I think that's actually a super important message to bring across to the new incoming cohort. There's always someone. This is a big group of people now. Many will have had similar or identical experiences when things go wrong, and there's knowledge out there for people to help. Sami will be one of those, for example, and there are many others. So we are in touch with everyone. It's actually wonderful to build on the experiences from so many excellent people. Sami, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Francesca van Tartwijk, who is a postdoc now, and she is from the 2017 cohort.
So thank you, Clemens. So I apologize in a way because I'm going to mainly be talking about science, but I will be telling you about my PhD journey through my favorite images from it. So hopefully that compensates a little bit. And in generally, what I'll be talking about is like why my personal all-time favorite thing in science is sensing the subcellular, specifically inside neurons, or in other words, why microscopes are the best types of sensors, if you ask me. So, as to give you a very big brief overview of what my background is and what kind of led me to the CDT, when I was, say, a child or a teenager, I always thought that I wanted to do physics because I really liked how these kind of very fundamental, predictable principles can kind of explain some of the natural world around me. And so I'm from the Netherlands, so I was doing a fairly broad curriculum with lots of scientific disciplines. And that's kind of how I met biology. So I remember quite clearly like, seeing protein structures as kind of images in class and finding that just absolutely fascinating that you can go from a single molecular structure like that, and that can organize into like a larger macromolecular structure that can give rise eventually, like can support a cell. And that's kind of, and obviously those molecules are still governed by physical principles. So that's kind of when I realized I wanted to do science that was as interdisciplinary as possible. So that's kind of what brought me to Cambridge and to the UK originally, in that I was quite keen to do a degree in natural sciences, which did allow me to kind of combine a bit of biology and a bit of physics. And during that degree is kind of where I first properly met microscopes. So this is from my camera roll, and I think it is the first fluorescence microscopy image that I ever acquired during my first year. It's not actually that good, but at the time I was really excited. I printed this off and I stuck it on my wall in my college room because I find it really fascinating that you can see where molecules go, what they're doing in cells, in the native context where this kind of, what I think, beautiful complexity arises. And because I was doing biology as well as physics, I was also getting a little bit of exposure to optics and kind of beginning to, so this is a kind of diffraction pattern from one of my physics practicals, which kind of allowed me to better appreciate kind of the properties of the instruments that we use to acquire these kind of data, and that they really kind of affect the quality of the data you can get and the questions you can ask. So when it then came to my third year, I kind of had the idea that I wanted to do imaging of a biological system, and that's actually how I met Clemens. So these are some images from my third year research project looking at cell shape changes during development in zebrafish, which I really enjoyed. And there's nothing really that beats having a sample, not quite being sure what it looks like, and then putting it on a microscope and kind of seeing the complexity of it. So then when I got to my fourth year, I did a project in the Department of Biochemistry looking more specifically at neuronal kind of mouse brain slices in a model of Parkinson's disease. And I became increasingly fascinated also by neurons specifically as kind of uniquely complicated cells. And that kind of, so this kind of interest in interdisciplinary science as well as an appreciation for instrumentation is kind of what led me to this CDT. And of course, so the MRes was for me my first encounter with more kind of electrical things. So this is a picture of one of the first circuits that we built that I was clearly very proud of, because there's like 6 pictures of this on my phone, and this is my favorite. So that's something I really enjoyed, and that's also, like, as a kind of previous speaker said, something that's really nice during the MRes, and that you encounter different subjects, not all of which will be incredibly familiar or that you will naturally be very comfortable with, but there's lots of like, very friendly people who will help you learn something from their own backgrounds. So this is actually a credit where credit is due, a circuit I built together with Johanna, who led the way on this one. So with that, kind of we've got to what is the largest part of this timeline, which is my PhD. So I'll tell you a little bit about how I kind of use my background and different kind of interests I got now to like get towards the end of it, towards the postdoc. And for that, not too fast, I'll very briefly tell you about why I like neurons so much. So if you look at this very kind of stereotypical drawing of an idealized neuron, you'll see that's kind of a very asymmetrical cell. So you have a cell body, which has a nucleus that may or may not be spherical, but there's also lots of... Should we evacuate?
So apologies for that. I think may have had a student smoking in his room or her room. So I don't know. Definitely one sensor went off. Francesca, I apologize.
No worries.
Please continue.
Right, have we all recovered and we're ready to learn more about neurons? Cool. So, as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, neurons are very highly polarized cells, so they have a very unique organization, where there's a cell body as well as lots of very specialized protrusions, and there will be a lot of smaller ones that are kind of structurally as well as functionally specialized to receive signals, known as dendrites, and a very long one that actually kind of sends signals, known as the axon. And we can really visualize these structures, both in cold traditions, but especially in vivo. So this is one of my favorite axons, or actually two axons from my PhD, where you can really see that these kind of axons, once they reach their target area, they form very highly branched structures. And that structure is very physiologically significant, because it means that cells can kind of locally increase their area in the presence of target cells and form efficient connections with them. But of course, this kind of like subcellular compartment level structural organization needs to be supported by something inside the cells. And that's kind of where we get back to the protein structures that I really liked as a teenager. So, yeah, there we go. So one of the key types of smaller structures that supports kind of the formation of something as big as an axon is something known as biomolecular condensates. So, and in the case of neurons specifically, a key type is those that form when mRNA and RNA binding proteins interact. So you can imagine this a little bit like the process of oil in water, like forming little droplets. So effectively what happens is the RNA and the RNA binding proteins interact so favorably with each other that they separate from the other proteins in solution and form these kind of granules that behave a bit like liquid droplets inside the bigger liquid phase in the cell. And again, with the kind of appropriate labels, we can really see these form in cells and observe their dynamics and properties. So these are kind of developing axons, this time in a dish. And what you see labeled here in magenta are all the kind of RNA-containing granules in the cell. So what this allows us to do is kind of probe how these kind of molecular complexes form inside cells and then eventually relate that to these larger structures. And this kind of connection of different length scales is something that I've personally always found really intriguing. But in addition to kind of a general academic curiosity and excitement, there's also very real-world reasons to study these kind of processes, which is kind of the context of my PhD. So these RNA-binding proteins that form these kind of granules can aggregate in certain variants of neurodegenerative disease. So an example is the protein that I worked on during my PhD, which is called fusin sarcoma, or FUS for short. And this protein is mutated in familial variants of ALS, or motor neuron disease. And in general, if you have a familial form of this disease that's characterized by fuzz mutation. It is quite an early onset aggressive form of disease. So in a nutshell, what happens is in a healthy neuron, you have fuzz largely in the nucleus, and it forms these nice liquid-like condensates, and there's also a bit around in the cytoplasm where it also forms condensates and carries out specialized functions. But what happens in disease is that fuzz instead localizes almost entirely to the cytoplasm, which means there are way more cytoplasmic condensates, but also that with time the protein starts to aggregate. And of course, one of the key questions when trying to understand what happens in disease is what in this kind of different phases of this protein's kind of aggregation is actually most toxic to cells. And this is kind of a very open question, given that there are some indications that it's not actually formation of aggregates itself that is the only toxic thing. So during my PhD, I investigated the hypothesis that mutations in fuzz in kind of familial disease can lead to changes in axonal structure way before you get actual onset of symptoms, given that this mutant protein is present throughout development, it's expressed at all kind of life stages, and it is already cytoplasmically mislocalized then, so it could be having effects. And the way I investigated that is by looking at one of the kind of most dramatic readout of changes in axonal function, namely kind of shape taking. So I showed you these very kind of complex and nice branch structures that axons form. This is kind of supported by the formation of specialized protein filaments called the cytoskeleton. And this kind of cytoskeleton organization is again, in turn, really supported by RNA binding proteins. So I hypothesized that there might be a change going on there early on. So I kind of combined two different approaches. One is looking in vitro at kind of the cytoskeleton directly and seeing how it was changed. And using atomic force microscopy, we were able to see that the kind of two fuzz mutants that we studied both had a very strong effect on the cytoskeleton and kind of reduced its overall mechanical robustness. Now, of course, I told you that we're interested in kind of morphogenesis later on, so I also looked at how these structures kind of behave in vivo within the brain, and again kind of saw that both fuzz mutants cause a considerable drop in the overall complexity of axons, so in how many branches they were able to form in the right places. So, and that's kind of the 1-minute summary of the key findings of my PhD. But in general, what I really liked about this project was, in part, that the samples were very beautiful, but also that we could combine these quite different approaches, such as atomic force microscopy and kind of more traditional cell morphology quantification, to kind of combine very different types of observations at different scales within cells. So what I'm doing now is kind of going in the opposite direction. So what I've told you previously was that I was interested in how condensates affect the shape of cells. And what I'm interested in now is how the properties of the cell locally affect the formation of condensates as well as other processes. So if you look at an axonal structure like this or a dendritic one, you can see that these kind of very small specialized compartments forming. And they can have very different protein content than the rest of the cell and specialized cytoskeletal structures. And we know in principle that kind of local protein content can affect condensate formation, but it hasn't really been mapped in neurons how kind of local protein content or overall crowding is different. So this is kind of something that I was trying to find out during my PhD by going through literature and trying to see if we could kind of potentially link branches and axons to changes in condensate behavior. But I couldn't really find any literature on it, so instead I'm now kind of trying to map it myself and trying to see how many proteins are in different neuronal compartments. But to start with, to kind of go back to the MRES principle of working with sensors properly, I'm calibrating the techniques I'm using in a kind of simpler system that is more robust to kind of rigorous measurements, kind of standard cell lines, and kind of looking at the small spaces between between membranes inside cells as opposed to in synapses to get an idea. And that's kind of what I'm doing now. So I'm happy to chat about that more if you're interested in what techniques we're using. But for now, I'd like to kind of thank everyone who supported. So of course, Clemens as my supervisor for my PhD and postdoc, as well as Christine, Lucia, Julia, and Jana for kind of my PhD, and Nang and Sophia for help with the Sernangle postdoc project, and the CDT for support, as well as community and you for your attention. Thank you.
Many thanks, and thanks for dealing with these with the interruption. Francesca, are there questions?
It is a bit late in the day for questions, maybe.
Any comments? We have not. Many thanks, Francesca. And the final speaker, I'm super pleased to announce, has just flown in. Josephine Hughes, who was a member of the first cohort, came all the way from Lausanne. I think you lectured this morning, didn't you?
Yep.
So that shows you the commitment of our people. It's fantastic to have you here, and I'm really, really pleased. So Josephine was a member of the 2014 cohort and is now a tenure-track assistant professor at EPFL, and possibly already earns more than I do.
Sorry, we're just going to have a quick change to my laptop. HDMI is on that side, if that's useful. Perfect.
I mean, let me take this opportunity just quickly while we're setting up here to thank Adriana and Alex and all the team for making this day happen. It's been really excellent and fantastically well organized. So a huge thanks. So quick clap for the CDT team.
Nice. Brilliant. Apologies for the delay, and thank you so much for the invite to be here today. So, oh no, that does not work. So, I started in 2014, which seems an age away with the CDT. And it really came about because I'd done my undergraduate in the engineering department in information engineering. I knew I loved robotics, but I didn't want to work in industry. Sensor CDT seemed like a good idea at the time. Little did I know it would open so many doors and really change my future, and I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunities that has opened up. So since the CDT, I was extremely lucky that the year after I started, there was a new professor for me at EDA who arrived in the engineering department and doing robotics. So I found this amazing PhD opportunity to work at the intersection of robotics and sensors. And that has been the start of opening something that I have enjoyed so much and has given me so much. So since then, I finished my PhD, and then I had a brief postdoc in MIT during COVID period. Was briefly back for a research fellow, and now I'm setting up my lab at EPFL for just over 2 years. And it's been an interesting 2 years. It's crazy. You go from having 5-6 years of being trained on how to be a good PhD student, how to do good research, and then overnight, the job description completely changes. Instead, you have like this group of people to deal with, to try and train, and it's kind of felt a lot like herding cats over the last 2 years. But we're slowly making progress. We're making a lot of mess. So we've gone from a very empty room to a very messy room. And now I have a team of about 15 PhDs and postdocs. And we're starting to do some interesting things. And it's really exciting to have your own students and go from this point of taking those that are completely new to research, writing their first paper and seeing them develop. So it's really exciting now that I have my first PhD students that are now coming up to their 2nd and 3rd year, and we're starting to look at how do we actually finish. And they've come so far, and that's just amazing to see that journey from the other side. But boy, can I tell you, it is a change, going from one side to the other. But what are we actually doing in my lab? So I'm really interested in how we can close the gap between animal and robot capabilities. And I believe the way we need to do this is through embodied intelligence or physically intelligent bodies. So how do we connect intelligence in the cyber, in the brain sense, to intelligence in the physical world? Now, the one thing that enables this and enables intelligent robots to interact with the world is sensors. And that's, if we look at animals, a lot of this intelligent behavior arises through sensors. So right from the sensor CDT through what we're doing now, in my group, we really look at how we can use sensors to give rise to intelligent behaviors. So I'm going to just touch on a few projects that we've been doing in the last 2 years that really look at sensing. So I've always been fascinated by manipulation by hands, and it's a really interesting problem because it's really unsolved. Locomotion for robotics is now getting to the point where quadrupedal locomotion, you could argue, is a solved problem. Manipulation is really not. So we've been trying to develop anthropomorphic compliant robot hands with distributed sensing. So we have large area sensing over the whole hand, such that we can then develop really closed loop control to interact with these different objects. So this is our latest hand, which we have cooking an English breakfast, and we're really looking at how do we use sensors to get intelligent behaviors. But if we have these hands, there is a problem of how we teach and how do we learn, and how do we teach from human demonstration, contact, or interactions with the environment. So one thing we've been doing is looking at how we can do this for harvesting. So how can we make robot hands and teach them to do really contact-rich interactions? So we developed what we call a sensorized physical twin of a raspberry plant. And the idea is with this, we mirror the physical capabilities or physical properties of a raspberry, but also integrate sensors into it. So we can then use this as a test bed for both training our robot in the lab, such that we can learn a policy in the real world based from a human demonstration. And if we can do that in a robust way, we can then deploy this learned policy to a real world raspberry. And the hypothesis is if we close the reality gap between our physical twin and our real one, this can work quite well. So building on sensing technologies, we built our so-called sensorized physical twin, which uses soft robotic technologies, and we match the physical capabilities of a real and a fake raspberry. And with this, we can then very successfully, fully offline in the lab, train a control policy for a robot, which then deploys well in the field. So we can avoid the need for very difficult, challenging experiments in the field. I paced a few things we're doing and looking at how we can integrate sensors. Again, we're looking at soft structures, and another very big source of information is nature and the elephant trunk. And this has been a really long-lasting quest for roboticists, especially soft roboticists. How can we get structures that have the sensory and also physical properties we might see in continuum structures such as the elephant trunk? And we've been developing what we call architected soft structures, where we can integrate then tendon-driven actuation to have this really large workspace and sense of movement. But of course, the elephant's intelligence doesn't just arrive from the structure, but also the need for sensing. So by deploying IMUs and doing some draft reduction algorithms and also constricting the sensor space to a model-based solution, we can get these very nice closed-loop behaviors where they can follow a trajectory. That's not going to work with quite high accuracy. And then we can also use these to deploy in more human robot environments. So we're in Switzerland, so we have to make fondue. So we have our soft robot here, which it attempts to very, very slowly feed someone fondue on a fork. And we can also look at how we can create new ways of interacting with these robots, for example, through VR. So the last one I want to touch on is, oh yeah, it's very, very slow. We're also looking at how we can use robots to take sensors to places that are not safe for humans. And again, we're in Switzerland. We've got a lot of really interesting natural resources on our doorstep, but also we're really susceptible to climate change. So we're looking at if we can design intelligent robots, can we use these to capture sensor data that is otherwise too dangerous? And we're doing this a lot in terms of biodiversity monitoring in really extreme alpine conditions, such as these glacial moulins, which are very near Chamonix. So we deploy this very small robot here, which can actually move around these glacial structures, and we can capture image data of the surface of these moulins and these glaciers. We can count pebbles, and this can be fed into models from glaciologists to better predict our understanding of climate change. We're also doing some more fun things on little robots that scutter around on glaciers, again, to try and use these to deploy sensors in alpine conditions. So We also look at sensors in other ways, be it underwater structures, how we can deploy proprioceptive techniques, sensing for science, how we can use robots to do large-scale data gathering and improve the precision and online optimization for experimental processes. And we also do some work in computational design and foundation models. But these may seem very random, and I have to admit, I'm still working out what the actual research focus of my lab is, and we're planting various seeds and seeing what grows. But the one underlying theme that ties them all together is the need for sensors and the integration of sensors. And I think that has really come from the sensor CDT. So as you can see, this is actually our sensorized robot tongue for texture detection. So sensors are everywhere. So just my main takeaway from the sensor CDT, I think it's such a fantastic topic around to bring together this group of people, because it brings together people from different disciplines but still have a common language and an interest, and I think that has been really interesting to me. And I think the opportunities offered by the CDT in terms of the Sensor Team Challenge and even just the principles of sensing are something that have really provided me, and I think hearing from everybody else, huge skills and experience which you really can't get in other ways. And also this ability to find the right fit, to find the right supervisor has been really, really useful. And the one piece of advice that I was given by my supervisor is always say yes to opportunities. And I think that's a really good thing, because in the Sensor CDT, you get given so many opportunities. So really take advantage of those and make the most of them. So I just want to say thank you to my group whose work I actually get to present. And we are in lovely Lausanne. So if you ever happen to be in Switzerland, please do come and drop by, because it would be lovely to show you what we're doing. And also, I'm also looking for PhDs and postdocs. So if you're interested or if you know anyone, please do let me know. And I just want to say a huge thanks to Clemens and the rest of the CDT team for today, and also the last 10 years that you've really enabled in my life. So thank you.
Huge thanks. That's wonderful, and thanks for making time. It's just brings back. I remember how energetic you were in the cohort. It's just incredible to see you thriving so well. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Any questions or comments? This tour de force talk. Yeah, there's one here.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Just a quick technical one. How do you do the texturing sensing when you had the cucumber on the tongue and that? How is that working?
So that's a good question. So we have an array of about 20 sensors in the tongue, and then we also have Hall effect sensors. So we're combining both shear and also normal force sensors to get an array of different units, so that we can make some estimation of texture. It's still a very loose approximation of texture, and the resolution there is not super high. But at least for classification, it works quite nicely on the different parts. We're actually looking at how we synchronize the tongue and the throat reflex to get a robot that can swallow and digest its own food is the grand plan.
There was a question there from Stephanie.
Hello, very exciting research. Thank you for sharing that. I'm more interested in asking you whether your research group is focusing more on the sensor systems, or do you build the robots from scratch, then program them, because that looks like a lot of work?
Yes, so I think really what we do is everything is design and development of novel robotic hardware. Sensors, though, are very much part of that, especially as we move to more soft approaches. I think there's a big gap that we don't necessarily have those technologies. So developing robotic hardware, but I think the sensor technologies is part of that, and I think an area which hopefully is going to be really exciting in the next couple of years.
Thank you so much.
Is there any further questions? There's a question over there.
I was wondering that you mentioned that the job description suddenly changed when you moved from postdoc to a PI, and I was wondering how you went about doing that. How did you learn leadership, and how did you go about setting up a lab?
Very good question. So I think luckily there is a lot of support. So I'm sure in any institution when you come in, there's mentoring, there's other faculty that are there to help you. But still, I think it is a big change, and I think it's been a lot of trial and error. And drawing on experiences like the team challenge, I think that was the only other experience I really had of actually working with that many people and trying to manage, to some extent, what's going on. So I think it's drawing on those experiences. And again, there's a lot of support, but also I think I've learned is you're going to make so many mistakes. And I think finding the people that the students, recruiting has been a big part of that. Finding students that are willing to work with you and so that you can kind of make those mistakes together has been really nice. So it's kind of a journey you can all go on together rather than being really worried about failing at every hurdle.
Well, let's thank Josephine again for a really inspiring talk. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the alumni who came to talk. It's just wonderful to see the diversity of successes and you know, places you go to. It makes me really proud. And now I'll pass over to Adriana, who has an important announcement today.
Exactly. There should be also a slide coming up. Because I have the pleasure to announce together with Martin Peacock from Zimmer and Peacock the student prizes. So Martin, 1 minute
Sure.
pitch, and then we will announce the winners.
I've got some really good news for you all. The future is actually sensors. And I mean this because my company started at a similar time to the CDT starting. So I used to come here and sort of rant on about it a bit. But today, you know, we're 85 people. We've never taken on any investment, and it's really because we're just part of sensor growth. A few people have asked me, well, how do you actually make money from sensors? Well, we do exciting things like we measure glucose in patients. So we're very much behind many of these CGM, continuous glucose monitoring technologies. A lot of these things are coming out of California. Well, secretly, they're actually coming out of Norway and also excitingly out of Coventry, which is where we have our facilities. So we do things like that. We also do very important things. I was telling Clemens earlier on that we're making a lot of money it's all relative. We're making some money from measuring the hotness of chilies. So sensing can also play into sort of things that are more fun. I think the $1 trillion problem that we're working on at Zimmer Peacock is measuring nitrate in the soil. That's really the one. So one day if I come back here in 20 years' time and I'm stroking a big white cat, I look like a Bond villain. I made it through measuring nitrate in the soil. So that's a quick synopsis of Zimmer Peacock. But yeah, sensors is the future, really is.
Yes, and we really appreciate for Zimmer and Peacock to have been sponsoring for many, many years the student talks. So do you want to announce the first winner? So we have a winner for the best talk, and we ask the question to come forward, please.
Yeah, jij snakker in Litnosk, yeah. The best talk was from Sophia Aldroyd. Are you here?
Sophie Aldroyd.
Great, congratulations. Yeah, sure.
And the next one, best poster is Justas Brazauskas. Congratulations. So Justas, come here on stage. But there are more prizes this year because we think you've done wonderfully, and it's been really a pleasure to, be for 2 years part of the Sensor CDT. And we actually really struggled with giving, best prizes for today because we thought, the talks and the posters were really high quality. We actually decided from the Sensor CDT to sponsor a second best talk, and that's Hayley Gilbert. Great. Congratulations, Hayley. We thought it was really great that you had the courage, despite not having many, results yet, after 1 year of PhD, to give this excellent, high-quality talk. Then we have 2 special prizes as well. So I would like to award the Sensor Champion Prize to Eleni. So Eleni not only showed great leadership skills throughout the team challenge, but she also received the best exam marks. Actually for you, because we already knew. They have a little printout, you also received those. And lastly, we have another special prize, and that is for Mohammed Alawami. It's the special contribution award that we decided to give him, not only for his academic excellence, his startup engagement, but actually also for ReachSci. He's been doing a lot of great work with that. This year we hosted a conference together. It was just really amazing. And you're all, So, and I want to thank everyone, also the volunteers at reception, Nusli and Swetha, for helping out, the microphone runners. There were quite a few, but Umar, Graziella, Raluca, Panayotis. I hope I didn't forget anyone. Thank you very much, Thomas and Juliana, for helping guiding people to places. And obviously CDT management for helping, Alex will be for assisting, James Teeley, who is new, a second day, for helping out as well. So thank you very much. And obviously, we actually didn't say Oliver Hadler, the previous program manager, is also here, who has been successfully leading the round 1 students that you heard about what amazing path they embarked. And thank you very much for being here and sharing your experiences. With that, I'm going to hand over to Lorenzo, who has a few final remarks. And I just forgot to mention also, if you have any queries about dinner, meet me at reception. It's at 7 at Clare College. If you're you should have received a invitation. If you're confused about it, come and talk to me. And there are also a few places free because people cancel last minute. So come and talk to me, and we can sort that out. But thank you very much, and you'll receive your prizes very soon. Thank you.
So I will not take very long because we all want to go for dinner or drinks or whatever we're going to do next. So I think we should all thank all of the speakers and everyone who contributed and presented today. So thank everyone. And I really think that this event showcased very clearly the need of sensor technologies. We need sensors for all sorts of things, to detect molecules, to detect trees, how they grow, if they get cut, to build robotic elephant trunks that make fondue. That's, I think, a very, very important one. And I think it also showed very clearly the great work done by the Sensor CDT for over 10 years. And I think we should really congratulate everyone who has been in the team for a long time. I just joined 2 months ago, so not me, but Clemens, Rashid, Adriana, and a few other academics here that have contributed for many years. And I think that their work is really, really evident also in what the alumni of the Sensor CDT have been up to since they have left the program. And we have seen some amazing success that really, really demonstrates the great work done by the CDT. So thanks for the great work. And I think now there is a networking event or kind of general networking. Great. So we can stay here to network for a little bit. Yeah.